Oops, I forgot to fix that. Oh, no, wrong thing. Shh, you guys saw nothing. Minimize. Hi, how are you guys? You guys saw nothing. Alright. Our goal today is to finish this thing. Hopefully, we can do it. And hopefully, let's see if we can get to the wedding DLC. I don't know how long step 4 is. Step 4 is practically just the epilogue. So we'll see. The puppies are tired today, and it is cold in this house. So that means it is cold outside of the house. Siribot has joined. Thank you, Siribot. I don't know where you've been, but thank you. Oh, now you're notifying people that I'm live. Thanks, Twitch. We're about 2 minutes in. Alright. I guess I'll just hop over. Boot the thing up. Boo boo boo. Shit. Of course you're gonna do this. Ah. Alright. We're gonna lose music because this thing likes to be a butt. And I didn't plug in my computer. Woo. And you're gonna lose me for a second. You know, I do things where I'm like, yeah, I'm ready. And then I'm not ready. And I'm like, well, shit. Alright. Oh, I need to boot up. Steam. Oops. Pajama Sam. We'll play that next. Just for a break. Let's just play Solitary. How many people would show up if I just play Solitary? You wanna show up? We good? Alright. We'll load and enter. This might be my last visual novel for like a little bit, just to give my voice a break. And I've gotten kind of used to more streaming, so it's not too awkward just to talk to myself. You're cute, Blitzen. They're just shifting around. But yeah. And so, your days growing up in the lovely cradle of Sunset Bird has come to an end. And I should probably text TG because half the time he doesn't even get the messages. Alright, where are you? Do do do. Do do do. Alright, that is done. Phone is put away. And I'm just gonna use the box for a while so I can sit back. In the years that had passed since graduation, you moved out of your childhood home and made your own way into the world. You? Oh god. Are living alone, living with a pet, living with pets, living with Cove and his fish, living with Cove and his fish and the pet you picked, living with Cove, his fishes, and the pets you picked. Haha. Probably the last one. I would probably have multiple pets. Oh, I kind of forget how heavy that thing is when it's full. Daddy Caro's not here. Can't say anything about me moving in with Cove. And you? Work at a fine company, have a business of your own, co-own a business with Cove, have multiple ways of earning income. We're still focusing on pursuing education. I don't know. Dude, let's just do something together. In the shit. Music, art, fashion, writing, they're all industry. TV and movie, sporting, gaming, hospitality, health, education field, or STEM field. I know it really doesn't affect anything, but it's still like usually the hardest thing that I'm like, what the fuck am I doing? As you can see, me a streamer. Me don't know what I'm doing with my life. Gaming. I don't know. Your family members went through the same kind of leaps into independence. Liz and Lee both eventually earned degrees and started fantastic careers in new towns. But your mom's and Cove's father still live on the same street as they had for all those years before. It was comforting to you that there was still some things that remained in that old neighborhood. And despite the ever-changing reality of your adult life, and I'm still fucking itching, your friends were still your friends. Though, of course, things weren't exactly the same for them either. Very recently, Terry publicly came out as a man, switching the spelling of his name using a Y instead of an I. He also confessed his love for Miranda, which she excitedly reciprocated. They moved in together recently in a city out past Sunset Bird. Derek, as busy as always, but was doing well. He made an effort to keep in touch, and you even saw each other in person occasionally. One person who did disappear into the shuffle of memories inside your mind was Baxter. After his vacation in Sunset Bird one year, he was just gone. That was a loss you felt. He became someone you considered a friend during those days. Hi! I'm assuming you got my message? And then there was what became of the sad little boy you grew up with, Cove Hilton. He was, of course, still the man that you loved and wanted to spend the rest of your life with. Okay, but you hadn't officially gotten married yet, and you have gotten married at this point, and he was your husband. Since since we're gonna be doing the wedding DLC next, and hopefully in the same session, let's just say we haven't got married yet. With how fast the proposal was, you were content to have a nice long engagement. You and Cove wore rings to signify your relationship. Cove wore an engagement ring to signify your relationship. You wore an engagement ring to signify your relationship. However, you decided against rings to signify part of your relationship. See, I like the whole kind of like ring thing, but I have a feeling I would lose the rings if I got one. We'll do. And the ring Cove wore looked like. Oh shit! I didn't mean to do that. I accidentally clicked off of the thing. Looks like, guys, we could pick the ring. Silver, platinum, silver, platinum, silver, blah, 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 blah. I don't know. I can make it the most fanciest looking ass ring, or just do a silver one. I think this one looks fine. Done. He was truly thriving with his continued efforts to cultivate loving and supporting a relationship with his family and friends. You couldn't say his personality had changed exactly, instead became more refined. Cove was warm, inviting, and considerate, who took the lessons he learned over the years to treat people around him with patience and understanding. I don't think there is a difference between the two. I think it was just like, oh, maybe some people wanted a platinum ring instead of a silver one. I think they were literally just giving you the option. Sometimes they do, and I'm like, I'm actually really okay with that. Like, it's kind of how, like, you can design your entire character in the beginning, but most of the time, the characteristics don't really come up. Hot single mom was my... But Mingo, you missed most of them last night. Well, now everyone's going to be older, Flamingo, so... When Cove eventually developed a picture of the future he wanted to have as an adult, it made perfect sense to you based on his interests. I'm blaming you for not telling me. I told you, but you'd never responded, so I assume that you either fell asleep or left. I was like, yeah, too bad Flamingo's missing, or whatever thing, yesterday's stream. And no response. And I was like, okay, I tried. What was that? I didn't hear you. I'm pretty sure I said. I'll go back through that 6-hour stream and post it. Oh, my hip just popped. Do it, you won't. Oh, are you sure? He went to college to study marine biology. His ultimate goal was finding an environment cultivate? Consolidation? Rude! I am not. I am challenging you. Fair. Fair, Flamingo. I will find it. Greetings, streamer. Hello, Munacross. How are you? I will do it, Flamingo. That's what I'll do tomorrow. rewatch that entire stream. And consolation job on the side while also working at your shared business, he still volunteered with Orca when his workload allowed it. Cove got a 2-year degree. He worked with you in your shared business, and actually working part-time at Orca, helping educate the public on ocean conservation and participating in shore restoration efforts. Still suffering from... Oh no! Hopefully you feel better soon. Ivy just walked over to go snuggle with her brother. Oh? Or not. Just doing the dog thing where you spin a bunch of times. Oh, they're so cold looking. You will. Yes, I really truly hope that you do feel better. COVID sucks. I had it around Christmas time, so it sucks. I didn't get it too bad, but it still sucks. Oh, I read that. As an adult, Cove also was able to recognize and have diagnosed that he was on the autism spectrum. It was something that hadn't been noticed by his doctors as a child, but he was still the same Cove he always was to you. But he was just glad to be able to understand himself better. It was a thrill. It thrilled you to see how happy and successful he had grown to be. On the whole, life continued its steady beat forward. You all went down it with it down the path you chose. It was strange and wonderful. No matter how old you got and how far you roamed, or how long you were away, the home you had in Sunset Bird still called you back eventually. The car rumbled down the highway, and you had started to zone out when a truck in the left lane loudly zoomed past. Your driver didn't remark on it, just like anything else this trip. You went back to staring out the window, letting the scenery pass by you. You did appreciate the spacious back seat of your ride, and you hadn't known exactly when you would be coming in, so you decided to use a ride app rather than asking your mom to pick you up. It turned out to be a convenient choice. You looked forward to surprising your parents at the door, and you smiled at the thought of their faces lighting up. Luckily, this hadn't been that big of a trip for you. You lived close enough that travel hadn't turned into a big production. However, that didn't make the occasion mundane. For once, your moms had decided to have a modest celebration dinner for their anniversary. Unlike when you were growing up, they preferred not to make a big deal about it. This year, they were comfortable having a party. As time went on, they found that building the center of attention easier to handle, and you were happy to see it. With this going on, there were no way that either you or Lizzie would miss out on your mom's anniversary. Both of you had made plans to come back home for it. You didn't hear from Liz about her exact schedule, and you hadn't shared yours either. It reminded you when you were kids, both of you would, and both knew to show up for dinner, but didn't keep each other in the loop for each other's pre-dinner plans. This was the same concept after all. Ooh, my eyes. Some things stayed the same, and yet it was definitely different from when you would see your sister every day. And knew sort of what she was doing anyway from osmosis. And today you had no idea. Things were always changing. You mused on how times it was hard to believe that you didn't live at your parents' anymore, and yet you couldn't imagine going back and living as a kid under their rules. The rest of the drive flew by. Your silent driver provided a smooth ride. No sharp turns or hard stops jolting you from out of your own head. Your thoughts turned into introspects, into observant. The landscaping past became more familiar. You frequently recognized the landmarks that dotted the area. A grin came to your face as you passed the "now entering" sign for Sunset Bird. Excitement built within you, and you were really here. You were doing this. The driver turned off a street, and you realized that their map program was taking you the way Mom preferred. It would usually would have used the other side to pass by the street. In no time, the car had gone through the whole town, pulling in front of your mom's condo, and the car slowed to a stop and parked. With the buzz of the highway gone, you realized you could hear a familiar sound of the waves. The air smelled salty, and a rush of childhood memories flooded back. You started to gather your things and humming to yourself once more about how happy your moms would be to see you. After that, you notified everyone else that you made your trip safely. You pulled over your suitcase from the other seat and yanked your bag from down near your feet. Tap, tap. You were startled by the sudden sound of tapping on the glass. It caused you to pause. Did you really hear what you thought you did? It wasn't entirely sure, but as soon as you heard something, the window of the opposite side of the car rolled down. It confused you until you put together, despite the driver's silence, you weren't actually alone in the car. The driver must have pressed the button. Someone had to be there. You turned your head to face the now opened window. The boy! Ow. There he was, leaning his arms across the window, your fiancé, Cove Bolton. He was beaming at you with one of his freshest open smiles. No, he isn't. His mouth is closed. Hey, Sophia. Hello, Watson. Cutie. What a surprise this is. I didn't expect you to be in this neighborhood. Fiancé? Not exactly, Flamingo. We got engaged last stream. Stop picking at the ear. No. Okay, now it's a wide open smile. It's a smile. Yes, Flamingo, we went back in time and we proposed to him. We could have married him already, but I figured we were doing the wedding DLC. after this, so I figured we would just get married then. What a surprise this is. I didn't expect to see you in this neighborhood. He was joking, of course. Seeing your expression, he decided to pursue it further. It's not like I've been waiting for you all morning or anything. Kara clearly wasn't watching then. Oh, she was. She was just throwing a big conniption. Speaking of which, I don't see Carl. Or at least I think I don't. Pardon me as I message for my dad to get here. Hanky Panky? Nah. And Flamingo, we were talking about the 18 plus DLC again. About, I think, just doing it in Carl's Discord, the quarantine zone. Spanky Wink. It's not like I've been waiting for you all morning or anything. Cove. I've been the one wanting to see you. Sorry to keep you waiting. You've survived. Wolfie Discord went. I don't want to make one. I'm too lazy. Maybe. You scream excitedly. You stared stunned. Sorry to keep you waiting. He chuckled at your apology and inclined his head. Yeah. I'm sending her a photo since she hasn't fixed her Snapchat. I don't know what Carl's doing, but I definitely just sent her this chest. I just want to see her just screech and chat. Don't worry about it. And then he gripped the top of the car door, pushing half of his torso through the opening. That was enough to make the driver break their silence with a sharp, "Hey." This boy. So, hypothetically speaking, if you were to make a Discord and transfer ownership. Oh, if I were able to make a Discord and transfer. Possibly, but could you do that? Woo! Boy, I don't think my throat's gonna last this entire stream, but we're gonna fucking try. Oh, Carl's on Do Not Disturb. Or nighttime. Whatever the fuck that is. Carl, get over here. What's to make Wolfie's Discord? Carl, was thinking about just making a section in her Discord for me. Which I'm like, cool. If you know how to do that, then yeah, I don't mind. I could just send people to the, laboratory. And everyone's like, isn't this someone else's Discord? And I'm like, yeah, I'm a freeloader. You expect me to deal deal with my own server. Nah, I gotta be a freeloader. What, son? What are you doing? Boo! Boo yourself. Code did not seem to notice and continued climbing through the window as he pushed one hand down in the middle seat and propped his dangling body up. A friend of yours offered to help, remember? Ooh. Halo? I should have made myself another cup of tea before this. Thank you. Did they? Oops. He could use his other hand to caress your cheek as he leaned in close as he could. I missed you. You scooched across the street to kiss him on the lips. You leaned over to kiss him on the forehead. You covered his hand with yours. You flicked his nose. Or you did your best to hug him without knocking him down. You grinned. Carl wants me to flick him in the nose, but just kiss him. Hey, baby. He reciprocated it. Words. Words are hard. I shall be out with dealing with insurance policy. But no hanky-panky when I'm away. But Carl, you gonna miss the wedding? How could you? Hanky-panky while you're... The arm holding him wobbled at your touch. You could feel him smile under your smooch. He clearly was struggling to avoid falling down into the cushion. You pulled back just a little to get a better view of his face. I missed you. I love you. Okay, now get out of the car, you... Get out of the window, you crazy person. You're cute. You really should... I really should have expected this. You and your windows. Get out of the car. Just close it on him. No. I promise this was unplanned. I know. This still doesn't make a difference. Cub's smile turned awkward as the arm started to bend lower, causing his body to slide downward. Causing his body to slide downward with it, he turned his head to the driver. Sorry. I'm always causing trouble in this neighborhood. Ko shifted around more, squirming back to where he came from. Carl. After he successfully pushed off the window and landed on the pavement with a thud, you opened your car door. You threaded your arms through various straps of the bags, climbed out. Cove took a few long strides around the back of the car to quickly meet up on your side. Cove stood in front of you, and it struck you that the two of you were back in Sunset Bird, reuniting once again on the street. You jumped into his arms, you gave him a friendly punch, you ruffled his hair, you held out your hand for a high five, you held out your hand for a fist bump, you shyly waved. You waved shyly at him. Oh my god. It's gonna be a long night, guys, if I can't fucking read in the beginning. Jumped into his arms. You put your luggage down first. You were still holding the bags. Fuck the luggage. Oh. You dropped your bags on the paved road and then got a bounding start to leap into Cove. He caught you unsurprised at your action. When you were situated, he leaned on the balls of his feet and fully lifted you off the ground. His goofy grin let you know how much he was enjoying your enthusiastic embrace. He didn't have a problem holding you up, especially his large height allowed him to lift you well off the ground. With one last swing, he let you back down. You were really ecstatic to be around him again, absolutely thrilled that it was here in this town where you were together. Even if it had only been a short time since you seen him off, you still missed Cove greatly, and it somehow felt a lot longer. Given your different schedules and travel abilities, it had worked out better for Cove to head out to Sunset Bird first. He only arrived in the evening before, however, and securing a hotel room. Until now, you never had to deal with that inconvenience of being in a tourist-heavy area. It was a fight to get a place close by during the heat of the summer vacation season. Living without him at your place was strange. Cove was basically a part of you at this point, and you were gladly to feel whole again. Oh! You idly shifted your luggage, and then it struck you were a short one. You got out in such a hurry, it was left behind you. You reached into the car to pull it out. Cove stood aside as you made a dash for the door. Your shouldered the small bag and felt relief that you were able to brush your teeth tonight. Got everything this time? You stood up straight. Everything was truly gathered out of the car, and you gave the back seat one last glance and then nodded. Cove shut the car door. After you moved out of its way, the two of you stepped off the street, giving the driver some room. Cove waved. Sorry again. The driver said nothing and drove off. With the road clear, you let your gaze drift across the neighborhood that you had known forever. It was such a small place to spend so many days. You were flooded with memories of going up and down the street during every stage of your life. Being a little kid and following your big sister to the playground, becoming a teen and staying out later, growing into an adult who had left their parents' house behind to be independent. You could feel the summer sun on your skin from all times you were headed out to the beach. You saw the same surrounding as a young adult did when leaving home. It was hardly the amount of history you had. Okay. Now you were back. Despite taking in the neighborhood again, you were never lost awareness of Cove's presence. From the corner of your eye, you could see him there in the familiar sights of as well. So many of memories included him. Your mind drifted from the neighborhood itself to the person who used to live there. You couldn't help but feel nostalgic. You still remembered his face, his voice.
I can't believe you've done this.
What did I do, Flamingo? What did I do? Trying to finish the game? Still remembering his voice, his face, his voice, the scar on his eye. You're not gonna fucking tell me, are you? Rude. The scar on his arm from the days long gone. He had changed so much since the first time you met him, yet, even with those changes, he was always recognizable. He was familiar like the sky was. In the way you knew the sea every day, things may appear different, but they were still an inexorable part of your life. What the fuck is that word? It was a world with the help of Mr. Hulton and his ill-thought $20 bill that brought you together to begin with. But the two of you had chosen each other. Bye, Woodson. I think Woodson just put himself to bed. There, it is almost 9. Yeah, he left, didn't he? Miss Ivy? You gonna go follow him? What are you doing? No, Ivy is just stealing his spot. I'm gonna go stick a blanket on her. So cold. Hey, Wolfie, hey. Wolfie. What's up, Flamingo? Sorry, Woodson, I don't have another blanket. Oh, Flamingo. Alright, let me get some water. You gonna go lay down, Woodson? Alright, Flamingo. Ada. There you go, Flamingo. Would be better if my voice wasn't dying. I fucking love that emote, Flamingo. Alright. You had never let your interactions fade. You decided to nurture your relationship into what it was. You would continue to keep Cove close into the rest of your adult years. I swear, everyone loves the lick. It is beautiful. It's glorious. He was the love of your life, your wonderful fiancé, and the day you would officially marry couldn't come soon enough. He was the one you wanted to keep spending year after year with, as you'd done for the years before this. It was impossible to imagine a life without him. Cove noticed you were staring at him after a while. The smile with his eyebrows raising in curiosity. He was very transparent with his questions if there was something you wanted to say. You shook your head and returned him a soft expression. You let yourself get carried away in the tide of the moment. Memories? But now it was time to focus on the present. Ready to see my mom's? Cove nodded and then pointed to all your luggage bundled around your legs. Can I help with any of that? Yes, yeah, thank you. You can help with all of it. No, I'm carrying it like my groceries. Ooh, in one go. No, the house is literally right there. No, you can drop them off. You can help with all of it. Yes, thank you. You gratefully passed him a bag. It was a lot easier to balance everything with that out of the way. He used both hands to take hold of the one piece of luggage and stood tall, pleased to be able to provide his assistance. The bag situation resolved, the two of you strolled over to the Layton residence. I forgot I named it the fucking thing. It's gonna get me every time now. Resident door. You started to pat your pockets instinctively, only to realize you no longer carried the key to the house. Why not? Your eyes scanned the entryway, a little lost, only to spy the doorbell. The thought of ringing it felt super weird. As you place the inconvenient placed button on, or you press the inconveniently placed button on the side wall, you remember that no matter how much this place would always be home to you, it's not where you lived. Being back here was putting on a uniform after you quit the store where it came from. It had remained the same, but your circumstances had changed. I still have my McDonald's uniform. It's funny because they recently changed the uniform. It's an ugly yellow, and I'm so glad I never was... I wasn't the one wearing it. Poe shifted on his feet awkwardly, obviously also thrown by you being stuck out here keyless. You heard muffled voices and shuffled around from the inside. Your heartbeat sped up in anticipation. The door swung open, and there was your mom's smiling face. She immediately brightened seeing you standing there. Look at how moms have changed. They're slowly growing older. I know Coke's changing, but just seeing the moms get older, I'm like, oh. Well. Ma twisted her head back and gave a shout down the hall. Lonnie, guess who's here? Winston, I was talking in the game. Come here. Come here, baby. Come here. You're just standing there. It sounds like a snowplow, but I know definitely is not a snowplow because it hasn't snowed. Alright. There were more distant noises. No doubt Ma was getting up from where she was to come see. Her high-spirited words rang out clearly. I hope it's one of my children. Ma snickered, still holding the door halfway open to hide you a little longer. Cove flushed as if suddenly realizing he was going to be presented for your mom's enthusiasm welcome of you. You smiled to reassure him that he wasn't intruding. What, son? What, son? Come here, baby. Hi, baby boy. What are you doing? What are you barking at? Hi, baby boy. What are you doing? You gonna come up here? No? You're just gonna want the pet. Cove flush. We read that. Ma finally. Oh, you heard the noise. Ma finally reached the door and peered over Ma's shoulder. Look at them. It is. Hello, Sophia. Oh, Woodson. She gave you a once-over. The other one hasn't moved from under her blanket. Patted the tops of your shoulder and moving down the sides of your arm before she nodded in satisfaction that you were in one piece. One piece!
How sweet.
This is a wonderful surprise. Ma inclined her head to Cove next, not leaving him out either. Hello, sweetie. You count as one of my kids at this point anyways, and I have doubled the surprise today.
Yeah.
Oh, poor nervous Cove. You started at your ma's greeting and they never change. Cove, as opposed to Cove bashfully waved at them. He hadn't relaxed fully, but he had settled down at their welcome. Well, don't just stand there. Come on in. Your mom moved aside and held the door open for you. You gestured for you to enter. Stepping into the living room, it was comfortable and cool. Cove was half a step behind you. His eyes were on the new painting your moms must have added since the last time you were here. What are you doing? What's it? Hi. You just want to be petted? Yeah. He just gives me his head to pet. We read that. Things were mostly the same, but there was more decoration since you have seen the house last. Mom must have gotten the urge for some interior designing again. It struck you how odd it was to be a guest, only to observe their choices for the living room here, rather than the full-time occupant. Ma came up in front of you, excitement in her eyes. I'm so glad you're here.
That's fine.
You know, your mom and I would have been happy picking you up, but you were self-sufficient and responsible. That's okay. What matters is that you arrived safely. Son, what are you doing? You gonna come up and lay down? You gonna lay down right here? I can still pet you if you're up here. No, just wants his ears rubbed. Look at them! Itch. Ma appeared at her side with a nod. Welcome back, kiddos. Still appreciate that your parents respect you as an adult, even if mom still calls you kiddo. You figured out a long time ago that you always be their kiddo, no matter how grown you become. It was part of the whole parent-child deal with her. You hugged your moms, you grinned, you took your mom's hands, or you gave them a thumbs up. I'm hugging them. You took another step forward and pulling Mom and Ma into a big hug and squeezing them tight. Their arms wrapped around you in return. Yes. Hey, you. What are you doing? I just want to pull you up here, just set you on my lap, but you're a little too big. You see what? A little too big. Their arms wrapped around you in return, and you could feel their love for you in their embrace. I'm happy to be here. I miss you both. It's great seeing you. I wanted to surprise you. I thought you deserved a little break after everything I put you through. You enjoyed the moment. Happy to be here. Good. That's all I wanted to hear. It's always nice when I'm able to come by. Your ma's giggled and pleased. I hope you both are doing well. Is everything set up for your anniversary dinner?
No problem.
We're happy to help if there's something we can do. We've been plenty fine. It's just been a little quiet, but it's not a bad thing. Ma placed her arms around Ma's shoulder, giving her a side hug.
Don't worry about it.
Don't worry about the party. We planned to eat at the Compress. That's not Compress. Cypress? Nothing fancy. Which is kind of the funny thing about the say about a pretty fancy country club. He finally crawled up into the couch. The bigger issue has just been making sure everyone could make it for the day. I'm taking a photo of him. Cute. Yep, read that. Speaking of which, Liz will be arriving tonight, and we plan on picking her up later. I guess Liz isn't as grown up as Sophia. Mom snickered at her own joke, and Ma lightly elbowed her with a barely hidden grin.
Josh?
As I'm saying, we could drop you off wherever you're staying if you don't mind waiting for that. I'm sorry there's not space for you in the house. It's gotten crowded in those old rooms since you and Liz moved out. I don't know where all this stuff keeps coming from. Sure you don't. Pan him out. Pamela? It's okay. Cove already has a hotel room, and I'm going to be staying in it anyways. Cove sent you some pictures of the place when he arrived. Stylish and roomy. It was very nice. It was a double room. It was a room with a single king bed. Dude, we're going with the big bed. He claimed that the bed was the most comfortable, so you had high hopes about that. Though, mostly you were looking forward to having him next to you as you slept once again. Your ma smiled, relieved. Is Kyra already here, isn't she? She directed the question at Cove, and he bobbed his head a bit to go along with his reply. Yeah, I heard she made it. She's going to be staying with Dad while she's in town.
Oh?
Have you gone over to say hello yet? Cove chuckled self-consciously. This time he shook his head. He raised an eyebrow since you had figured he had taken the chance while you waiting for you. Not yet. I should do that now. I just wanted Sophia to be there too. He caught your eye with an adorable smile. Ma laughed at that, no doubt thinking that Cove was sweet, but ridiculous.
How nice.
It's nice to know your priorities. Yeah. Cove awkwardly rubbed his arm and shifted on his feet, looking all too much like he did as a kid.
So?
Sophia, do you want to go over to my house now? That's a good idea. We won't be leaving until the late evening. You heard Ma, let's go over and see your parents. Cove perked back up, excited once more. We'll be keeping an eye on your things while you're out. There's no reason to be carrying all of that around. You set down your bags in the living room, tucked in a corner where they wouldn't be in the way. Cove helped. Your mom's waved at the two of you off as you walked back to the entranceway. Thanks, see you soon. You waved back and opened the front door for Cove. With that, the two of you were on your way to see Cove's family next. This trip put a little special pep in Cove's step as you crossed the street to his dad's house together. Your spirits were equally high. Doing this, you felt like a teen again. You had known Cove's parents a long time, and when it came to what you called his dad, you stuck with the familiar classic Mr. Colton. You switched back to saying Cove's dad. You called him. You were on first name basis with him, or you waited for the right time to call him dad, and you felt that could be now. Screw it, we're calling him dad. It's a better dad. Your cheeks warmed and This has been on your mind for a while since you've gotten engaged to his son. You knew in your heart that this might be the perfect time. Daddy? For his ma, you were still on first name basis with Kyra. You called her Mom 3 in a non-serious way. You've been waiting for the right time to call her Mom. There's a knot in my hair, and I'm pulling that out. And Mommy? Yeah, Daddy and Mommy. Woodson. What are you doing, Woody Woodson? You've been giving this a ton of thought recently, and there's a smile on your face. Smile on your face wavered. There was probably no better time than now to test this out. Suddenly you hoped that she would be okay with it. If not, that wouldn't change much of how you considered her another ma in your heart. Cove hopped to the front door, didn't even bother knocking. He just twisted the knob and it swung open. Mommy, the adult version of Ed, and Eddie. It's what do you got when you got 3 moms? And then the one dad. With a grin. Oh. I just call it Woodson Cove. Woodson. Woodson. Psst. What are you doing? Who's there? What is he doing, Ivy? Well, he saw something. With a grin, Cove gave you a gratified thumbs up, and you shook your head in disapproval. You both knew that you hypocritically supported his behavior. Your dad's lucky we aren't criminals. He brushed your comment aside and went into his old house. Cliff was there, standing in the kitchen, babysitting a pan on the stove. He turned his head at the sound of footsteps, and he brightened instantly at the sight of you both. Cove matched his enthusiasm instantly. I think Cove is taller than his dad. Too bad Carl's not here to see the daddy. If it was anyone else, you could have thought he lightened up with a childlike joy over seeing his dad again. But since you knew what Cove was actually like a child, you were aware this level of happiness with Cliff was definitely not equivalent to any childhood feelings of his. Dad! Cliff gracelessly pushed what he was cooking into a different burner and then flipped off the heat and rushed over to both of you. Cove flew forward and meeting him halfway in a hug. Cove squished his eyes shut and held his dad in a tight hug. Cliff soothingly rubbed his son's back. The more of an adult Cove became, the more he turned into Big Daddy's boy. It seemed. Missed you. Missed you too. Can't do voices. It was sweet. And teasing aside, it was wonderful to see them at this place in their relationship after years of struggling to connect. When the hug broke, Cliff hooked an arm around his son's neck, and he let out a deep laugh. I still can't believe you outgrew me. I really thought I had that on him after he graduated high school, but then he just kept going. Cove's my little brother. He might be still growing and I don't want him to. I'm already short. Chuckling, he shook his fist in mock anger, Cove ducking his head and laughing in kind. Sorry, Dad. Cove's cheeks turned pink and he averted his eyes. He was becoming bashful, so you knew he had more to say, and Cove softly added. But I was raised really well. No way he's still growing. He might. But I think he's done. But if he grows anymore, me and my older brother have joked about cutting off his feet. That's if he passes my older brother. His dad's expression instantly crumbled with emotion. He sniffled and Cove put an arm around him, tugging him into a side hug. You observed their little reunion fondly, happy to let them enjoy their moment. They were the perfect pair of sentimentals. Cliff eventually turned his attention to you.
Hey.
Hey, Sophia. It's great to see you. 6'4" is the limit. Nah, if he gets to 6'5", then we cut off his legs. He must not grow any taller. My older brother is like, I must stay the tallest one in this family. Ugh. He pulled away from Cove and approached you with a little wave. He was back to his cheerful self. Hi, Dad. Or, Dad, it's nice to see you. I missed you, Dad. You waved, you offered a high five, you gave his arm a pat, you hugged him, or you smiled. Hug him, the bitch. You went with your arms extended. He immediately pulled you into a big hug. He smelled like spices from the kitchen and sunscreen that used to lather Cove in as a kid. Sighing happily, you momentarily felt at home, but you noticed his whole body was rigid, and you noticed what you called him. There was a loud gasp that escaped Cliff, and you glanced over to Cove for his reaction, and he grinned sweetly with misty eyes. Dad? Yeah, Dad, if it's okay. Cliff placed his hands on your shoulder, and the sudden weight of them jolted you away from your thoughts.
I'm so glad.
That's absolutely okay. More than okay. Overwhelmed with emotion, his voice squeaked at first, and he barely noticed. But he barely noticed he was beaming with joy. I would love to be your dad. The best dad I could ask for. Finally! Calling you a family is no longer a joke. I'm looking forward to all the new surprises this will bring. You teared up, or bashfully you looked away. It is no longer a joke. Cliff's head flew back with another laughter fest at that. The blush in Cove's cheek seemed pinker, but the way his mouth curved into a bent smile made your heart bleed. You're gonna have a new comedy routine. Yeah, but I'd rather have this than be funny. Same here, sport. Thanks, Dad. I feel like I lost it at some point with this, and I was like, a good dad. I have a dad. Woo! Grinning, Cliff reached out and shook Cove's forearm. Cove didn't move, but he did watch him with complete bafflement. Did you hear that, bud? I'm a dad now. Coach snorted, unable to stop himself from teasing his father just a little. You're already a dad. True. But now I get to install my dad wisdom in more than just your noggin. Giddy, Giddy. You couldn't help but be happier with your decision, and the two men in front of you were part of your important family. Cliff cleared his throat, pulling attention to himself. He crossed his arms. But before we get too carried away, it's not a real reunion yet. Kyra is still in the guest suite. I'll go get her. He eagerly bolted down the hallway, and you could hear every step he took, and it ended with a distant knock. Kyra, they're here. It was only seconds before there was a loud noise of a door being yanked open, and pounding of feet hitting the wooden floor grew even louder this time.
My baby.
There you go, Flamingo. Here she is. Your mommy. Next to you, Cove let out a nervous laugh. His parents entered the living room, and Kyra stretched her arms out wide. Mommy, where were you? The fucking emotes jumping everywhere is great. Kyra stretched her arms out wide when she spotted you both, and Cove went to her easily. You went for a hug too. You opened your arms for a big hug. You raised your arms up to pass, or you shook your head no. Hugger. She held you both in her arms as you squeezed her back with nearly the same intensity. You felt loved. Cove wrapped his free arm around her too. He rested his head on top of hers and let out a happy sigh. At that moment, Kyra let go, pulling back to get a better look at your faces, and she surveyed every inch of them, appeared satisfied. You both looked well. That's wonderful. That's just what I like to see. And hi, Mom. Thanks, Mom. Or you look great too, Ma. Welcome back, Ma. Or I missed you, Mom. I missed you too. She froze mid-thought of your words caught up to her, and Kyra's hands immediately flew to her face, covering her mouth. Her stunned look quickly melted into affection, and you felt ecstatic. Slowly, her hands lowered, revealing the biggest smile you have ever seen on her face. Do you mind? It's okay, Sophia. I'll be the luckiest lady to have you as another beautiful baby. Thank you, I'm so glad. Okay, which one of you bonked me? Of course it was you, TG. My nose itches. Aw, but I'm a grown-up, not a baby. That's great. You can never have too many moms. You teared up, Ashley looked away at the ground. You can never have too many moms. That was for me. Your mouth curled into a teasing grin, cracking up the room. Ko shook his head when you caught his eye. Trying to start a collection. No. You shook your head, glancing over at Kyra, her smile grew. Just wanted one more officially.
Alright.
Well, it's official. Sophia's our kid now. Couldn't they just put Cove in? There you go, Flamingo. A folder look. And this is for Caro if she watches this later. There you go. your dad. He turned to Kyra with 2 thumbs up and she giggled. We had plenty of practice with the first one, and I think we'll do a great job with the second time. Sophia has already spent most of their childhood dealing with your parenting. Oh, let's go. Sophia has already spent most of her childhood dealing with your parenting. You can't pretend that this is a fresh start now. She already knows. His dad shrugged in agreement, and Cove wasn't wrong. But that didn't stop the rumble of laughter resounding in his dad's chest, and Kyra clapped her hands together as she was thrilled with the news. I'm innocent, sure, Flamingo. So, what's new? How have you both been? Kyra gave a nod for Cliff to go first. Cheerfully, he waved a hand.
No worries.
Oh, the same old, same old. Still got the shop, still got my friends and family, of course, and still the most exciting thing around here is seeing who will rent that one free condo. Baxter, where did you go? Incredible. I always knew you were such a snore. They snickered, and you couldn't help but peek at Cove. He rolled his eyes dramatically, drawing out a few giggles from you. The whole time there was still happy smile flexed on his face.
Well,
For me, there's been good news. I've gotten some interesting assignments lately. Oh. And I recently went to Seattle, and Kyra twirled a strand of her hair shyly, and her mouth curled up into a grin. Whatever she was talking about, it made her happy. Things have still been going well with the guy from work, but a little early to bring him all the way out here to California to meet the family. Well, sorry, Flamingo, but apparently she's not single anymore. Rip. Cove crossed his arms. He and his dad nodded. It was clear she appreciated the acceptance from her 2 boys. That's great. I'm really happy for you. I hope he gets the seal of approval when he does come around. He nodded silently. You added a thumbs up to keeping things light, and her smile widened, grateful for your gesture. So that's us. I'm going with 2 mommies at once. Best of luck. So that's us. Do you have any plans for your first day back? The only thing I have to do is pick up Liz later tonight before we head back to our hotel room.
Great.
He suddenly looked over his shoulder, his eyebrows pushed together. I'm glad you're here, but I remember I was in the middle of cooking something. Oh, shit. There you go. The whole Holton family. Ranged by from smallest to tallest, apparently. That's how my mom likes to take our family photos. My poor oldest sister. She's at the fucking bottom. Only a small cackle escaped you when you fought off the giant grin taking over your face. Meanwhile, Cove erupted into laughter that had his dad shaking his head. That's fine, Dad. Go salvage what you can. I think it was nice to explore the old neighborhood for a while. Anyway, since we got time. Cove directed the last part to you as he spoke, hoping you would want to go with him. You nodded automatically, and you were already looking forward to it. That's a perfect idea.
makes sense.
I think so too. You should go enjoy the day. I'll hang back here so I won't be a third wheel. Someone's got to keep an eye on Cliff before he catches the whole kitchen on fire. Ma, you're not a third wheel. Cove stiffly stuck his arms at his side like a little kid, and a small smirk tugged at Kyra's mouth, and she winked. You know what I mean. Have a good walk. I'll see you both later. Cheerily, Cliff waved before going back to cooking, and Cove smiled warmly.
Bye.
Bye, we'll see you soon. Cove trailed behind you as you walked into the welcoming summer sun. He stopped, closing his eyes to stretch out his arms in the warm rays. Couldn't get my fucking water bottle open. Summer is my least favorite holiday. Holiday! I meant, season. Yeah, guys, didn't you know summer's a holiday? He stopped, closing his eyes to stretch his arm in the warm rays. Summer vacation, if you consider a holiday. I know, but we don't get summer vacation anymore. Right now, everything is a vacation. Me no work. Satisfied, Cove turned to you, carefully took your hand in his. The heat of that mate was better and more comforting than any ray. My background changed. Any ray of sunlight that could shine on you today. Stepping closer, you squeezed his hand and your mouth curved into a playful smile. Let's get out of here. Cove hummed in agreement while you climbed on his back. Okay. While you both had a secure grip, he stood up. The moment bounced you more than usual. Under your hand, you could feel the vibration of Cove's laughter in Cove's chest. Let's go. Naturally, you found yourself heading down the road towards the beach. Your spirits rose even higher as you strolled across the sand, heading to its shopping district. Arrived, you both passed tourists who were taking the site for the very first time. Being a local was a badge of honor you wore proudly. You casually walked past shops. Over the years, some had closed down, but many stalls were still exactly the same as they were when you were little. Cove snapped his head as far as it could go one side, and you so dramatically you couldn't have missed it. Something clearly caught his eye, but you couldn't see it.
Please?
There's a pretzel stand open today. Can we get one? His gaze found you again. He wore the biggest smile and you chuckled. I wonder if I can order that big pretzel. I know there is a restaurant around here that sells big pretzels. Guys, what if I buy a giant pretzel tomorrow? We can. You don't need my permission. Of course you can. I don't want one, though. You nodded happily. Yes, we can. Give me that pretzel. You finally thought about retracting your previous thought, and Cove was beaming now. So, you're gonna get one that comes with the little frosting cups, aren't you? That's right. After that, you both happily made your way over to the stall. Being pulled in faster by one delicious aroma of the stall. With that, you changed course to the pretzel stand for a snack break. Cove was very pleased by the morsel he picked up, and that was good to see. What? I didn't get to pick mine? Sad. The sun arched across the sky, and you went up and down the road as a pair. By the time you reached the beach, the day was beginning to fade into night. Cove kicked off his shoes and tossing them into the sand. He wanted to get his feet wet in the waves as fast as possible. You joined him, or you avoided the water. Normally, I don't like being in the water. Join him. In seconds, you had your feet freed and your shoes abandoned in the sand, and you kept going until you were ankle deep in the water. Cove sighed contentedly. You followed his line of sight to the setting sun. It painted the sky with hues of orange and pink. It really feels like summer now. He bore a bent smile and turned to you. The light illuminated like a halo behind him. The sight took your breath away. In fact, it's hard to think of anything that feels more perfect summer than moments exactly like this, being here at the sunset and Sunset Bird with you. I'm so glad we were able to come visit. I do like our living situation now, being over just being neighbors, but still. Sir, we got the one free condo that we can just take. You hummed in agreement. Your heart fluttered at the moment that you met Cove's eyes. Your mouth lifted into a pleased smile. I'm happy to. Of course, we would end up like this again sooner or later. It's a wonderful day. I guess it's not so bad being back in the neighborhood. He didn't say anything. The last rays of sun glittered on the water, memorizing you. You couldn't help but feel like this was exactly where you belonged right now. Cove muttered quietly, losing himself in his thoughts again. Shortly after, you saw his hand shoot down into the sand. He stood straight back up with a lopsided smile and got to work brushing the sand off his prize. You knew without a single word Cove found a shell for your collection. As you wandered down the beach, Cove followed at your side in comfortable silence. Your shadow stretched across the sand like they were leading the way. The only noise you could hear were the soft footfalls of your feet and the waves gently rocking onto the shore. For a moment in time, it felt like there was the only two of you in your own little world. Eventually, the bubble popped when you realized your phone was going off. It was Ma, hoping you would be back soon. Curious, Cove's eyes slid down to your phone, and you let your hand fall back down to your side, and you held the phone pressed to against the palm of your hand. It's Ma. She wants to know when we'll be there. Cove scratched the back of his neck and shook his head. His mouth twitched like he had a funny thought. Dang parents. Always trying to make us come home before it gets too dark. You laughed. There's no escape from curfew as long as we're in this neighborhood. Parents are such a pain. It sucks that we have to leave already. Don't act like a little kid. Or you shrugged. I don't know if I saw this one TikTok where the person actually lived there. They were the next door neighbor of their parents, and they were like, I love grocery shopping at my neighbor's house. And walked in, took some strawberries, and left. I'm like, that would totally be me. It's like we've been warped back to little kids at the moment we set foot at that entry sign. Cove's nose crinkled in fake disgust, and you bursted into fits of giggles. It will be nice not have to worry about bills again. Sometimes. After one last glance, you put your phone away and Cove gave a small shrug. Ready? Yep. Let's go. Together you left the beach, feeling the call of home pull you forward. The both of you ran off to your mom's house, leaving the waves behind and welcoming the beginning of summer. Cove and you ran up the beach, sand flying from your steps. Cove made it to the road first, but you managed to catch up to him by the time you reached the house. It wasn't exactly a race, but yet it wasn't not a competition. The both of you were laughing by the time you bumbled through your old front door together. You inhaled deeply and shouted loud enough to be heard anywhere in the house. We're here! Your moms were sitting in the living room. Their eyes sparkled as they locked onto you and your dusting of the sand.
Hello.
Welcome home. Mom leaned forward, eyebrows raised at your jubilant entry, and Ma sighed wistfully.
Aww.
That brings back memories. Cove chuckled shyly as he scratched the back of his head. Hope we're not too late. Nope, just in time, but you better start packing it up. Liz will be waiting. Ma nodded as she stood from her seat. She lightly ran her fingers over her clothes to smooth out the wrinkles. It took you a second to remember where you put your stuff, and you needed it to get it all into the car so you could get everything back to your hotel. Can I help? You shrugged and directed him to your bags. With Cove's, your mom's, and yourself on the job, it took one trip to get everything to the car. Yep. That's not what that said, but... Cove firmly closed the trunk, and you thanked everyone for the assistance. Of course, kiddo. Come along, my family. Let's get in the car. Everything in one trip every time. I know, I was just like... Even if they didn't help, we would have gotten it. She gave Cove a special look to make it clear that she meant him. Cove climbed into the back seat with a decided touch expression on his face, and you got on the other side. With everyone was situated and buckled, the engine was started and Ma pulled out into the street. You couldn't help but feel amused to be stuck in the backseat with Cove while your moms were driving you around. It was really like you were little kids again. Cove caught you staring at him and gave you a bent smile. He was probably on the same wavelength as you, with a sheer mischief in it. There was some light chatter on the drive, and no one brought up anything too deep. It was mostly became swapping jokey stories. The entire trip was marked by a heavy sense of anticipation. Everyone was ecstatic to see Liz and hear what she's been up to. When you were near the airport, Mom pulled out her phone to call Liz, and Ma followed the signs to the correct pickup area, asking you to shout if you saw your sister. Yeah, Liz, we're waiting. We're at Wing B. There's a blue sign that says North America.
Alright.
Tell her we're in front of the building with the blue windows. She says she's outside by a yellow truck. I see at least 3 yellow trucks. I think they're doing work at the airport. Back and forth continue, and Ma was driving around in a wide circular airport road while Mom was attempting to coordinate between her and Liz's location. Aha! You leaned forward, peering out the front of the car. Tall, poised silhouette pulling a pale purple roll-along suitcase behind her. It was definitely Liz. She waved to the car, and Ma parked along the sidewalk next to her, and Mom put her phone away with a cheer. Mission accomplished, team. And then there's just me and my mom. We're just like, yeah, I'm at door E3. And she's like, alright, got it. Be there in a second. And then my little brother went to go pick up someone, and he's like, I'm at this door. And she's like, what do you mean that the doors have names? He was like, I hate this. Ma excitedly reached over to grasp Mom's raised hand, thrilled that the both of her kids were back.
Good job.
That's right. Liz came closer and yanked opened the back door beside her. She popped her head into the car, and her smile ornately, despite how tired she appeared. It must have been a long trip for her, yet her expression was that of the same familiar smirk that you'd grown up with.
Hey.
Hello, children. I am back. Missed you, you laughed. Liz! Welcome back, rude. Hey, old grandparents don't have any children. Okay. Whee! Computer needed the charger. Liz! Sophie! You smiled, you reached over and hugged her, you poked her cheek, you took her hand, you shook your head. Hug her. You quickly unbuckled and then launched yourself at your sister and she wrapped her arms around you and squeezed. Hi. Well, hi to you too, kiddo. Hello, sweetie. It's nice that you're here. Woody Woodson! What are you doing? What are we barking at? Hi, darling. What's up? You good boy? Yeah. Hi, Elizabeth. He jokingly huffed at her. And we are not children. Whatever you say, baby boy. She turned her gaze back to Mom and Ma. You really know how to make someone feel appreciated. I'm over here thinking I'm hungry. Thinking I can run down and have a snack. Or grab a snack and come back up. But then I'm like, I'm talking the entire time. Fuck it, I'm doing it. I'll be back. Alright, I'm back. I brought brownies, banana bread, and goldfish. Ugh. Alright, what do I want first? I can probably finish off the banana bread. Brownies can go over here. Are the brownies cut? I don't think they are. I think it's just one big thing. You really know how to make someone feel appreciated. ASMR.
Anton, what sort of madness is this?
Well, okay. And now we wait for 4 months. Thank you for the resub, TG. Hope you enjoy your badges. What's up, Ivy? What are you... No. I'm not giving you food. Her spirits were high, and you could tell that she was just happy to be here as everyone was here. Everyone was seeing her. Maybe if you reset or refresh, it might fix it. She left the car door open and then ducked out to walk around to the back of the car, and she opened the trunk to lift her luggage in. I'm gonna move your junk, Sophia. I'll keep it in front of my bag so you can get it later. Ma's dropping you off first, right? Yes, and it's not junk, it's important. Liz slammed the trunk closed. Ivy is resting her head on my lap. Or my arm. Waiting for food. Your brother stole your spot. I know. You sit here and act like I'm gonna give you food. You have fur stuck to your nose. Hi, baby. Liz slammed the trunk closed and without response. Liz swung around to the open door, and you noticed her hair had a few flyaways, no doubt from the long day of travel. Banana bread. Excuse me. Sit. Good girl. Bring back the mommies. They're in the car. Calm down for me. Do you have to lay your head on my arm? She leaned against the frame, giving you and Cove a significant look. I'm not sitting in the middle. Ari had 5 hours of that nightmare on the flight. Oh, sitting in the middle is kind of the worst. There's no way I'm getting in between you two. I mean, really, who would ever want to be the person pulling Cove Houghton and Sophia Layton apart? Cove puffed, again at her classic teasing of your relationship. Liz continued along that she didn't notice.
So?
I don't care how you decide who's scooting. I figure you can figure it out. You can fight it out somehow. Cove glanced over at you and shrugged. He unbuckled his seatbelt and moved to the middle. Thanks, Cove. I guess I will always have a bossy big sis. I'm sorry you're always in the middle, Cove. Some people must have their way. Good job I wasn't moving, or you stay quiet. Thanks, Cove. No problem. I'm almost disappointed that it was so easy. Rude. Ivy. Can you wait? You act like I don't feed you. I meant it when I said we weren't children anymore. It's just a middle seat. As a couple, you have to be in the middle. Yeah, like, the shorter one is usually the one in the middle. I was like, why am I not going in the middle? Why is there no option for me to go in the middle? Liz shrugged, not losing any of her smugness. Keep telling yourself that, and I'll keep taking the window seat. With the window seat open, Liz squished herself into the car and shutting the door. When everyone settled, Mom began to pull out.
Let's go.
Right. Liz crossed her legs, compacting herself slightly, and she braced most of her weight on the door instead of sitting up straight. It gave her a little more room. What are we doing, baby girl? Yeah. You have sleepies. Yes, you do. Hopefully we can finish the journey. This car is almost as old as we are.
Now.
It's still as good as you are. All the complaining definitely means Liz is back. We're equivalent to this junker. Hey, I love this old car. You silently watched what was happening from the outside. So complains Sophia. Mom turned up the radio as Mom merged onto the highway. The station was familiar, the normal soundtrack for when she drive you and Liz around town. I'm not feeding it to you. Especially with you with all the food allergies. Yes, you have a lot of food allergies. Yes, you do. Liz bounced in her seat, enjoying the classic tune. The songs would be old enough to vote at this point if they were a person. That was hard to believe. I know, look at you. With Liz, the conversation livened up, despite it being later and later in the night. She told you all about her week and all about the travel preparations she made. By the time she made it through the actual tale of travel itself, Liz started chuckling. On the plane, Liz had to sit next to a couple of girls who talked a lot about how they could read people. Liz recounted their conversation with her in hilarious detail as they apparently were trying to guess her occupation after only shaking her hand. Neither girls could agree with the other, and Liz refused to just tell them. The drive to your hotel was only so long. Eventually your group arrived, and you yawned to get out of the car when it stopped. Cove clambered out after you, and Liz gave a loud sigh of relief at all the extra space she found herself with. You and Cove grabbed the luggage, and you waved off your family after you said your goodbyes. After they left, you and Cove went to go find your room. Broom! Out. You scanned the key card to unlock the hotel room, and it sounded out a soft beep, and you turned the handle of the door. The door creaked open. Be healthy. By drinking water or eating? Or are you telling me to eat healthy? Because none of the shit I brought up here is healthy. Ow. She walks back over anytime I pull out another slice of the bread. The door creaked open and you craned your head in to take a look. The first thing you notice is a large king-size bed in the middle of the room. It was a prim, modern-looking space. It was clean and smelled faintly of floral air freshener. A smile played on Ko's face as he watched you take in the space. The bed's nice, huh? Which one of us is going to use it? He bursted out laughing. You glared at him. Are you serious? Here we go again. Me, you can fend for yourself, or you stared blankly at him. Ivy? Sit. Good girl. What are you doing? I'm so obsessed with my food. Just burst out laughing. That was a joke. Can we share the bed? Can we please share the bed? Yes. Thanks. I got a good hotel, didn't I? Yes, you picked a nice one. It's passable. I guess we'll manage. Thanks for handling this. It's nice. It's the same hotel I would have picked on my own. It makes sense for you to go with this one that looks like your room at Kyra's place. You nodded wordlessly in approval. Yeah, you picked out a nice one. Cove smiled like a big, pleased puppy. You and Code continued to chat as you settled in. You unpacked some of your stuff and checked out all the room's amenities. I'm sorry, that was in reference to the cough. I think I just choked on something. Kel pointed out the mini fridge and started puzzling over what food could be ordered in the room. However, the fact was that both of you were exhausted. It didn't take too many yawns before you both changed into your PJs and called it a day. You had to hunt along the wall to locate the light switch, but you finally found it and flicked it off with a sense of triumph. Boy! You turned your head over to Cove, who stood behind you in his pajamas. He was cozy and comfortable, but the pieces didn't match. He never minded that. We should get some sleep. Cove smiled, a soft expression that was adorable. Okay, let's sleep. Despite saying that it was bedtime, Cove took a step forward towards you and wrapped his arms around your back and you leaned into his embrace. Ow. Ivy, please. I just want to eat in peace. then you lifted you off your feet. What? Still not putting you down, Cove promptly dropped himself backwards. Both of you crashed into the tight-tucked sheets of the hotel bed, and you laughed the entire time. My baby girl. Cove bounced on the landing, absorbed most of the impact as you laid on his chest, feeling a little jolted. You giggled alongside of him. You're an absolute madman, you teased. You should have warned me. That was scary. Let's do it again. You swatted his shoulder for that. Yeah. You shook your head jokingly, and his laughter turned into a snort. You changed settings so it shouldn't be lagging anymore. Oh, okay. You're cute. You are, Ivy. He smiled up. You smiled up at the ceiling, and a thought clearly crystallized. My dad used to do that kind of thing with me when I was little, sort of. Nostalgia was clear in his voice. It was a fond memory, and you felt something warm in your chest. I remember when you would talk about it, when you would stay over at my house as a kid. He would lift you up really high and bring you back down. Yeah, I have a cool dad. He made a small noise of understanding, and it turned into a yawn. When Cove yawned in return, you pulled at the sheets until you were actually under the blankets. Good night, Cove. Night. Don't let the bed bugs bite. Sweet dreams. You stuck out your tongue at him playfully. Hey, so why do you know why pigeons are called pigeons when they're actually doves? It's just out of the fucking blue. Cove blinked at your random tangent. You yawned and continued talking. Your sleepy brain happy to info dump. Pigeons was actually used to refer to young chirping birds, not a species like it does now. Cove nodded along as you continued, seeming interest despite the random topic. And you're still cute, but I'm not giving you food. By the time you finished, he watched you intently. Then you kissed his lips, you kissed his nose, you kissed his forehead, you ruffled his hair, you pinched his cheek, or you shot him a sleepy grin. What are you doing? What are you doing? What are you doing? Excuse me. What are you doing? Sit. Good girl. You shifted yourself closer so you could lean in. You kissed Cove and felt his lips perk into a smile before kissing you back, obviously enjoying his goodnight kiss. Hi, baby. You're so cute. Cove wrapped his arms around you and snuggled next to you, and he let out a content breath. You reached out to hold Cove under one arm and then used the other to come through his hair. The two of you relaxed into one another, and you knew neither of you would want to be anywhere else. I can't believe we're really here. You and Liz and everyone else is going to be here in Sunset Bird again. I was staring at the scenery going by as we were driving here, and it honestly felt like we never left. He ran a hand down his face. I mean, Heidi. In a way, it feels like it's been ages and everything's different. Some of that is definitely because I'm staying at a hotel instead of being in my room at Dad's, but yeah. It feels weird. It feels natural to me. I don't know how I feel. It's exciting. I just hope things will go okay. You couldn't put everything you felt into words. You're cute. Hey, you are. Oops. I'm on my last banana bread. Hi. Hi, Lars. How are you? What were you playing? I'm sorry, I'm eating banana bread. As I'm trying to decide what I want to pick. But hello, Raiders. How are all you? And, quick, bam, do it! Hello, Grim. Ban the lizard. You should be eating banana peppers instead. But I don't like peppers as much. But Grim, you came in and I'm on my last one. I have brownies instead. You better like them? Oh god. Not a threat. I'll just do what it feels weird. I don't like bananas. They're one of my favorite fruit berries thingy. Oh my gosh. I am sorry. I just don't like peppers. I'll like eat them if they're in things, but I won't eat them straight. Stop eating brownies. I haven't even started eating the brownies. Cove nodded. He understood. Ivy, I'm not giving you food. I'm looking... A yawn forced an interruption in that statement. Cove was deterred? Oh, I just realized I don't have any of my mods here. Huh. Oh, that. There you go. Did Stream Ellen's not? Well. Well, okay then. Yeah. Okay. Alright, Stream Elements. I guess you're off for tonight. Alright. Well, I tried, Lars. It's 100% not there. Oh, wow. Jeez. You're cute. Well, I'll deal with that later. I read that. I'm looking forward to this. He tucked his head into your neck. I'm literally trying to finish up step 4, and then we'll start the wedding DLC. And that will be Pick Me. Raises 2 fingers in tribute. If only I could redeem Woody again. You can't redeem Woody. I don't have him. I'm not worried about it. Thanks for trying. What's Woody? It's one of the redeems I have that I would have had available if I was at my normal house, but since I am house sitting, I don't have it. You scammed me twice, Wolfie. Twice. Okay, the first time Woody did not want to talk. The second time, I wasn't even at my house. I couldn't get Woody. What's it do? It either decides to talk or it doesn't. And sometimes it'll talk at 3 o'clock in the morning after the stream. So it's more like you triggering to see if my cursed little Woody doll would. Oh, do you have the Woody toy? Yeah, I have the Woody toy. So sometimes he'll speak and sometimes he won't. And sometimes he'll just randomly speak in the middle of the night at 3 o'clock in the morning. Yeah, I still have all my dolls. She walked away instantly as soon as I finished my banana bread. What a bitch. Dolls are creep me the fuck out. Yeah, I have those porcelain dolls that sit on my shelf, and I'm so used to them. He tucked his head into your neck, and you felt his lashes flutter close against your skin. Andy treated Woody better than you would ever. Yeah, Woody was locked in the shed for quite a few years, and when we finally cleaned the shed, I grabbed him out. Writes down to never look at Wolfie's shelf. Yeah. Yeah, there's quite a few of the porcelain dolls sitting on it. My dad got them, like, from kind of all around the world. It would suddenly show up one day after a trip and be like, hey, here's a doll. If I ever have kids, I plan to buy a mannequin to place it in their room in the middle randomly. Oh my gosh. Doll? You laughing at my accent, Flamingo? I'm waking up. Surely you're messing with us. What do you mean? Move it closer each night they wake up. Doll. What are you guys getting an enjoyment out of me saying doll? Carl can't say drawing, and you can't say doll. It's the accent. It's Flamingo. She's saying it wrong. I didn't notice it. I know it's an accent. Drawing. The way you sound. The way you say doll sounds like doll. Doll. Baby girl. Oh, lol. He tucked his head into your neck, and you felt his lashes flutter close against your skin. A doll is actually a construction thing. Towel. Doll? Towel? I'm gonna stop now. Same here.
See you tomorrow.
That probably would have been where, like, he actually voiced the character things, but I don't have that. Oh, okay, Stream Elements. You... I'm just pissed at you. No, not pissed. Just disappointed, Stream Elements. Where have you been? You say doll like doll, and doll like doll. Oh, God. No. I watched it doesn't do it. Oh my gosh. Okay. I guess I'll try to figure out what's wrong with the shout out. not a mod, of course. Oh, yeah. Wait a minute. Oop, I just did that backwards. Here. Oh. You gonna do it that time? No. Damn. I can already see what's wrong with it. What's wrong with what? Where are your lovely mods at? I don't know where Karo is, and Daro is probably asleep, and Kalo is probably working. I might need some new mods. I'll see you tomorrow. Carl has banded us like normal. She got some insurance things to do. His words were a whisper you barely heard. It might have not even been that actually, but you might have just been guessing. Cove always had a habit of mumbling. Dara is crying over sore throat. Wooed. Kayla's doing big people stuff. Yeah. I think your shadow command's gone. Oh no. Okay, I'll probably end up fixing that later. Either way, it was okay either way. Whether you heard it or only thought you heard it, the sentimental was true regardless. Cove would see you tomorrow when he opened his eyes and the sun would return to your hometown of Sunset Bird. You drifted comfortably off to sleep, eager, waiting, seeing Cove tomorrow as well. Your eyes gently opened to see the dim, unfamiliar ceiling, and you recalled where you were, a hotel room. Yeah, it's gone. I'll fix it after, I guess. Yawning, your muscles felt relaxed and warm enough that sleep threatened to pull you under again. Morning. Grim, why did you tell her? Jeez, Bumbingo. Dreamel and Stan. People always making me shout other people out. I'm gonna eat this commando. Ko's voice brought you back to consciousness. The heat made sense now. You knew the comfortable weight against you was your fiancé. His arm draped around you, and his fingers were lightly drawing shapes on your pajamas. You twisted over to face him fully. Morning. Did you sleep well? I did. The expression on his face softened with a content sigh. You felt his index finger lightly trace out a shape of a heart. There is nothing but good dreams when you're around. This boy. You squeezed him adoringly in your arms, or you snuggled against his chest. You played with his hair dozily. You kissed him. You let out a soft breath, or you slipped out of bed to start the day. Kiss the bitch! Because Daddy Caro's not here to yell at me. Eyelids half lid, and you reach forward to cover Cove's lips with your own. You exhaled slowly through your nose and parted only for a fraction to take in air. Cove cupped your cheek delicately. Caro and Kink. Yeah, maybe if I read through it fast enough, we might get to the... I believe there's another scene in this one. Spanky Manky. Cupped your cheeks delicately, and he leaned his forehead into yours. He brushed your skin with his thumb before pressing into a new kiss. Neither of you were making any moves to get up. It was actual start of the day was sweet and comfortable to be wrapped up in Cove, and you could indulge just a while longer. Eventually, enough time flew by where there wasn't really any minute to spare. There were too many people waiting, so you crawled out of the sheets together. Standing up, Cove took a few seconds to stretch, glancing over at you with an animated expression. I'm really looking forward to your mom's anniversary dinner tonight. It's going to be fun. And now I'm switching over, putting the mouse back on the screen so I can just click. I think so too.
I mean,
This whole trip is great, actually. Being here with everyone is like having another chance to be kid. We can do stuff we used to do and all the things we never did but wanted to. I just smacked my water bottle. Yep. Yeah, our world is our oyster, Cove. I do not want to think about that being little again. It's good to be back. Sunset Bird won't know what hit it, or you nodded. Bird, fuck this place up. I'm kidding. Probably won't. Cove's mouth curved into a bent smile. He tossed a pillow at you and you caught it. Should I be worried about getting thrown out of town or worse? Worse. Scolded. Laughing, you squeezed the pillow against your chest and you shook your head. That can't stop us now. Well, we better get back to it, huh? We got a pretty full schedule ahead of us for your mom's big day. He smirked. So much for being a kid with so many responsibilities. I don't think seeing our friends really count as responsibilities, Sophia. Fine, you got me there. After that, you and Cove moved around each other, busy getting dressed and getting ready for the day. Light laughter and filled the air the entire time. Bags were packed and phones were sought after. You suddenly tossed Cove his phone when he hadn't been able to find it. You handed Cove his phone when he hadn't been able to find it. You smacked Cove's butt as he passed you. You lost track of time. You lost a single sock, but Cove found it behind the headboard. You shook your head at Cove when he ran a hand through his hair instead of brushing it. Caro's not here. Cove let out a small yelp, and you met his eyes with an impish grin, and he shook his head. Carefully. Shyness melted away as he put himself inches from you. I might have to do something to return the favor. Guys, where did the shy boy that we knew go? You raised your hand in playful surrender, and his mouth bent into a pleased smile. I'm getting it later. There was nothing else stopping either of you now. In a few minutes, you were hopped into your ride and you're heading back to the neighborhood. It was another beautiful day in Sunset Bird. You couldn't resist rolling down the window so you could absorb it all in during the drive. Cove sat across the seat from you, nearly the opposite window, when his gaze was locked outside, catching all the old landmarks of the vehicle passing. Your spirits rose even higher the moment you made it home once more. Eager, you hopped out of the car, letting yourself inside. Your moms knew you were going to be there that morning. But the second you made it past the threshold, an excited scream nearly scared you out of your shoes.
Hi!
Lee! Sophia, you're here! And guess what? I'm here too! While your heart rate settled, a broad grin quickly took over your whole face. Since your cousin moved out on her own, you had noticed that she had found her own groove. Look at Lee! I love her. Flamingo, you just want everyone. Since your cousin moved... Oh, I read that. She still was the same loving person she always had been inside, but she expressed herself in new ways. Lee was strong, kind, and smart. Over the past few years, she graduated college in a degree in history. I don't want you. I didn't ask if you wanted me. Were you talking about not wanting Lee and wanting someone else? Though you last heard she was pursuing her dreams, working towards getting into the music industry. Lee, hey, it's good to see you again. You look great. What is that? You're trying to fight me, Flamingo? You want to fight? Can I get a warning next time you're gonna screech? You smiled. Lee! Excited, you shouted as loud as she did, and Lee hugged you tightly, nearly knocking you off your feet. Lee leaned to the side to glance past you, meeting Cove's eye, and you grinned. The grin on her face widened as she waved. Yes, let's fight. You know, fine. Oh no. Oh no. Oh no. You're getting this because I can't scroll. Pointed on her face as she waved. Yes. Hi, Cove. Hey, it's nice to see you, Lee. I got in practically at dawn. The whole thing, at least I made it here alive. Oh, look at Liz. Lee exhaled, her slumping her shoulders to empathize how exhausted the ordeal was. And behind her, Liz made her way over, crossing her arms at the scene. I'm here too, in case you're wondering. I'm always wondering if you're there somewhere. Nope. I wasn't, but thanks anyway. You merely shrugged or you shook your head. No. The pea popped loudly, and you watched Liz narrowing stare at your teasing. And the demurred smile on her face didn't change. You can't just say, hello, nice to see you, or you miss me like a normal sibling, can you? Can you greet us like a normal person, Lizzie? Jeez, what a tough crowd. Still the same old Sophia. I'm glad you're home. Another friendly shout rang out in the living room. It was cheerily as ever, as many times you heard it over the years. Good morning, family! Your parents both came out from the side hall together. Morning.
Well?
Now that everyone is here, we're gonna have a little something. I do have a little something to mention. Ma put her hand lovingly over her wife's, and Mom leaned her head into Ma's with a matching inflection. We're all still having dinner together, but Pam here actually made plans to take me out to brunch to celebrate our anniversary, just the two of us. Please, she hooked an arm around Ma's waist. Sorry to push you out. I am sure this group of mature grown-ups will be able to entertain themselves for the afternoon. We don't need to find a babysitter or anything. Yeah, have fun, moms. Don't worry about it. We can survive that easy. Enjoy your brunch. This works out, actually. An afternoon open means there's time to meet up with Terry and Randy. Hopefully they're free today. Your two school friends still lived around the area, and you knew they were coming for your mom's party, but when or how might arrange to see each other wasn't set in stone.
Sounds good.
Definitely, we should call them.
All right.
I have some people I would like to say hi to as well. Liz had her cell phone in hand, ready to get her plans made. Before she was done speaking, arching an eyebrow, she then directed the next part at Lee. Would you want to come along? We missed out on a lot of cousin bonding time in the past.
Yeah.
I'd love to. It would be an honor to hang out with you, Liz. Whose fault is that? No fair. Lee was supposed to go with me. Hope you have fun. You nodded. And whose fault is that? You put your hands on your hip, pretending to abolish her? Lizzie huffed. Would you rather have spent less time with Lee growing up? No, but he could have joined us more. Lizzie's expression softened. She ran her hands down the front of her outfit, smoothing out the fabric. You're not wrong, but today I'm calling dibs. Excellent, it's settled. She squeezed her wife's hand, and her gaze took the whole room. Ecstatic to have the house full again. What are you doing, Woodson? What are you doing? Yeah, okay. Today is going to be perfect.
Yes.
I think so too. I truly couldn't be happier with my wife, my children, and our whole beautiful family. It's a wonderful anniversary. There are awes and sweet comments from the group gathered around the couple of the hour. Seeing how your moms were, you couldn't help but hope that when you got to be their age, you could be as proud as your life as them. Save right now. Okay. Ivy, you're pushing your brother. Why don't you just lay down? Alright, there you go, Flamingo. I saved. Flamingo? I'll turn off the save function too. Do it again. There. Seeing how your moms were, you couldn't help but hope that when you... I read that. But Ma's attention then fell onto you, and her look on her face twisted mischievously. A shiver shot down your spine. Should we go for 3? I don't care, Flamingo. I would be saving it in the same spot every single time you're gonna do it. This was a good time of year for marriage, don't you think so? With Snickers, all eyes slid over to you and Cove. Shocked at her implication, his cheeks were burning red. There is no missing the meaning in Mom's words. She was clear as a bell, and she knew it. Out of the corner of your eye, you caught Cove shyly twisting the ring on his left hand, and a wave of affection drifted down your body. You knew that someday it would be your wedding, and it would fill you with joy. His stuttering never quite reached full sentences, and instead turned into silence, and Cove's brain was shutting down. Ma had sympathy for him.
There.
You don't have to say anything, it's just a little thing to ponder. At that, Cove's mouth snapped shut. With a stiff nod, he creakily glanced at you. Weddings are not joyful, it's horrible. Ooh, snuggling together. Cute. Ooh, bell's on. If it was only two of you here, you got the impression that he would have said something. For now, I have watched married. I have watched Married at First Sight. Well, okay. For now, a meaningful look was all that there was. Right then, let's get back to what we were doing. After that, you enthusiastically began setting plans to meet up with your friends. They both were able to come see you. Do you not know what that is? No? I supposed to? Is it a show? They both came to see you and kept keeping their schedules free for this. You couldn't wait. Cove also speedily sent out text messages since you conveyed the plans to Terry and Randy. You imagined that he was letting his parents know what he was going to be up to. It's a TV show where random people get married and there's always so much drama. It's great. Oh god. It's one of those reality TV shows, isn't it? I don't like reality TV. Too much drama. I don't like a lot of things with lots of drama. Like, I have actually dropped shows for being too dramatic or too much drama. I have even dropped, like, books. Like, one time, the girl got kidnapped. I think twice. Lost memory after she got kidnapped. Fell in love with the person who kidnapped her. And the one person I think she was supposed to be, like, married to was still going after her. And it was not enough, like, downtime or, like, whatever in between the drama to keep me interested. Like, it was just too much drama one after another, so I dropped it. I'm like, I couldn't. I was just like, oh no. It's kind of why I don't like watching American kind of TV series, because suddenly, like, there's too much drama and I'm like, why is there so much drama? Which is half the reason why I like Slice of Life, because there's not a lot of drama. It's just life. The group continued to chat and catch up until it was time for your mom's brunch, and your big meetup with friends. Soon enough, everyone was out the door looking for their fun-filled afternoon and dinner later that night. Okay, but you love One Piece, and that's filled with drama. No, that's filled with stupid stuff. And very slow acting drama. What's in? What's in? Bark, 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 bark. Exactly. I don't know what he's barking at. His sister's just like looking, was like, what are we barking at? Right, baby girl? They were snuggling too, which I'm like sad. I was like, why did he have to leave her? She just took his spot. Once outside on the neighborhood street, you looked at Cove. Looked to Cove. He stood at your side with a bent smile. Dogs heard drama, and they're like, drama? Where? What? He was like, what? There's not enough drama? I'll create drama. Terry and Randy were driving into town while you and Cove were traveling on foot to meet them at an easier reach spot. The dogs related? No. Usually, if dogs come from like the same household, they're usually called siblings. Or that's what the term was, but we used in the dog daycare. Man, we are really kids in Sunset Bird again. Having to rely on other people who actually have cars to get anywhere. And now we're stuck walking to wherever is nearby. You laugh, you're not in agreement. No, we're reverting back to infancy. We'll never drive anyway. You shook your head. The story was followed by true laughter from Cove. Teasing you pouted. This isn't funny, Cove. I don't want to become a baby again. I didn't realize we were regressing in that series. Hi, baby. What are we barking at? Huh, Woody, what's up? Hey, you. Yeah, these two aren't related. My dogs are. He shrugged, and then his... Oh, I saw you yawn. Yes, I did. And then stuck his hand into his pocket, and the thought of being little again made you shiver. Can't go back. I like being me currently.
Me too.
I like the current you too. You want to go up, or you just want to continue being petted? Have a little Woody Wood side. Yeah. Yeah. Kind of lick my face. Let's go. Me? Are you okay? bounced forward several steps and shot Cove a okay. He made a noise and I was like, You bounced forward several steps and shot Cove a playful look looking over your shoulder. With that, the two of you began your trip down the old road. It was a casual stroll into town, and before you knew it, you were at one of the large parking lots in Sunset Bird. It was one that used to have the little crepe stall. Remember the delicious smell you lost in thought? The store did well enough to move into a full-size building a couple of years ago now. You've seen pictures and it was very cute. The parking lot was now just as well an empty lot that cars could theoretically park in, just not many took the offer. Cove pulled out his phone, texting Terry and Randy in the group chat to let them know that you made it. Someone must have answered because Cove gave you a status update while staring at the screen. Randy texted, "I can see you." Oh, really? The blare of a car horn cut you off. You and Cove both turned towards the source of the noise and one of the windows rolled down.
Hey, buddies.
Your friends had arrived, making a spectacle of it as well. Being the only car meant that they got the pick of the lot, so they pulled to a stop in front of you. Window closed back up and instead the two front doors popped open. Terry and Miranda stepped out onto the pavement. "Hi, Cove. Hi, Sophia." With a cheery wave, Miranda skipped towards you. Terry, on the other hand, walked speedily over to Cove and squeezed him into a hug. A quiet laugh escaped Cove, along with a majority of the air in his lungs. He didn't fight the constriction. Instead gave Terry's back a pat with a large grin spread across his face. When he let Cove go, Terry came up to you and held his fist up for you to bump it. How come instead you fist bumped? You smacked his fist with a high five made to make it a turkey. We're fucking doing this. Terry nodded sagely and you wiggled your fingers at it as an hello. Gobbles, Sophia. It felt nice to have your friend group reunited as an adults. Look at them! They're cute. What are you licking? Terry was currently a full-time lifeguard down at the busier beach a town over. You were proud of him. He helped a lot of people in his line of work. Miranda took Cove's hand and one of yours in her other. Her eyes alight, and she gave you both a gentle squeeze.
So great.
I'm so happy to see you again. Hi, Terry. Hi, Miranda. He answered assuredly. It was clear that he was equally glad to see them. This reunion was long awaited. For a while, Miranda had been working hard as an assistant at a school while continuing her own education. She also kept busy running a small online shop selling crafts and knickknacks that she made. Same. Good to see you too. I missed you. It's been forever. You look so cute. Or you smiled. Oh, stop that. The peak in her cheeks deepened at your comment. I meant it. You know how full Miranda's plate has been for a while, and despite the busy schedule, she really did take the time to put together a fabulous look. Miranda same was the what's the alternate answer? Miranda released your hands, giggling. She eyed you both carefully. So, how have you been?
It's nice.
Just let him. Everything's perfect. It's fantastic. I've been doing well. I'm okay. No comment. He shrugged.
That's cool.
I can tell you're sparkling. Standing up straighter, you felt the surge of pride for yourself. You were really happy where you were in life and where the trajectory seemed like it's taking you. I'm really glad for you. What about you? I'm super. Terry slid up to Miranda, putting his arm around her shoulder, saying dreamily. Randy chuckled at her boyfriend. Yeah, everything is... Things have been unbelievable. Like, shift around this chair. He pressed his cheeks against Miranda, and she let out a little squeak. The sight put an amused grin on your face. Your friends made a wonderful couple, and they knew each other well and cared about each other so much. Who in the world is in the middle? So this is Terry. They recently came out as a man, but we saw them before quite a few times. They used to have like a giant like kind of ponytail up here. I don't think I had any loads that showed them. Oh, I do. Okay, hold a minute. Save. Okay, we're gonna load. We're gonna jump back for a moment. Did I miss it? Yeah, right there. Yes. So them. This is them. We're going to go back to where we were. I'm in load. Okay. Good. And this is them now. Where'd the hair go? They cut it off. And cared about each other so much. It was no shock at all when you heard the news that they started dating. Bald Wolfie. Bald Wolfie when? Excuse me, I like my hair. The corner of your mouth curled playfully while you took in the warm welcomes around. At times, it was kind of funny how your group of 4 friends evolved into 2 couples. Not that you were complaining about it, you thought it was amazing. It was an amazing thing. Cove then pulled his phone out and peeked at the screen. He repeated the emotion several times, every so often. But that Licorice smooth skull. What skull? What skull are you talking about? That was Shadow. Bones. You raised a curious eyebrow at his unusual behavior. Cove was too focused on whatever he was doing to notice that you noticed him, which was even stranger. Bones have shadows, so... Yeah, but I'm not a shadow of a bone. Just a stranger. Is there anything either of you want to do when we're here? Any place you want to see? I'll be up for a lot of things, but there's actually something I want to do right here. Oh yeah? What's that? Terry poked Cove's arm playfully. Miranda met your eye, asking silently if you had any idea what Cove was talking about. You shrugged. I just want to see my friends. Huh? Cove, we're already doing that.
Well...
True, but I could do it even more. You, Terry, and Miranda all turned to Cove with identical, incredulous expressions, and his stare moved to a point past you three, and you heard the scraping of sand and gravel underfoot. Someone else stepped into the parking lot. Startled, you jumped at the call of a warm voice shouting over.
Sup, guys and gals?
Derek! It's been a while! Here you guys go. They're working on his DLC right now, too. Running a hand through his hair, the person who crossing the lot was unmistakable. Derek Schwartz? And he beamed the whole way. It's been too long, even though it hadn't actually been that long, but long enough. Derek! Wow, I'm glad you're here. Oh my, hunk alert. You ran over and hugged him. Or you grabbed his arm excitedly, or you waved. He was comfortable and solid, but he was big enough that it was hard to fit him in your arms. Hunk alert, lol. You could feel the rumbling of his laughter against your cheek. Derek held you in return.
I missed you.
He spoke to you gently, and you were thrilled just being there, reunited with him. Derek was a good friend of yours, and he had been for a long time. Hey. He waved over at Terry and Miranda pleasantly. Over the years, they all had met several times in passing, simply, though, being friends of the same people. Sup, man? Hi, it's great you can come. Cove put himself next to Derek. Happy, he clapped a hand on his friend's shoulder. Thanks for coming.
Thanks.
Of course. Thanks for inviting me. What do you mean, no? Sheepishly, Cove looked back at you and the others, and when it clicked in your mind, his parents wasn't the one he was texting earlier, it was Derek the entire time. Derek is in town for a few months to help my dad and his dad with some work. Yep. I'm working on my own business thing too. It's still involved with running a scuba shop when it's called for.
Very nifty.
Humming, Derek elbowed Cove.
So?
But hey, we don't have to stand around here for my sake. What's the plan? Let's hit the town. Eager to get going, everyone piled into Terry's car. The rest of the afternoon was spent visiting spots over Sunset Bird, laughing and reminiscing the whole way. Once it started to get late, Terry brought you and Cove back into the neighborhood so you didn't have to walk there after all. You didn't get out until promises were made to see each other again before your trip ended. Side by side, you and Coz stood in the street waving at the car as it drove away, Terry tapping the horn for 2 honks while Miranda stuck her hand out the window to wave back. You caught Derek in the back of the window, giving you both a wide grin. Sighing as soon as the car turned down another street, they were finally out of sight. Well, that was one party. Time for another. Ready? See your moms? Always. Let's get the celebration going. You shimmied a bit right there in the street to add emphasis. Fuck it. He looked at you amused and rolled his eyes.
Come on.
Let's go. Spirits high, you and Cove crossed the distance to your house. It was almost time for the anniversary dinner. You barely stepped over the threshold of the condo before Ma descended, eagerly welcoming you both. The usual greetings were followed by questions of everyone's well-being, and after the conversation moved to excited chatter about tonight's dinner plans. Cove excused himself to go to the restroom to freshen up before being on the move again. But when he returned, you were shocked to see he had entirely changed outfits. Where did that come from? I packed it with me so I could get dressed before dinner without having to go back to the hotel. Didn't you? Or maybe do you have some stuff still here at your mom's place? Oh no, Cove, I didn't do that.
Huh.
But your mom's party is at the country club. And that's also where Liz took golf lessons. Not everyone there is in their Sunday best. This isn't one of the summer soirees where they had a real party. We're going there for a regular meal. Cove was as befuddled by your explanation but hi, Maruka. How are you? How was the rest of your stream?
I can't believe you've done this.
Sorry for streaming. I'm sorry. Yeah, I'll stretch. It was crazy, lol. Alright, hydrated, done. Alright, we're stretching. That's good. There seems to be birthday Haru energy left over. Yeah, last time I saw before you were doing the 40 squats, and I was just like, oh my gosh, so many squats. Who was befuddled by your explanation as you were with his actions. He threw his arms up, desperate for an understanding. Wiggles! I'm still stretching.
Seriously?
How can you not dress nice for a country club? I don't think the suppress was as special as you're deciding this. You saw Ma, she wasn't in formal clothes. And she's one of the guests of honor. Still stretching. Just shifting. You realized that whenever you went to the country club on a normal day, it was family time, just you, Liz, and your moms. Each time Coke came, there were more exciting things going on, and you never thought of that before, but from his perspective, suddenly it made a lot more sense. lost. Just looked over to see what my model's doing. Alright. Stretching my legs too. Alright. His frown wobbled and his cheeks became far pinker. He looked down at his own self-regret as he pulled the cuff. It was pulled at the cuff of his shirt, end of his shirt. He seemed more like a scolded child than a grown man dressed for the latest charity gala. This poor man. I thought she was going to get changed while you and me were... But no way, she would need a lot more time than that. Well, it's okay, you look nice. You're such a cutie. I love how much of an idiot you are. Pecs are showing. Look at those pecs. Oh. Shrugged, no comment needed. You patted his arm in encouragement. Love how much of an idiot you are. This poor boy. Cove only sighed, fully embarrassed. Cove's eyes stole a glance at the hall as he was calculating if he had time for another quick change. Unfortunately for him, it was not meant to be. It was time to head out came far quicker than you anticipated. Cliff and Kyra swung by the condo to make sure everything was in order. Only for your second surprise of the night, Cliff also was in formal clothes. Co's face excitedly whipped towards yours at the same time Cliff went to Kyra's. Both men pointed at one another. See, he knows. Exactly, sport. Kyra was talking to me like I was crazy. Aforementioned Kyra placed a hand delicately yet dramatically across her eyes. Clifford, our own son, only knows this because you're the one who raised him. Cliff chuckled. His arm moved to scratch the back of his neck. Yeah, that's my boy. The end of Cove's mouth gently bent up. He truly was his father's kid in more ways than he realized. Oh my gosh. They may be the only ones in the group, potentially the only guests at the entire club all gussied up. And at least they could now take solace in one another that they look good enough for them. That was good enough, oh my gosh. Okay. It's shaking because I have my eyes in front of my head. Always help to check. All the members of your family headed out to the same time to the suppress. It was to be a perfect reunion. Impeccable? Smart host greeted you on arrival, smoothly leading the way to a set of tables reserved for your group. Once you were all settled down and chosen drinks to be poured into delicate glasses, the food would be coming out later, letting you soak up the atmosphere for a little longer. Smiling, your parents faced the group of familiar faces all gathered here together to share this special day with them. Mom reached over to Ma and took Ma's hand, grasping it between
Thanks.
both of hers. Thank you for being here tonight, gang. marrying this lady right here is the best thing I ever done, and there's no one else I want to celebrate that with. Yes, we're so lucky. Not only do we have each other, but we got such a large and loving family through all of you. All around you, you heard people say "aw" and chuckled appreciatively at the comment. Lee clasped her hands tightly in front of her, her eyes shining. Your eyes met Lizzie's misty ones, and the affection that she had for her mom's carried over to you. Yo! Guys, look at Mom! Look at all the wholesome shit that's going on that Daddy Caro is just missing. Tisk on her. You returned your attention towards the happy couple as they leaned in to kiss, smiling all the way. Nut, 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 nut. The finger! The fucking emotes. I'm so happy I fucking put the emotes just jumping around the fucking screen. Your smile returned your attention towards the happy couple as they leaned in to kiss, smiling all the while. The table responded with cheers and the liquid. Oh my gosh. I don't know if it would show up, but I can try. You know you want one. You know, I have emote slots. Maybe if I get around to drawing it. What are you doing, Ivy? We'll see. We'll see, Flamingo. Look at your little nose. Yeah, bless you. The table responded in cheers and clapped shouts of happy anniversary, and the other congratulations continued even after they broke apart. Mom beamed as she watched Ma's giggling dreamily. Then her eyes met yours across the table. And of course, it won't be too much longer before we're celebrating another marriage, She leaned eagerly over the table towards you and Cove. Your fiancé blushed, and he was grinning proudly at the suggestion. Yeah, when is it happening? With how speedy that engagement was, it's a miracle that you had the willpower to hold off officially tying the knot already.
Come on.
Are you really gonna give us a hard time for that? Cove This plead was met with unsympathetic ears, at least those that belong to your family. Yep. Yes. Definitely. Cliff made a valiant effort to support his son. No. Yes. His mom, meanwhile, shared this wicked grin with your sisters as she took one last word. The group bursted into laughter, and Cove, who only stopped pouting long enough to take in an angry chug of his drink, and did not join in. You left along with the others, and as you shrunk down into your chair, you placed a hand over Cove's in solidarity. You stuck out a tongue at all of them. I'm just laughing. The teasing was meant well, and you didn't mind some good old-fashioned riveting every once in a while. The waiters reappeared, delivering delicious plates of food, and the dinner began in earnest. Both the conversation and laughter continued to flow freely as the night went on, with the two families relishing in opportunities to be together once more. Eventually, after your hunger and thirst had been fully satisfied, the plates were cleared and the event began to draw to a close. Cliff and Kyra exchanged goodbyes with your family once before heading out together. Cliff gave his goodbye to his parents, while hanging back until your moms were ready to head off. You were getting a lift back with your moms. It was already late, so you discussed the possibility of going straight to the hotel rather than going back to the condo. But Cove asked if they mind taking him back to the neighborhood. He wanted to visit a little longer, and your moms were happily agreed. Liz and Lee were feeling tired, so your mom swung by their hotels during the trip home while you and Cove made the full journey with them. Riding in the back seat of your mom's car with Cove felt a little more nostalgic. You're gonna snuggle with him? As your eyes drifted over to him, his head resting on the window, it was hard to believe how much time had passed. Mom stretched as she got out of the car, smiling over her shoulder as she headed towards the house. Time to put my feet up. You two joining us? Cove shook his head. No. Thanks, it's your anniversary, and you don't have to entertain me. I'll take a walk. It's never any trouble to have you over, Cove.
You alright with that?
Let him do as he please, Lonnie. But you better not stay out too much later, or there will be trouble. I'm tired. Rip! What time is it? It's 11. Fair enough for you to be tired. Have a nice lurk, TG. Letting him do as he's pleased. I read that. Ma chuckled as Mom wiggled a finger, her expression exaggerated severe as she replies a role that, in truth, she never really played. Neither of your parents had been particularly harsh as you grown up. Ma joined in the act. Don't go too wild because there's no school tomorrow. Laughing, they made their way inside, leaving you standing out in the dark street with Cove. You didn't even need to ask him why. You already had an answer for this. He wasn't ready for the day to end. Without a word, Cove began to stroll down the road, and you walked alongside him. You knowed your destination long before you arrived on the dark and utter deserted beach. There were no lights down there, nothing but the moon and the stars for illumination. The only sounds were the gentle waves rolling in and out, and soft sounds of the footprints that you left in the sand. In other words, it was perfect. Cove stepped out into the waves without a word. He looked up at the sky with a smile, and then tucked his head down and began to pull at his fancy shirt off. Oh my gosh. Guys, he's stripping! Abs! Abs! Woo! He tugged it over his head, lopping it backwards further up the beach and out of reach from the waves. What are you doing? I didn't know I was getting a show. Wait for me. You looked away embarrassed. You followed him into the water. You better not go any deeper into the water. I didn't know I was getting a show. Cove froze, his arm still raised from where he thrown his shirt. Hi Ivy. Hi baby girl. Oh no. What are we doing, Ivy? You haven't done this, and it's already been 3 hours. What are you doing? Are you finally warmed up enough? Are you done being tired? What are you doing? Hi. Oh, you're just gonna knock that down? He slowly came back to life, stiffly pulling his arm back down. Your commentary had made him self-conscious. Oh. Laughing, you clapped your hands in delight at his awkwardness. Cove slipped his dress pants off and tossed them back. In roughly the same direction as the shirt, he was down to just his polka-dotted boxers, Breeze. Hi. What are we doing, Ivy? No. I'm not a thing you can joke on, Miss Ivy. No, you can't just smack me. This isn't fun. Why are you smacking me? This is human abuse. You're just smacking me. What are we doing? What are you doing? Where's your toy? Why don't you just hand me a toy? I'll throw the toy. Why are we playing with me? Why are we playing with my arm? Okay. Oh look, guys! Naked man! Mostly. Sometimes you were really struck by the way in which he was braver than his younger self. This was one of those times. Naked man. He never ever would have done this when you were both living on the street. But you're just gonna bite my hand? Okay. But you know he still wouldn't do it with any other person than someone he spent all those years with. You took off your shirt. You took off your shirt too so you could swim. You took off your dress so you can swim. You didn't care if your clothes got wet. You thought it was so wild that Cope was actually going to go swimming right now. What are you doing? Why are you biting me? You're getting my jacket caught into your nails. Those nails are so long. We're going swimming, bitches! Cove waddled further into the water until it came up to his chest. You unfastened your clothes and left them behind you, as Cove had done moments before. You didn't bother. I'm still playing with her. You didn't even bother to see where they had fallen before following them deeper into the sea. Cove grinned as you approach. I'm gonna be in so much trouble with my moms when we get back.
I guess.
Oh, yeah? Yeah, oh well. Think fast! Think fast! He splashed water at you as soon as the words left his lips. You had no time to prepare. What are you doing? What are we doing, Ivy? What are we doing, baby girl? I'm playing two different games. I'm playing with the dog and I'm playing our life. Hey! What are you doing? What are we doing? What are we doing? Her. I read that. The splash had caught you full on, leaving you sputtering and drenched. You splashed him back, you swam away, or you child. You're a child! Splash him. Seeing what you were doing, Cove put his hands up for protection. It was no use. The water washed over him, leaving his hair soaked through. Cove sighed and looked at you mournfully. Sudden shift in mood alarmed you. But those worries disappeared as soon as he opened his mouth. We're still not merfolk. This world is cruel. He snickered after a moment. Cove's mock sadness broke, and he joined in. The two of you wound up drifting further along the beach shore, chatting, enjoying the chance to be back on the beach that had provided a backdrop for so much of your childhood. Eventually, the silhouette of the structure appeared in front up ahead, and you drew closer, and you realized it was the old playground. Cove spotted it too, hurrying towards it, dragging himself out of the water and heading to the park. Wet sand coated his feet, his lower legs, and with every step it clinging thickly enough to begin resembling a bizarre pair of boots. As you followed him, you wondered how many visitors this little park got these days. There were no official children living in the neighborhood now. Cove gazed at his surroundings wide-eyed. He didn't care at all that he was soaking wet, only dressed in his underwear. Crouching, he gently pushed one of the childhood swing sets, marveled at it all.
Wow.
I can't believe how tiny everything is. Are we seriously small enough to use these? Give me your paw. I want your paw. I want your paw. No, I want your paw. Okay. He shook his head, unable to fathom how little you would have been when you first met, and then walked over to the monkey bars. Once these had been a challenge for you, and now they were a little more than waist height next to Cove. Cove turned his back to the bars, hopping up on them with ease, sitting on them comfortably. You sat on the bars with him, you leaned against the bars, or you stood in front of him. It was strange seeing adult Cove tap post? What the fuck? With the baby playground, but you took your own place on the structure. This place had seemed so exciting to Cove back when he first arrived. Apparently, it was till this day. Cove smiled eagerly as you approached, kicking his feet in the air, briefly forgetting how low to vantage until the tips of his toes scraped the ground. He continued to swing his feet, but a little more care, and you thought it was adorable. In this moment, you were home. It was just so happened to be a place you'd grown up. But really, anywhere could be with Cove was that for you. He held a special place in your heart for so long, and so much of your life had been shared. You had grown up on the same street, which had given you some common ground, but it was far beyond that. You both chosen from a young age to share your life with each other, and you wouldn't have it any other way. Here we are again. Here we are. The mood had shifted now. It was funny impulse night beach trip with a spike of adrenaline that came from you playing in the water under the moonlight that had settled into something quieter and more nostalgic. Cove leaned back, tilting his head towards the sky to admire the stars above. Dinner was really nice. It was great to do all this. He smiled. Smile that he had when he spoke those words fell as quickly as it appeared. It went by so fast. We all came here for the party and it's over. Liz, Lee, our parents are all gonna go back to doing our own things now. But what else can we do except say, okay? It's part of growing up. This place, these people, they're our foundations. It's shaped who we are now. And like making castles out of sand, we owe a lot to Sunset Bird. His eyes crinkled fondly, and Cove's voice was gentle when he spoke again. We had a good childhood, I think. Goddamn better than mine. I think so too. We're really lucky. I remember our days here. Wow, you sound so old now, he joked. You simply shrugged, or you silently nod. We're really lucky.
Yeah.
You're right. He shook his head, sighing heavily. All right. A smile that took on an uncharacteristically harsh twist. You had a feeling where this was going. We better get home before your dumb parents, who don't know anything, get mad. No, go back. Go back. I did that in the wrong voice. And now I can't remember the goddamn voice. We better get home before your dumb parents who don't know anything get mad. I forgot what I gave Jeremy's voice. You had laughed at the half-hearted impression of young Jeremy, the boy who you met in this very park. He chuckled along with you for a moment before tapering off. I hope we don't get grounded. The jokes just kept going. It was very amusing to imagine that not only could your mom somehow ground you, but as a full-grown, independent adult, that their powers extended over Cove as well. As much as you were enjoying being back here, Cove was right. You had to accept that you needed to go now. It was late, and your moms were still expecting to see you before you got a ride back to the hotel. You and Cove hopped down from the bars, landing easily with the ground only a short distance below. Before you returned, you had some clothes to retrieve from the beach, and you trotted the same path, following the footsteps down the shore that you left in the sand a little while earlier. Once you and Cove scrounged up your abandoned clothes, you started to walk up the old path side by side. Droplets of water slipped from your skin and fell onto the road as you made your way back to your mom's house. As you and Cove were still soaked and sandy from your earlier adventures, it was likely that you were leaving quite a bit of trail in your wake. But you seen Cove's bedroom growing up. It was only natural for him. The air was slightly humid, already pleasant, dense in moisture that felt like a hug as it closed around you. Any damp footprints were left behind would take longer to dry in this weather. The signs of your adventure might even be visible when the sun came up the next day. You hoped so. You liked the idea of you and Cove leaving your mark on your hometown again, even if it's for a little while. Despite being soaked through and mostly underdressed, the balmy summer night prevented you from feeling any chill. And you were entirely comfortable. In truth, you felt warm inside and out. The day had been so lovely, spending the time with friends and family, and your eyes drifted over to Cove. Cove Holton, your fiancé. Just seeing him brought a smile to your face. I love you. I will always want to be with you. Cove, you make me so happy. You're truly my other half, or you simply say nothing, enjoying his presence. Cove turned to you, his eyes wide and adoring. He bit his lip as he smiled shyly, and you could tell that your words had touched him. I feel the same way, exactly. He held your gaze for a moment longer, looking straight He held your gaze a moment longer, looking straight at you as he spoke again.
I love you.
Forever. You enveloped him in a hug. You playfully bumped against his side. You kissed him. You reached for his hand. You nodded, pleased with how tonight played out. Kiss the boy! Because Carl's not here to tell me now. Boop. Catching him by the hand, you stopped Cove in his track, pulling him close. Your heart somersaulted as your lips met. Hi, Daro. I had you as my mod, but whoop. Hi, Daro. How are you? And yes, he is in his underwear. And to be fair, I think I'm also in mine, so. In the game. Hi, baby girl. What are you doing? I miss Ivy. At this moment, the quiet seaside town at rest. Model, can you stop freaking out? It felt like it was just the two of you in the world. Next question, how are you? I'm doing good. My throat's a little dying because how much I streamed last night of this game, and now I'm streaming it again. And I'm not even done. I'm like, still have the wedding DLC to get through. But other than that, pretty good. The dogs I'm babysitting are doing good. He keeps wanting to play with my hand. Caught me. But how's your throat doing? Here. Cove returned the kiss, gently cradling your head with his hands until you broke apart. Nice. Happy doggos. Happy life. Yes. One's sleeping, the other one is kind of laying down, but every now and then she wants me to play with her, which I try. Till you broke. You're full of joy and the other concerns, and day-to-day stresses of normal life were squeezed out by it. All you could think in that moment was how your life was wonderful. Every second, every day needed to end sometime, but that time nearly come for tonight. And you had to at least get some rest to bring it all to a close. So the two of you went inside to say goodnight to your moms, as well as clean yourselves as best as you could. Your moms, both in PJ, ready for your sleep, hooted and laughter as you came inside, disheveled, damp, and teasing continued until your car came to get you for the hotel. Cove stayed silent as he put his casual clothes on, placing the formal ones back in the bag as he brought them in. Went to sleep early, woke up, and now it's coming up to 6 a.m. Life is not deja vu. Yeah, it is almost 6. For you, not me. It's almost 12 for me. My eyes. Yeah. So I'm trying to finish step 4, and then I don't know how long the wedding DLC is, so we're gonna see if I can kind of blow through that, but that's going to be my first look into it, because I haven't played it, and it came out on February 7th. And I'm like, okay, I kind of been putting this off. And hopefully I'll finish it. Because this was the very first game I started streaming in now. Hopefully I can check it off. You gave Mom and Ma plenty of materials for mocking scolding, and you got a playful lecture about not getting into the water without bothering to change first. Imagine crying over a sore throat. Get a flamingo. Girl. You were gritting at your partner in crime, feeling like a naughty kid again, but it was worth it. Being worth it. By the time you and Co finally dragged yourself to your hotel room for the night, the sky had been dark for some time, and the lonely hotel hallways were quiet. The late hour made you feel a sense of fulfillment, like you were really making most of your trip. It was such an odd thought that was almost the thought was almost over. You had settled into the new routine naturally. All the familiar streets and faces made everything easy to get used to. The two of you drowsily shuffled past the ice machine into your room. Cove set his phone on the bedside table and you followed suit. The both of you started settling in for the night. The hotel room was a welcome sight after your long day. You noticed Cove rubbed the back of his neck and yawned. His voice was quiet and distant. I hope the pet sitter is doing good. The wish wasn't exactly directed to you. It was a sleepy thought that Cove had unleashed upon the world at large, and you still agreed. I hope so too. Cove still kept his fishes all these years, delighted colorful things in huge aquariums. He spent a lot of time that he wanted to relax just watching them swim. You also adopted pets who you love dearly. Your home was a lovely place full of critters, and the both of you cared for. That's why, with both of you gone, it was important to find a decent pet sitter. Cove's anxious about leaving them hadn't subsided. Over the vacation, you caught him a few times texting the pet sitter asking about his fish. A little worried, it'll be okay. You were even more tense than Cove. It'll be okay. Cove turned his head to you, and the nervousness still came off, despite his exhaustion. I know what you mean, but you choose that person for a reason. You trust them. But they're all fine. They just miss you. Cove smiled, appreciating your comfort. You nodded in satisfaction. Mission accomplished. And Discord's popping off. Cove yawned widely. He seemed confused about the magnitude of it, but he groggily blinked at you. I think it's time for bed. You squinted at your wrist as if to look at a watch. Yes. Yeah. It's bedtime o'clock. It's bed o'clock. You best be sleeping. The two of you got changed, brushed your teeth. In no time, the both of you were cozy and ready for sleep. After that, you flopped onto your side of the shared bed, Cove heading over to his side, but you felt the mattress dip under his weight. You tucked yourself under the covers, and Cove snuggled in closer to the middle. You almost turned on your side to face him, and scooting slightly closer, your noses almost touching, and Cove watched you with a soft expression on his face. Cove gently spoke, his words like a lullaby.
Good night.
Night. Cove's eyes fluttered shut as he let out a content sigh. There was warmth from Cove's body next to you. He was right there. His presence was comforting, perfect for lulling you to sleep. His presence was alluring, and you really wanted your hands on him. Guys, Karo's not here. The funny thing is, I think pretty much all these scenes, I think you can skip over. I just choose not to. Your hands drifted over to Cove's, and you ran your fingers. How'd you go out? Exactly. You ran your fingers up his arm, across his shoulders, and you finally to his face. Cove trembled at the gesture. You cradled his cheek and his hands. His eyes opened slightly to peek at you, unsure. Are you tired? As nice as it was to be near him, you understood if he might not be in the mood. You wouldn't mind if the both of you went to sleep instead, and Cove mothered into the hotel blanket.
I mean...
Not anymore. Baby. Your eyebrows lifted. He flushed at the growing excitement previously held any plans of rest. You leaned forward and lightly kissed his lips. Boy's gonna notice. He pecked you back affectionately, and it's funny because all these scenes start cracking me up. Affectionately, and you could feel his smile of his affection. He rolled slightly so he was fully on his side, and a better range of motion with his new freedom of his arm. Ivy just went to go put herself to bed. With the new freedom of his arm, he reached over to stroke the back of your head. When the first kiss ended, you immediately started another, and then another. And Cove stopped running his fingers down your hair and hold your head closer. You broke apart satisfied, or you kept going. Where's Kara when you need her? She's doing insurance. I'm so tempted just to keep taking photos. I'm sending it to her. I'm doing that. Screw it. Oh, she sent a message almost an hour ago. No, you weren't supposed to stream that. Darn. Darn it! Darrow! Alright, give me a moment. I'm sending a photo to Caro. 2 in 1 day! Oh my gosh, I mean, it has to be. Don't worry. Alright. Photo is sent. I'll grab some water and then... It's just like... I just like watching the emotes bounce on the screen. I know, so do I. I can watch it bounce on my other screen. Please tell me that is Caro that just sent me a message. It is! Okay. Alright. Alright, Darrow. This is for you. Well, you know it wasn't me. There you go, Darrow. Keep going. Oh my. You kissed him deeply, you grabbed onto his shirt, you hooked your legs around him, you kissed down his neck, Ivy is back. You grabbed his butt, nibbled on his ear, or you pressed your foreheads together effectively. It doesn't even have to be for me, and it's nice. No, hanky panky. Of course. 18 plus stream Discord stream win. Oh my gosh. You guys keep asking for that. 3. Who the fuck nipples on ears? Is that what Caro says? Yeah. Caro's asking for the 18 plus stream. That we were going to do, like, on Discord or sometime. I should probably do that when... Let me join in on that. Yeah, I think just because I don't have a Discord, I think I'll just do it in Carl's Discord. And I'll probably just let you guys know that it's happening. I'll probably do that at least when I'm here at this house, so I don't have a chance of someone walking in. Alright. Alright, what do we want to start with? I know I don't think we can do all of them. And I think I'm leaving this one last because I think that one... Nah, crap. You know what? Just for that, we're nibbling on his ear. You pressed your chest against his, toying with his earlobes and peppering it with little soft bites. So, do you know how dirty an ear is, Wolfie? No, but do I? Ignorance is bliss. Co spoke breathlessly, inaudible words against the crook of your neck. You actually took your time to respond to that. I had my phone in front of me. Because Carl it was also messaging me. Alright. What do we want? That one didn't really go much into something. Okay, so that's how we end it right here. I think I'm just going to cross this one out. You snick your arms around Cove, pulling him in as close as you could. You savored the heat of his body against you. Imagine talking to people. Cringe. I know, Flamingo. Like, going out, talking to people, ew. I'd rather stay like a hermit for the rest of my life. You pressed into Cove as long as you could manage before needing air, and he responded just as desperately. Imagine being a bird. Grab the butt! A flightless bird. You slid your hand down his back, lingering and caressing as you please. However, your touch had purpose and you were going until you grabbed his butt. Imagine being Flamingo! A shiver went down through him, and he grabbed your pajamas harder. You smiled at the curve of his lips. Oh my gosh. Flightless birds are penguins, flamingos. You bent over Cove, and the covers wrapped around you, and you kissed all the way along across the side of his neck. Cove squirmed under your touch and made a new pleased noise with every touch. Don't have birds invading my chat. Okay, we get another. I don't know. You tangled your legs across Cove, and you needed to get even closer. He twisted his arms around your back and kissed the corner of your mouth. Oh my god, why are we still going? What the fuck does this do? Carl's gonna turn up into fertilizer. I know. Tangled legs. You tugged and pulled at Cove's soft pajamas, and it stretched under your fingers. Cove started to run a hand through your hair again, sweetly carding through the strands. It was never-ending, reassuring that he was here and he was caring about you. Oh my god, is this the first one where we could do all options? They never gave us this option before. Cove happily looked back at you before he bent his torso so he was in a position more over you. He kissed you and ran his tongue along the bottom of your lips. You kissed him back eagerly, encouraging to go further. But hopefully could stretch twisted his head towards his pillow and squished his face into it, letting out a sigh. You smiled and then you snuggled up against him. Both of you started to settle from the heated moment. Cove's face remained pressed into the pillow, and you watched his chest rise and fall visibly, deep inhales, but his arms stayed around you, holding you close. When his breath slowed and he shifted back over and met your eyes. Accidental. Cove nuzzled his cheek against you lovingly and whispered, "We really shouldn't stay up all night, huh?" You accepted Cove's judgment, bitch. He was right. You both needed sleep for tomorrow. You blew his You curled up comfortably in each other's arms, ready to settle down for the night. Definitely stay up all night. I know. Rude. Your eyes fell closed sometime after. You were not sure exactly when, only the fact that they were now too heavy to open. You felt a mixture of bitter and sweet emotions. You were happy to be here, but the sad it was ending. There was relief that you would soon be in your own home again, but it also wondering when you would return here. Oh god. There were many more feelings swirling around in your head that hadn't even crystallized into thoughts yet. Paradoxical? You felt nice but also confused, but it was also nice from the confusion. In the back of your mind, you realized that you must have been tired. Unsurprisingly, your exhaustion didn't give you too much time to muse on your emotions. In what felt like seconds, you were already dreaming. A pterodactyl. Oh, look, guys, it's morning. Dreams danced around your head and became fragmented and faded until you couldn't remember a thing about them at all. You were growing more aware of the real world. You woke up on your own. You woke up to the alarm you set, or Cove was gently waking you up. I don't know. I waked up on my own. You opened your eyes with a smile, you groggily struggled to keep them half open, you pouted and squeezed them shut. Bitch. It didn't matter how much you wanted to get up, your body had other plans. Yawning, your eyelids kept drooping and getting dangerously close to sticking shut. Finally, you sat up fully with a big yawn and stretch of your back. Then your arms, and lastly your neck before accepting the day. The blanket fell to the side as you swung your legs over the side of the bed. A part of it almost got caught on your foot, but you kicked it away. Trips, bam, falls. Ko slipped out of the bed on the opposite side. Today would be your last day in Sunset Bird. Oh my god, why is there still one more day? The only thing you had planned was some family time in the old neighborhood, and you figured you would see where the day took you from there. Yawned again, you glanced over at your clothes. There was just one more day to live out of your bag. Really looking forward to having my former wardrobe again. I don't have any clean left, but oh well. Hey Cove, is there anything you want to see me in today? You simply strutted through the pile for something to put on. Hey Cove, is there anything you want to see me in today? Your teasing had Cove shaking his head, but then his gaze locked on yours and his smile grew, and you raised a quizzical eyebrow? You already know the answer to that. An anklet? Good guess. But that's only second place. Really? What else have you ever said about that? His mouth curled into an enthused smirk, and Cove clearly had some kind of setup, and he was going to get the payoff. To pay it off. What? Nothing. Oh. Makes sense. The only this time, instead of the answer being a poorly worded deflection from a shy teen, it was an entirely literal statement from your grown fiance. An amused smile slowly grew from ear to ear on your face. I'll keep that in mind then. Just walk out of the fucking room. Cove laughed boisterously at the reaction he got. Special ledger. Alright, let's get going. Our families are waiting. Who knows? Maybe something will happen in the wedding DLC, because we are doing that tonight. I just got back to that. What did I miss? Me asking Cove what he wanted to see me in, and he said nothing. Nodding, you and Ko swiftly finished getting ready in the small hotel room. As soon as you had your stuff together and were ready to go, you were off. The man of culture, I see. It's better than a shy teen when I fucking asked the question to the teenager. At most you could get out was a fucking anklet. Wedding DLC tonight? As in now? Or in tonight as in later? Depending on when this one ends, because I'm pretty sure we're getting close to the end of it, but I think I'm going to continue it like straight after. But we'll also see, because I don't know if we'll finish it. I don't know how long the wedding DLC is. Wait, so Karo and Dara are finally getting hitched? What? During the ride there, you and Cove decided to visit his dad's house first this time. When you got dropped off, Cove eagerly hopped out into the street with his eyes locked on his father's condo. Your gaze fell on your fiancé. He stood in the middle of the street where you grew up together while the summer sun made him shine. Nice as I'm getting settled in depending on how long. I'm not sleeping anytime soon, apparently. Why don't you just go to bed? You have the entire bed until I have to come in and shove you away. Me either, darling. Woke up at 5. I woke up at 3. I woke up earlier to put out the trash, but then I missed the recycling man. Yeah, and then I went back to bed after I put out the trash, and I was like, oops. I was like, if they wanted me to put out the trash, they should have told me what time the darn people came. I kind of just went back to bed. I went to bed kind of straight after the stream last night. Oh, I read that. Though he was the brightest light in your eyes no matter what. A beautiful. A playful grin spread across your face. It was a beautiful day and a beautiful boy. Supposed to have an appointment too. Yeah, tempted to email them a couple hours and cancel it. Next Friday I finally have my appointment. I'll be lurking until I hit 200 points again. Oh my god. Cove strode up to his old front door and casually flung it open without bothering to knock once again. This is me anytime I visit any of my relatives' house. If the front door is unlocked, I am walking in. You followed at his side as he poked his head in. You closed the door behind you both. Hello? You found Cliff and Kyra in the kitchen getting breakfast ready, and Kyra was cutting an apple while Cliff was watching the frying pan sizzle. Cove's parents waved from across the room, not straying from their task. It's always the worst where you're just like, can't you guys just figure out what I need to be done and then just be done? I got follow-up checkup appointments for the after surgery or whatever to see how I'm doing. I'm just I missed the other one since they scheduled it in a town that would take me 45 minutes to drive to. And they didn't tell me. And I was like, what do you mean it's not at the hospital where I normally have my appointments? They're like, no, it's in a separate building. And I'm like, well, F. I can't make it. Yeah. I read that. Good morning, you two. Yeah, morning. And hello to you. I hope you slept well. Morning, Mom and Dad. Thanks for swinging by. You're more than welcome to join us for breakfast here, if you haven't already eaten, of course. We haven't yet, though. Even if we had, there's always room for more. Kyra chuckled, and she put down the knife in her hand so she could have all her attention could be on her son. You're still my giant growing baby boy. Mom, please. Kyra didn't pay Cove's whining any mind. Instead, she put a finger up to her lip as she thought, her eyes on you and glimpsing towards the window.
What do you think?
I wonder, do you think your family has eaten yet, Sophia? I'm not sure. Cove and I came over here first. Your eyes flickered over to the clock and on the oven. Given the time, your moms may have eaten, or they could have had having a slower morning. It was a coin toss either way. Well, give them a call. They could come over. Cove nodded and a sage expression on his face. Making them breakfast is at least we could do after how much food I ate at their house growing up.
Right.
True, bud. Very true. Alright. Took out your phone. Even though your moms both had cells for years, the house number was one that you had memorized as a kid as the first entry in your contacts list. My mom's number and my house number is the only two numbers that I have memorized. My dad would have been a third, but then he decided to change his phone. like an ass, so now I don't know his number. I know my number, of course, but the only two people I don't know the number of, or I know the number of. I read that. As the call connected, you tapped the speaker button and you figured it would be easier if everyone could hear what was going on. I know mine and my mom's, that's it, yeah. I remember having to learn it, like my house number, and then my two parents' cells. I knew my cousin's house line by heart too, and that was it. Because I would call her like every weekend to hang out, and that was pretty much it that I knew. And then I had to memorize mine once I got a phone, and then I never had to memorize a number again. I know the emergency line. Pretty much. Everyone does. You heard a click and a familiar static.
Hello.
Hello, Sophia. It's nice to hear from you. Hi, Mom. Good morning. I'm across the street right now. Co's family wants me to invite everyone to breakfast. Do you want to come over? That sounds delightful. Anamela and I could do that. Lizzie and Lee should be able to make it too. Would that be fine? Cliff took a step forward and spoke loudly so his voice could be picked up. It definitely would be, and the more the merrier.
Marvelous.
I still remember my childhood home number, but that place hasn't been lived in by my family or a decade now? Yeah, luckily my mom and I still live in my childhood home, so. And then. Yeah, I think everyone else in my family has at least moved houses. I think my uncle might still live in the same house. But no house phone numbers I could memorize. My brain zoned out for a moment. We may have gotten dinner last night, but there's no law that we couldn't do it again for breakfast today. Enjoying the company while you can is what I think. Ma giggled, and you could hear some rustling over the line. Thank you. I'll let them know. We'll be right over. Cliff gives a thumbs up, and Cove shook his head with amusement. Dad just gave a thumbs up. I'm telling you since you can't see him over the phone. Kyra snorted. Ma's laughter rang out, filling the kitchen. Cliff switched the thumbs up hand to scratch the back of his head. Well, it sounds like we'll see you soon. Goodbye for a little while. You could feel her smile from her voice. Bye, Ma. You ended the call with a satisfied tap of the red button. Cliff's eyes wandered around the space. We better get cooking.
Sounds good.
I can help. Me too. No way, you're guests. Kyra and I have got this one. She grinned. There was something playful with the twist of her lips.
Right.
I couldn't say it so better myself, Cliff. I've been in your spot before, and there's no choice but to accept it. Cove's sighed but there was a sparkle in his eye, and you could tell that he was entertained. Fine, we can hang out over here, I guess. Good. Cove walked over to the living room, gesturing at the couch. Ow. Sorry, playing with my hair. You both took a seat, getting a comfortable spot, waiting for food and family. Cove tilted towards his parents with his chin. Ow, shit. Go back. with his chin and shook his head with a gentle smile, silently asking if you could believe this. All you had was a silent shrug. Time passed, filled with light chattering. Cove kept careful watch on his parents' culinary process and teasing them with a running commentary. "Oh, Dad, add another pinch of salt. I wonder if that was a good idea." Cliff had raised his voice to project over the house, over to the living room. He sounded very amused. "It's very funny of you, of all people, commenting on my salt usage when you were both born and raised in salt water. And besides, I am sure you remember back when you were 12 and tried to make..." Cove flushed slightly, but his smile remained bright as ever. "Do you really want to start talking about cooking mistakes, Dad? Because I'm remembering a lot of things too, like, what about that chowder that was supposed to be a pie?" What? Cove and his family were quite the show to listen to, and you chimed in occasionally, but mostly you were providing the laugh track. Eventually, there was a rhythmic knock at the door. "That's them." I need to stop playing with my hair. He said loudly for his parents' benefit. You nodded and got up to greet your family. When you opened the door, surprisingly, there was no moms. Terry stood in front with Miranda at his side, and Derek waved from behind them. "Suddenly, we got friends." "Hey, buddies. We came to see you two off before you left. The plan was to go over to Sophia's house next if you weren't here, and luckily you two aren't too hard to find." What he said, and hi. Cove bursted into laughter. His brows were high in surprise, not unlike how he looked after unwrapping a nice present. "Wow, thanks for coming." "Hello." Kyra's voice carried through the house from the kitchen. Cliff likewise projected. "Great, the whole gang will be here." You heard the sound of cabinets open and shut, a pan clattered, and the faucet turned on.
Are we interrupting something?
I love that every now and then the voice acting will pop in. I'm like, oh, hi. "My parents and sister and cousin are going to be coming over for breakfast, and they should be here in a few minutes." "Yep, but my dad always makes a ton of food anyway, so there's no problem for you guys to join." Cove waved off their concern before pausing with a thoughtful "The only problem is, do we have enough places for all the people to sit?" He peered back into the house and started counting the dining room table, chairs, and bar stool. 5, 6... Cliff interrupted when Cove began to try to use his finger to connect the different chairs to different guests.
No worries.
"Some people can squish together on the sofa. It'll be fine." "This is really going to be a party." "Well, I'll be happy to accept the invitation."
Yeah.
"You got to be crazy to skip out on this."
Thanks.
"Thank you for making room." "We're really glad you came." Your three friends finally piled into the house, and before they had a chance to settle in, your doorbell rang again. Only Miranda had sat down. Now that has to be them. People laughed as he walked back to the door and opened it. He was right this time. Your parents, Liz and Lee, all crowded the front step. They squinted in the house and were surprised to see how many greetings were said. The sheer force of the choir of hellos was impressive.
What?
How could they beat us here? How early did Sophia call you? We're literally across the street. Terry snorted at your sister's confusion. He seemed quite pleased with himself. "We were surprised. We called ourselves."
Cool.
"Very cool." Cliff smirked as he adjusted the settings on the stove. It's a little more crowded than expected, but we'll make it work. Just have everyone who is mostly in this game. We're literally just missing 3 people? I think we're missing like 3 people. Cove led the final group to complete the picture inside. They took the chance to greet you along with everyone else. When the excited energy buzzing around the table started to calm, you had a second to truly appreciate this view. The most important people in your life all together again. Having a big friend and a breakfast, yeah, sounds nice. I know. I would so love to kind of do something like this if my family didn't live out of state. As like close as I would get to this was like a graduation party. Though most of my friends didn't show up. It still felt too good to be true to have everyone here. And then you noticed that Kyra stood back up. She clapped her hands once in a satisfied smack. I hate to interrupt, but I thought you wanted to know the food is done cooking. Cliff crossed the floor to place a pile of silverware on the table, and then he dropped stuff off on the other surface around the rest of the living room. When he was done, he gestured towards the food.
Okay.
The plates are in the kitchen. Serve yourselves and sit wherever you like. The guests happily formed a line and the meal was steadily passed around. Before long, each person claimed a seat in the Holtons' living room area. Some at the table, some in the kitchen island, and some situated on the couches. Conversations trickled across the various platter of friends as everyone dug in. Cove finished his plate in record time with a pleased sigh. He put his fork down and surveyed the room. This is really cool. Just how we get to do these kind of things. I like this too. Cove, I hope we can make this happen again. Of course, there will always be more reason to get the game back together in the future. Yes. The two of you might even dare to celebrate our yearly anniversary. Gasp, every year? The smirk on Lizzie's face only grew wider as your mom giggled at her teasingly. And Ma shook her head and chuckling softer now. Lizzie, shush.
True.
Honestly, we just might. You have a good point. It does come around every year. You should. Seriously. You deserve a big celebration for your magical day. The kids are right. You got a lot of people who want to appreciate you, and you got to give them a chance. It's true. I know I have a lot to thank you for. I keep like leaning down. There are more nods of agreement around the room, and your moms took each other's hand for support. Either were expecting so much encouragement. We'll think about it. She'll think about it. I'll tell Lanny to stop thinking about it so hard so she doesn't agree. Yeah.
Good.
Good job, Mom. Now that with that settled, let's continue to enjoy this perfect gathering. Agreed. Actually, you want to know who else being here would make this perfect? I want to see the answers. As amazing as this was, you couldn't help but think of the absent faces in seconds, and people curiously turned their attention to you. Okay, here's the three people. We got Shiloh, we got Jeremy, and we got Baxter. You're gonna kick the blanket off the couch, you know that? I'm waiting for her to lay down, and then I'll stick the blanket on them. Alright. My answer is yes. Exactly. I'll be right back. Okay. I'm gonna take a photo because they're cute. They're cute. My honey boo from a different game, Jeremy! A small chuckle escaped Cove before his lips curled into a bent smile. He shook his head slightly while he studied you in disbelief.
I guess.
He would hate this. But yeah, I wouldn't mind if Jeremy was actually here. Snickering, your cheeks hurt from grinning so widely. You could easily imagine how vocally annoyed Jeremy would be sitting along your friends and family. It was amazing. Despite the twists and turns life threw in your direction, you still kept in touch with that angry little boy you met one summer a long time ago. Somehow the universe brought you together again as teens. And since you continue to talk on and off for the past 5 years, you appreciate the occasion where you got to check in on him. Since becoming an adult, his personality has gone through a few more changes. Jeremy was definitely still downcast and dry, but he's gotten some of the fight spirit back he had as a kid. Oh my gosh. Smiling to yourself, I forget some of the games, even this game, or step 4, went, I think, 5 years we skipped 5 years again. Shit. Okay, we're 8 in step 1, we're 13 in step 2, adding 5, we're 18 in step 3, adding 5 again, we're 23 in step 4, okay. 23! Oh god. My character's finally older than me. Oops. Smiling to your... Lol, I know. I will match the age, in a month. Okay, what did I step on that was wet? It's coming up. My birthday month is next month. I will be the same age. I kind of forget that I am 22. I mean, what? You have to stop playing until then. Oh, I guess you're right. No. Smiling to yourself, you felt like things came around in a full circle like that. His negative attitude aside, Jeremy did well for himself. He was going to graduate from a well-respected business university very soon. You were genuinely happy for him. As much as he protested the very notion, you were pretty sure that Jeremy was going to end up going back home and helping his parents run their little small hobby shop. He hated that fucking hobby shop. Leaning back in your seat, you were pleased with the suggestion, Derek scratched his cheek with a amused chuckle.
I swear.
I don't want to get older anymore. I'm done with birthdays and aging. Best of luck, Taro. Best of luck. It's so unreal that you did become friends with that mean kid. Talk about comeback for the ages. It's historic. You giggled, and the thought of how Derek and Jeremy only ever met in person that one summer years ago. But because you had continued the relationship with both, you kept them informed on each other. While Jeremy couldn't muster up any care about what was going on with his old acquaintance Derek, was always morbidly intrigued by the latest Jeremy update, and you were more than happy to oblige. There's no way Jeremy would agree that any of us are his friends, Pran, and still is the only one who gets that honor. Incredible. Being people he is decently familiar with is still close enough when it comes to Jeremy. Yeah. Fucking Jeremy. Fucking Baxter. Bitch shows up one summer and is just like, bye, bitches. And apparently, he's supposed to get a DLC too. And I'm like, I guess he's going to be the last one, because they're working on the Derek DLC right now. But they're also working on the second game, so I'm really can't wait for the second game. Because it focuses in fall, while this one focused around summer. All the DLCs, yeah. Which I like that the whole base game is like free. I think step 4 is also free. But what it does is it gives you like more stories that you can play through. So they just added like extra stories. Like you can probably go through this entire game for free and be like, yeah, okay, that's cute. But then like they give you like the DLCs and I'm like, cool. They also give you the 18 plus DLC, which I bought. Cove turned to you with a genuine, thoughtful look, and he rubbed his forearm when he composed his thoughts. Lewd, yeah. I think I'd be up for seeing him again. It's kind of interesting to see what Baxter would be like now. Yeah, I think so too. At least he have a ball with everyone gathered today. Ooh, yeah. Baxter was the cool guy with the eyes, the shirt, and the fancy rental car, right? I liked him. He was pretty nice. Yes, he was iconic. Too bad he had to mysteriously disappear and never be heard from again. But maybe that makes him even more of an icon. Shiloh, you bitch. You lying hoe. Lizzie stared at you blankly for a few seconds before covering her mouth with her hand, laughing hard. Lowering her hand, and she shook her head. No. Honestly, I'm not sure about that, Sophia. You know Shiloh's an acquired taste. And this big crowd? It's not like he'll ever come anyways. With a shrug, you ended up nodding in agreement. You knew Liz was right, but that didn't stop you from imagining how things could have been if he showed his face around the neighborhood again. Nowadays, Shiloh was pretty internet famous and extremely hard to reach, and you were pretty sure he moved to LA, and you definitely knew the fact is he dyed his hair blonde. Excuse me? Okay, so what I know about Shiloh is that I think every route or whatever he randomly generates, I think he has like 4 different things where he randomly generates like what happened to him. And I'm like, what? It's funny because I've seen all forms and I'm like, excuse me, what the fuck, Shiloh? Unfortunately, it's interesting actually. Yeah, because they said no matter what choices you choose, he will randomly generate. So like nothing you do will affect it. He'll forever be like the lying asshole, and I'm like, great. Shiloh, never change. Unfortunately, during the times where you did get a few minutes to chat with him, you got the impression that Shiloh was somehow even less transparent than he was as a teen. His fans actually call him Shy, and you weren't sure if any of them knew his actual name. Ko's mouth wobbled nervously. He shrugged, unsure of what to make of your suggestion at all. The 2 men were definitely never became close. And you left it there. There was a playfulness in Kyra's stare as she scanned the room. She slowly placed her index finger on her chin. Now, I think about it, there's something I haven't done in a while. Eyebrows were raised at Kyra's incomplete thought, and she wordlessly urged to continue. Kyra didn't hesitate. Look at all the photos Cliff has here. Wouldn't it be fun for all of us? What? Mom? Why would you say that? They're practically all photos of me.
Very cute.
And that's why. Embarrassing my baby boy is just one of the perks of being a mom. Much to Cove's dismay, his mom thoroughly entertained his outburst, and she winked in your direction. And meanwhile, Cliff eagerly stood up, with a wave of a proud affection for his son, and completely missed Kyra's teasing intent.
Oh.
I think that's a great idea. Anyone interested in the pictures? Lee shot up her hand before Cliff could even take a full step. Terry and Miranda snuck each other a glance before nodding at matching grins. That sounds swell.
That's fantastic.
That'd be lovely, Cliff. Lee's cute. I love Lee. She is my favorite character. Ma tried to hide her amusement behind her hand, but she couldn't stop snickering. A snicker slipped out. Oh boy. I've seen them all. They never get old. I want to see them. You shrug. You nodded. Poor Cove. Everyone loves to pick on you. I want to see them. It's been too long since I saw Little Cove. Mr. Holton met your gaze with a soft look that told you that he was thinking the same thing. I bet this is a gold mine of entertainment. Cove buried his face in his hand. He sighed slowly, his shoulders deflated in defeat. Fine. We can take a look. Everyone happy with picture time? Yeah. Didn't you see Little Cove the other night?
Fun.
Yes. They both excitedly raised a fist in victory. Small cheers from your friends and family worked their way around the room. Even you bounced to your feet excitedly. Dad flipped open his faded album with physical pictures. He held it up to his face. The corners of his eyes crinkled, and though the book was covered much of his face, you were certain he was smiling fondly. He didn't keep it to himself long, laying the family album on the dining table. You and the rest of the party gather around to get a peek. Look at baby Cove! And those eyes! first picture on the page was baby Cove in a cute little onesie, and there were several coos and ahs from the group, and Cliff's eyes were shining with tears as he sniffled. He's grown so much. Cove. What a dirt lol. Cove was such a cute kid. That's my darling Angel. Nice onesie, Cove. How precious. Even as a baby, you look unimpressed. You smiled, enjoying the view. Even as a baby, you look unimpressed. Sighing loudly, Cove crossed his arms. His pout grew worse, and it only put a wider grin on your face. He was the perfect match to the younger self, captured in ink on the page. My baby boy was such a quiet child. I probably had a lot on my mind that never changed. What was there to think about? Snack time versus nap time? Cove scowled. Meanwhile, you and Kyra couldn't help but crack into fits of laughter. After breakfast, the photo case, everyone decided to stick around. Hanging around Mr. Holton's house turned into a walk around the neighborhood, and then lunch, you switched over to your mom's condo. It was a really good time and enjoying each other's company, but eventually the sun began to set, and there was nothing else to delay your friends and family from going home. Inside your mom's house, the home that you had been raised in, the group was taking their time and saying goodbye. It was tough for you and your family and friends. You knew what was weighing on the mood. It might be some time before you see one another again. It was a pleasure having you all here. You're welcome to come around anytime. Ma wrapped her arms around Mom. With a light chuckle, Mom leaned her head gently into her wife's, and they both beamed.
I appreciate it.
Absolutely. I know we're all adults and have our own hectic lives, but we appreciate the time taken to visit. Snorting, Liz crossed her arms, and she leaned one hip out to the side while her lips curled teasingly. You make it sound like this is such a struggle. Some of these people still live here. It's like a vacation for everyone else. Even so, it was very thoughtful. I hope everyone has a safe trip home. Kyra clapped a hand on Cliff's shoulder, and he was puzzled as she leaned in so he could hear her. That means you too. It's dangerous crossing the street. Just remember to look both ways. Hey now. Yeah, good luck with all the important grown-up things. I'm sure you'll all have to do when you get out of here. Definitely. I'll give updates next time something exciting happens, or something lame, so I can vent about it. How nice. I'm gladly won't be forgetting the little people. Never ever. I'll keep in touch too.
Very nice.
You better. Well, me and Randy aren't going far, so we can keep an eye on the town for the rest of y'all. Nothing will get past us. Right. We'll make sure everything's okay. No need to worry at all.
Thanks.
That's kind of you. Miranda and Terry gave each other a pleased smile, already committing to their self-appointed task. Derek scratched the back of his head, wearing a pensive look. It's always sad when I have to leave this town. It happens too often, but at least I know there's people looking out for Sunset Bird. That makes me feel better about it. After a pause, Mr. Holton gave the younger folks a thumbs up.
Great.
That's all great. You got a lot to be proud of, and there's a lot to be looking forward to. Well said, Cliff. I'm thankful that I have the privilege to witness the growth you all undergone over the years. You matured beautifully. Cove was touched by his parents' words and struggled to come up with something to follow. Yeah, it's good seeing everyone. No one had taken a step yet, but you couldn't put this off any longer. It was time to say goodbye. Goodbye. I'll see you again. I'll miss you. This was fun. Thanks for being here. I'm so glad we got to do this. I don't know. Me too. Today was even better than I imagined. I don't know what we were gonna do without the kids around. I know, they keep us young. We're not that old. Some of us still got it. She winked at Cliff teasingly, and he shook his head. Both your moms laughed at it. You caught several more cracks and smiles among your friends. Carl just wants that daddy. One of the dogs is dreaming. Afterwards, there was more sniffling, hugs, and a lot of hugs. People were starting to trail out into the street, seeing others off. Your friends and family got into the cars and left the neighborhood. By the time things had fully settled, you realized the sun had set. Earlier, you and Cove decided on having a car pick you up. Neither of you wanted to bother your parents after such a long day. It'd be a little while before it would be there, though. It was the right choice, as both sets of parents shot you a wary look, and the four seemed ready to call it a night. It didn't take either you or Cove very long to assume that it was okay, to assure them that it was okay to head home and go to bed. One more round of good nights and goodbyes, your family returned to the condos. The only people left on the street was you and Cove. Cove closed his eyes, humming happily while he waited for it to pass. He stared up at the sky. The moment was comforting, but suddenly your face scrunched up, bemused. Something was wrong. Something you felt somewhat empty. It dawned on you, your wind chime wasn't here anymore. The feeling of the wind washing over the street wasn't right without the familiar tune. But you had taken it with you when you moved. It was bittersweet. You knew you would be able to hear it again when you got home. Cove's hands were in his pocket. His shoulders were relaxed when he caught your attention. He tilted with a tilt of his head.
So...
Can you guess what I'm thinking? That I can't hold. I gotta go to the bathroom. I can't hold it. I was trying to get to the end of the fucking story, which I'm pretty sure I'm really close, but I'm done. Ugh. I love that it like auto jumps back to the middle. Alright. At the moment, you were in the neighborhood you grew up in together, with some time to spare. You rolled your shoulders back and pretending to crack a few of your knuckles. An amused look fidgeted on Cove's face while he observed you silently. Could you perhaps be thinking about the fireflies? Thinking that the fireflies are out now?
Right.
Do you want to go to the Poppy Hill before we leave? Always. There's an eager bounce in your step as you and Co crossed towards the field behind your mom's house. Side by side, you stared out at the view in awe. As you imagine, the hill was dotted with glowing firefly lights. It was perfect, reflected in the memories of childhood held closely in your mind. Co sighed contently, seeing them across the hill, weaving in and around the blades of grass and stars above. Cove cocked his head to the side with an expression twistily playful when he met your eye. You were about to prod him about what was on his mind, and then he took off running. I bet I can catch one first! Oh, it's on? You laughed as you watched him try to catch one. Instead, you cheered him on. You chased after the next firefly that caught your eye. Oh, it's on. It's on, bitch! Kicking up a bit of dirt and leaves, you bolted to the opposite direction after a few fireflies that caught your attention. First one that flitted into your range, you dove for it. Did you get one? It escaped through your fingers, and didn't dim the second of your fun, and you shook your head, trying to find your next target. The next one, I can feel it. Unless you're feeling my future victory. Bitch! Come fight me. Out of the corner of your eye, you watched Co get spun nearly around, following one that was staying just out of reach. Luckily, you crouched down low, searching the air. The pursuit for fireflies continued until a handful was caught. Cove crossed over to you with a bright grin that could rival every twinkling bug and star around you. Cupped between both of his hands, Cove carefully held the firefly. The corners of his mouth twisted before a few giggles escaped him, and you knew that the feeling well, the firefly would be buzzing around, tickling the palm of your hands. Cove's eyelids fluttered open, meeting yours. He watched you with a complex mix of emotions, heavy with the weight of 15 years of history and memories. I have never seen a firefly, really? I kind of forget that they're not in some parts of the world. The thing is, they're not called fireflies where I live, they're called lightning bugs. But they're the same thing. I haven't gone out just to look for them in like a long time. I remember running around trying to catch them. It's really a relief I got to see the fireflies. This trip wouldn't have felt complete without it. Yeah, I think you're right. You spotted another firefly lowering to your eye level before looping back up to top of Cove's head, and it landed right in his hair and you smirked. Oh, apparently? Oh! Yeah, that would explain it. Smirked. What? You have a very tiny firefly hat. I do? Before you could get the answer, the firefly took off and disappearing into the night. You gave it a tiny wave goodbye. Well, that didn't last very long. Oh, too bad. I'll remember them as my tiny hat forever. Me too. Taking a deep breath, Cove held your eye. Just the way it's phrased, I'm like, hey, it's like Caro. I was like, I take out my eye and hand it to him. Here, have my eye. He appeared to be conflicted about what he wanted to say next. You waited for him to make up his choice. It's so strange not living here anymore. Most of my life, neither of us were ever really away from Sunset Bird. Well, unless one of us went on a trip somewhere. Or when both of our families took the trip together, remember that? He chuckled, losing himself, fondly reminiscing. And you couldn't help but match his grin. I like the road trip one a lot, though. I don't think we could all squish into the RV again. We're way too big. Laughing, Cove shook his head, his brow creased the longer he sat with thoughts spinning around in his brain. Those visits back with my mom, I remember what a big deal they felt like back then. To be away from here without anyone else coming for like a whole few weeks. Oh, how little I knew. Hey, what did you used to tell your mom about me during those trips to see her? We were so innocent back then, or you nodded. Throwing a little off kilter, Cove hadn't been expecting that question at all. His eyebrows raised, and a part of you wondered if you had somehow spoken gibberish instead. Honestly, I've been wondering about it since I was 13. Kyra kept the details to herself, and you never said a word either.
Well...
Ooh, some boy's flustered. Couldn't meet your stare for a second longer. Bashfully, he turned away and his voice grew smaller. Boy. Mostly, I just told her about the times we hung out, but I know I was pretty enthusiastic when I was because you are someone really special to me. But I admitted that much to my mom, and not sure if I used the word crush exactly, but she knew that you were the highlight of my young life. And look at that, you still are. He delivered the final thought earnest enough that you stopped breathing altogether. Yep, I died, guys. Cove beamed at you, pleased with his confession. And my headphone fell out of my ear. Thank you. You're welcome. And thank you for being my favorite story. Finally, Cove parted his hands, releasing the firefly back into the hill. It flew up around his face before darting away into the sky, but your gaze was still fixated on him. There was a touch of wistfulness in his features as he watched the bug disappear into the night. It wasn't until Cove turned his attention back to you that his demeanor warmed. Oh. Okay, I'm ready to go now. Yeah, think I'm ready too? I'm not. Do we have to go? You nodded, or you shook your head. Okay. Are you sure? No. Yeah. It's just goodbye for a little while. There will be more nights like this one someday. Trailing a few steps behind Cove, you looked back down the hill. You spotted your childhood home immediately. I'm grateful we could come home here and see how things are without us. It's nice.
Yeah.
With Cove right there along with you, you made your way down the hill with the same stars above trailing the way back. Your last night in Sunset Bird was closing out. You were lost deep within a dream, drifting with your current unconscious mind. Cove was with you there, his presence strong as in your mind, fiddling from scene to scene. The logic of the conscious world melted around you. Okay. Something jolted you from your slumber, and the visions you constructed slipped away, and even as you scrambled to catch them, it had been a good dream. You opened your eyes to an unlit, unfamiliar ceiling. The darkness permeated the room so thoroughly that you were sure that it was still the middle of the night. As your eyes adjusted to what little light there was to catch, a smiling face cozied itself right above you, and there he was. Good morning. The grin was bright enough to make it seem like maybe the sun had risen after all. Good morning. Well, my dream came true, you said sarcastically. Oh, my dream came true, you cooed. What do you got up your sleeve today? Oh, please, stop being a morning person. You groaned as grumpily as you can manage. I love this one. Please stop being a morning person. I just did that one. I like it being like exactly 5 hours since I started streaming. I'm still waiting. Both the options are me. Please stop being a morning person. Oh, totally. I don't do very well in the mornings. I'll still get up. Like, I don't really have a problem. It's just the fact is I like sleeping too much. But I was like, oh, if I get up early in the morning, I'm gonna go take a nap. Which is half the reason why I could wake up for Caro streams. Because I would just go back to bed afterwards. Only awake in the mornings if I haven't slept the night before. Naturally, you weren't surprised to see him, but that didn't stop you from enjoying it every time. His expression softened at your voice, the tender affection in his gaze obvious despite the dim space. You hissed him, you flicked his nose, you ruffled his hair, or you pulled the covers over your head. Kick his nose! And Caro still hasn't showed up, which I think is absolute funny. To me. Oh, it's like been an hour. I'll send her like another photo. Because we'll see how far I get with this. I wasn't expecting it to take the 5 hours to get through the how rude, not even seeing her own child do the hanky-panky. Propping yourself up on your elbows, you leaned in towards him. Cove, reading the intentions of your movements, bent down and meeting you halfway in a kiss. Would you prefer me to wake you up by tapping on the window? Yes, no, maybe. I prefer neither. Haha, you're so funny. Cove smirked, amused by his own wit.
Come on.
I mean, you really should have expected this was going to happen. I did. I was waiting for it. I was hoping you had outgrown it. Fine, shame on me, 'cause you got me more than once. Good. I'm glad I didn't disappoint. I'm guessing you woke me up for some reason. Are you gonna let me know? Well, this is our last day here, and everyone might still be asleep, but if we get up now, at least we can at least see the neighborhood. Do you want to? Of course. With you, definitely. Is there another reason you didn't tell me this plan last night? Oh, here we go, yet again. You nodded. I doubt I have a choice here.
All right.
Great. He held out one of those hands to help you get up to. You took it, you held out both arms, wordlessly asking him to lift you up. You shuffled out of bed with assistance. Fucking pick me up, bitch! Cove, compelled, crouched down to scoop you up before gently setting you down again. Before you could head out, you and Cove both needed to get dressed, so you did quietly. The strangeness of the hour meant your body was less coordinated than usual, and an article of clothes was a new puzzle, but you managed it. A puzzle? Every puzzle has an answer. Ooh. The two of you were eventually ready to head out into the wide world. Dawn still hadn't broken when you left the hotel, yet it was easy enough to get a ride down to Sunset Bird. The journey was peaceful, and you managed to have expected sleep to attempt to claim you once again with the sky still so dark. But Cove's excited energy was infectious. Clothes, just be naked. Exactly. Morning was finally starting to come over Sunset Bird as you arrived, almost like the sun itself was wanting to be there to welcome you. Cove turned towards you, his eyes sparkled with anticipation. One more summer beach trip? You laughed, nodding to reassure him, as if there was any alternative now that you were here and he was looking at you so eager. Yeah, one more. You could taken your time to get there, dawing under the morning sun, or you could take a short walk at a regular pace. Both of those would have been just right for some other occasion, but this time, without either of you saying a word, you and Cove set off sprinting. Apparently we're running. The two of you tore gleefully down the street towards the beach, as excited and ungainly as kids you once been. You were laughing with joy and the absurdity of it all, being here at the break of dawn with the boy who you once discovered on a hill nearby who had never completely grew up. As it was still early, you did your best to keep the noises down. To slide to the side, you saw Cove covering his mouth to stifle his own giggle, similarly aware of the people sleeping in the condos around you. Hello, please. There seems to be a man chasing a woman down the street. Nah, we grew up in this neighborhood. Everyone's gonna be like, oh, it's those two assholes again. You thought about what the mean old not grandparents would have said if they could see you now. All you could do was continue running and stumbling down towards the beach, away from the residents and their sleeping occupants. Only a few minutes before you arrived at the expanse ocean shore, Cove kicked off his shoes and strolled right into the water, not stopping until his feet were entirely submerged and the waves tickled his ankles. You stood close by on the damp sand, or you got into the water with them. Just get into the fucking water, bitch. After slipping off your shoes, you let the sea flow over you. It was cool against your skin, but not as cool as when the waves pulled back and your feet were exposed to the air again. The two of you stood there, watching as the sun continued its ascent over the horizon. Silence fell between you until finally dawn had fully broken. Even then, Ko spoke in a whisper.
Wow.
I can't believe it. It's over. I can't either. How are we already at this point? It all went by too fast. Boy, you're really sounding like a kid again, you joked. I think it was good enough. You shrugged or you nodded. I'll just fucking agree. A ghost of a smile crept over Ko's face, like the sun peeking out between clouds that overcasted the day. Darn it! How dare 3 in 1 stream? How crazy! Oh my gosh! All right, Grim. For you. You were hoping it would take me longer to get points. Nope. Just going along with the game. And then it suddenly, boom. It appears. A ghost of a smile crept over Ko's face, like the sun peeking out between the clouds of an overcasted day. Ah! Oh, look! When they tell you when you're, finally, the hand gets used. The hand gets used every now and then, but that's all you will ever see is just the hand. Cove reached out and enveloped your hand with his. Pressing... Okay, hold a minute. Karo's getting another photo. Oh no! He blinked. You bitch! This isn't supposed to be that real life. You're just a disembodied hand. That's it. Exactly. The bitch blinked like a real life photo, and I was like, bitch, I had to retake it. Okay. Ah! No! Bring it back! We'll see if she responds. Enveloped your hand in his, pressing your palms tightly together. The silence returned, just for a second. I'm glad we came here this morning, and we came on this whole visit back.
I'm so glad.
Oh no, he's crying again! But more than anything, I'm glad for ending up in this town in the first place, where I got to grow up with a really nice neighbor. I wouldn't want any other life. I'm most grateful for meeting you two. I feel the same way, Space Cadet. Thank you for being here. You smiled at him. Space Cadet. Okay. I pretty much never really called him that, so I'm hoping it's just like, oh yeah, you totally have called him that before. Cove looked over at you out of the corner of his eyes, not turning his face away from the sea. His expression was full of affection, and his gentle curve of his smile was clear and contented brow. Okay. It was a stark contrast to the tears rolling down his cheeks.
I love you.
I love you. You counted yourself lucky, even... I'm falling off the chair. Even though you were leaving now, this place had gifted you with so much that you were carrying with you whatever life might take you. The memories you made, the lessons you learned, the people you built relationships with. You kept those pieces in your life in Sunset Bird forever. Disgusting. I would never say the L word. App. You stood with Cove, silently watching as bright rays swept away the last of the night shadow until the dawn truly arrived. Your spirit was high as the sun rose even higher in the sky. The two of you found yourself meandering back to the neighborhood streets on sandy feet and strolling down the path as you done 1,000 times before. This is where it all started. You were compelled to look in the exact same spot you first encountered Mr. Holton, sitting dejected on the curb. He wasn't like that anymore. Still, you couldn't forget the day it began, just as you couldn't believe what an adventure it led to. Metering? Andering? Metering? Thanks, Dara. Me and Irving. Me and Irving. Me and Irving. Me. Me and Irving. We're just going. Oh my god, don't move. Oh no, I missed it. Part D. Me and Irving. Meandering. I missed it. Taking the photo of the dog judging me. He was judging me so hard. Metering? Thank you. You still couldn't forget the day. Oh, I read that. Things had never been the same since that moment. You couldn't be happier for it. Your mental lingering on the meeting that turned physical caused you to stop in your tracks. It was only when you heard Ko's voice calling your name that you remembered that you were and realized what you had done. And what a present it was, the shining sun, clear blue sky, a Cove James Holton by your side, and all things natural in the world. Almost all natural things in the world. So what's the next step? You watch Cove expectantly, waiting for him to guide you forward from here. There was a crinkle sound in his eyes as he laughed. It's up to you now. Ooh, exciting. You're giving me too much power. I don't know. But I don't want to be. You should pick. You clammed up. This was me. I was like, ooh, are we getting a next step? No, this is like the end of it. You're giving me too much power. Aren't you worried it's gonna go to my head? Cove smirked, shaking his head.
It's okay.
Don't worry about it. I'm listening, so go ahead. Go ahead. His eyes met yours, holding your gaze. I believe in you. Sophia. This will probably be the last game I ever put Sophia in. I'll probably just do Wolfie for the rest of the time. No matter how much time might pass. There were some things that you could count on to be consistent. It was funny because I wasn't used to putting Wolfie. I was so much more used to just answering or putting Sophia, so I just continued, and I was like, well, now it feels more comfortable to put Wolfie. I'm still waiting for Carl to respond. Cove, your family, his family, and all your other loved ones being there for when you needed it was one. I can't believe you've done this. I can't believe you've done this. Carl! You become the Wolfie. I know. Carl! You're here! I think the final, at the end of step 4. It took us 5 hours to get to the end of this shit. Cove, your family, your loved ones, where were we? I've returned from insurance BS. Welcome back. You missed a little hinky-panky, but other than that, it's been good. For when you needed it, it was one of those things since the beginning and for always. Wow, they're throwing in the title, guys. Hey, Caro, you missed a 3 out of autos. Yeah. Oh my gosh. Knowing they were there, you would never be truly alone. Made the future look all. You can't just bonk me. Excuse me, Missy. Made the future look all that much brighter. What do you mean, save? Fine. Bonk the young lady. I bonk you. Alright, you're getting this one. Because that's where Flamingo redeemed the save. We could go to the Poppy Hill. We can find somewhere private to make out. Do you want to keep walking through town? Do you want to grab something to eat? Shall we see who we can reach the end of the street fastest? I want to wait and see what happens. Oh wait, Daddy Carl's here. Oops! You didn't tell Kara about the 18 plus DLC. Oh no, yeah. She knows about it. She's messaged me about it too. So Kara, I heard earlier that you do. What? I do like the music. You were teasing him with that call, of course, but so much reminiscing about growing up made you yearn for him. After all, Sunset Bird had given you Cove, and you wanted to enjoy both of them together. Cove sputtered out a laugh. Sophia. I offered her a usage of my Discord for. He covered his mouth with his hands and staring at you over them with a wide eye. So, you don't want to? Yes, you do. He slowly lowered his hands. His gaze flickered shyly between you and the ground. Look at this shy little boy. No, that would be perfect. Your days growing up in Sunset Bird had been so wonderful, even the prospects of leaving again made your chest ache. Yet, you weren't going to let it stop you. Now, me being back into character, no hanky panky. I don't know. We'll see with the wedding DLC. It would be hard, but you knew that it would still be there waiting for whenever you wanted to return. Facing Cove, who had been at your side through it all, you knew that one day you would look back on these moments now, just as you fondly reminisced about your childhood growing up here. Cove already blew was loud earlier in stream. Really pushing those lines earlier. Each happy moment you experienced became only a memory of what used to be. But that was what life was. It was okay. As it was the beginning and continued that way for always. Life took another step forward. Ta-da! Thank you for beginning a life here. It's cute. I love it. And you can come back again always. The end. Thank you again for getting the Cove Wedding DLC. Because you're engaged to Cove in this playthrough, you can choose to continue the story into the wedding planning event if you like. You can always make a save here and come back if you want to return to the option later on. Here we go, bitches! Welcome to the Cove Wedding DLC. These events are set after Step 4, but doesn't specific when. It could be during the same summer, the next summer of the year, springtime in California, etc. No, I don't want the wedding DLC. Unlurk. Hello, TG. I shall stand up for this wedding, you know, speaking now, forever hold your peace. I disapprove of this wedding. Weddings lead to hanky-panky. Are we just hitting the DLC? We are just hitting the DLC. You can assume the timeline is whatever it needs to be to make sense for the choices you made to progress the relationship. Never get married. Marriage is expensive. Divorce is even more so. Agreed. That's why you get married in games. If you're in the US, it kills your credit too. Oof. Good. Dad can suffer. We hope you have a truly wonderful wedding. Ta-da! Our wedding. Oh my gosh. Okay, so this is my first time playing through the wedding DLC.
I can't believe you've done this.
I know, I can't believe. So all of this will be new to me. A wise man once told me, never get married, just find a woman you really hate, buy her a house. It's a lot cheaper. Oh my god. Oh my gosh, look at it. This is our house. Where's the fish tank? I think this is our house. Side by side on a purple dyed flux leather couch, you sat with your fiance, Cove. The air in the chic office, damn. Whatever. We're in an office, apparently. Smelled of non-distinct perfume. Though luckily with a demure touch rather than smothering, a soft hum came from the air conditioning unit, gently flowing the scent around the room. Can't believe I made it back for the wedding. I know. It was the first time that either of you had been there, and you weren't sure the atmosphere was meant to comfort or impress visitors. For some people, it wouldn't make a difference either way, like with your partner, for example. Cove's hand was instinctively gripping yours. You could feel him trembling and hear the squishing noises the couch made each time he shifted around. It's not yet time for the 3 separate ada-adas. Oh, now. You and me both. Okay. I will tell you later, Wolfie. But you're getting a new puppy sib. What? Interesting. Okay, my phone's going back on the... Cause... I read that. One part came from his usual nervousness over these kinds of matters. And the other came from almost uncontained excitement for the same reason. This place was the headquarters of a well-known event planning agency in the area. This office belonged to the planner for very particular types of special occasion weddings. You were here to plan your wedding together. Soon he wouldn't be your only your fiancé. Cove would be your husband. And that occasion there was going to be the ceremony, reception, and everything. You felt truly content. You were overflowing with thrilled energy. You matched with Cove, shaking with nerves. You felt totally natural, like it was no big deal to you. Your focus was on being concerned for Cove. Well, anyway, it's 1:30. I'm gonna get some sleep. Just force myself to fall asleep. Good night, Grim. I guess I could do content. It was a joy to be with him, and you only felt good about celebrating that love with family and friends. Today's meeting should be straightforward. Introduce yourselves to the planning team, get familiar with one another, and go over some basics. Have a nice lurk, Grim. The entire process would take multiple visits here and trips to the other locations. Before setting up the appointment with the planner, you and Cove decided that you were going to set the wedding in, or at least near Sunset Bird. You also had a good idea of who would be attending, how large the wedding needed to be, a few other details related to your lives together going forward. That was as far as you got in the process, but you decided to bring in assistance. Does that mean you're going to go to bed too, TG? Or are you just... You're going to force yourself to go to bed? All the planning was going to be great, you thought. It was going to be a pain, but it was worth it, you felt. No, okay. You were thankful for the professional to do this. You were planning the day with Cove as a team was something you look forward to. Okay, I'll do this one. Cove noticed the dreaminess in your eyes, and the corner of his mouth lifted hopefully. I passed out already, so I'm good to go. TJ, no. Gotta plant fertilizer. Oh my gosh. Cove noticed. Oh, I read that. A second hand reached over and clasped both of yours and his first. The metallic sensation pressed into your skin. The engagement ring securely on his left finger. Your feet shuffled against the black and white striped rug that had covered over the center of the hardwood floor as you returned to smile back. Here we are. Here we are. It's really happening. Unless you have 2 to 3 more hours in this DLC. I have no idea how long this DLC is. We'll see. It's really happening. His fingers squeezed your hand deeply as I shift. His finger... He squeezed his fingers. He squeezed your hand deeper into his hold. I'm not really good with, well, any of this, but I'm sure that whatever it ends up being, like, is going to be amazing. It has to be, because I'm marrying you. You're so wonderful, I completely agree. I'm glad you're feeling good about these things. Yeah, I hope you only panic in a moderate amount along the way. You turn your face away out of shyness, or you gave an earnest nod. So wonderful! He was too sweet sometimes. And then there was a series of quiet knocks. Your conversation stopped as you shared an unsure look between one another. Come in? In response to Ko's words, the shiny wood door off to the side swing open. Okay. Okay. Just because I know who this is, because I'm part of the Patreon. So, apparently there is a person who never showed up again. And I'm going to voice him. And I'm going to let you guys guess. Hello, lovebirds. Wedding DLC. Increases the overall playtime by multiple hours, yes. Any guess? Any guesses? Are you already pulling out your knives? You know who it is, Carl. There he is, in all his glory of him aged up. I was just getting ready. Standing there in the entryway was a tall man about your age. I knew it! His dark gray hair was swept to his side, and his neck had a distinctive mole. His curved grin and brown eyes grew wide in sync.
Hallelujah.
Don't say that in my ear! Dark gray, it looks brown to me. Love would have been a lie if you two dolls had broken up. Oh, Baxter. Cove stared a while, frozen in place, a deer in headlights. His mouth opened and then closed again, soundless. Baxter? Do you know this person, Cove? Oh my god, that would be so awkward. This is so awkward. This is amazing. I should have known. You already told me. Your eyes darted between Cove and the man, confused. You were speechlessly again. This is amazing. The former tourist stepped further into the room while chuckling.
That's wonderful.
Get out of my ear, Baxter. Jeez. I'm flattered you two people of excellency remember me too. And I didn't even have to dress in black and white. Okay, fine. He's a little cuter without the dyed hair. Puts nice on. His style choice might have changed, but you realize that the design of the rug might have not been entirely an arbitrary choice. It was excellent, exciting to see him. To see it was really him. You only felt shock and disbelief. You were ticked. No, I was so happy when they showed in the little Patreon. They're like, oh yeah, guess who your wedding planner is? Fucking Baxter. And I was like, are you shitting me? This is incredible, an unexpected reunion. It's been a while. Years.
I know.
I don't think Co's happy. Yeah, it has been. Co dropped his response heavily. The tone likely would have been firmer if he wasn't still in disbelief that Baxter had reappeared in front of both of you as the wedding planner of all things. JK, surprise. Your wedding planner. What happened? No one heard from you at all. Until right now, I guess. Did you lose Sophia's number in the taxi? The more he spoke, the more sardonic edge caught up to Cove. Well, as professionally as possible, Baxter strode to the other half of the room, took a seat in the rolling chair opposite of the couch you were on, using the tips of his feet to smoothly twist the chair into position so it would completely face you as he continued the reply. I went back to college, eventually graduating, joined the great wide career world, grew up and learned some more. Still learning. To fully settle in, Baxter dropped an elbow on the armrest of his seat and rested his chin against a propped up fist. That's the curated version. Life is a wonderful journey. The words were spoken flatly, inauthentically, and punctuated with a dismissal gesture of a free hand. Baxter, what the fuck? It was impossible to tell if it was sarcasm purely in response to Cove's own sharpness, or there was something else. Even Cove raised an eyebrow at how clear the displeasure was. Baxter was aware the impression he was giving, only half shrugged with one shoulder over it. His eyes drifted away from you and your partner. Whatever the story was, you definitely weren't getting the full version of it. Well, I'm happy we got to meet again. Okay. Well, I hope you're alright. This is so weird. I missed you. You didn't comment. A bent formed in his brow and a small sign of regret. It was nice. Now that's my introduction taken care of. Then let's swing it back around to the real reason you came. You're getting married. Congrats. You were given an enthusiastic round of applause from the audience of one. You were been able to tell Baxter about your engagement before he left. What? Baxter never found out about your proposal that summer night. Oh, okay. Since I proposed in step 3. So Baxter was still there. Yeah, I think I would have told him. You had caught him the next morning before he went off to college, and you stopped him. And you stopped hearing from him. Before the uncomfortable silence could form, Baxter offered one more word on your relationship. Honestly, I'm happy to see you're still together. Secret friends behind Cove's back. I wasn't secret friends behind his Cove. Cove was there half the time, and I even gave him my number, and he was like, "Oh, okay." Happy to see you still together. I can't help but be a little surprised you hadn't gotten married already by now. Cove cleared his voice in an attempt to distract from his own embarrassment. After how fast we got engaged, we decided it would be good not to rush anything else. And it's not like we could afford to hire someone like you at 18, right?
Understandable.
God, Baxter. I understand. That makes sense. Baxter slipped a pen out of his jacket pocket and tapped it against the desk counter at his side. He looked between you and Cove, satisfied. Thank you for answering. Considering we have already acquainted with, should make the process much better. I'm sure your special day is going to be one to remember. It's Cove uneased single word was directed towards you. In a whisper, he elaborated on what that was supposed to mean. Careful, Cove. Baxter might still have a chance, it seems. No, he doesn't. Maybe when the Baxter DLC comes out, I'll try it. But I don't know how that's gonna go. Because I still haven't gone the entire route where Cove's just your friend. Instead of me fucking marrying him every single time. Oh, how about that? Rude, Cove! Are we really going with this? Having Baxter plan our wedding? I would like you to. Quietly yelped. It wasn't unreasonable that the person on the other side of the room could hear the conversation, but Cove had not expected him to answer. Oh, I mean, I think it could go well. I can do it right. There are very few weddings I would like to see go off like a charm than this one. He spoke in a collectory way. Baxter's normal boldness was entirely missing while asking for this chance. You and Cove faced one another on the couch. The softness in his eyes and the sloping of his brow shared his thoughts without him needing to say a word. He was being swayed. You nodded to your partner. There was a pause and then Cove spoke. Okay. While still on the couch, Cove brought his torso up to its full height and held his head high, and the look on his face was determined. Since it's actually the reality existing now, I have got questions for you, Baxter. Yes. Cove's strong stance began to crumble as he shrunk into himself once more. Is your offer for dance lessons still open? Your new planner gasped before quickly settling into laughter with a clap of his own hands. Of course, always. That's a relief. I'm going to probably need them. Dance? Oh. Because back in step 3, I think he offered help him dance. That leads to hanky-panky. What a plot twist. My home boyfriend cheats.
I'm here if you need me.
Baxter, you bitch. Stop. Get out of my ear. I'm sorry, Woodson. You can go back to sleep. I understand completely. I'm here for you. And you as well, Sophia, if there's a need. Still have Baxter seats. You were a good dancer. It would have been nice to practice with someone. You were a good dancer, didn't need help. Just not with you. Still have Baxter seats, just not with you. Oh my gosh. You're a good dancer, but you didn't want to dance with Baxter. You weren't a good dancer, you could use guidance. You weren't a good dancer, didn't want lessons anyways. You weren't a good dancer, but you didn't want to dance with Baxter. I'm a terrible dancer. I won't deny that. Yeah, I would like that. Got it. That works for me. Plot twist, this becomes a BL. Exactly. Now. He shifted closer in the rolling chair with a glint in his eyes that made him almost look like a teen he used to be. Let's roll up our sleeves and get into the details, which I don't mean literally. There's no need to crumple my jacket, but I'm going to have to ask you quite a few questions.
All right.
So am I. To start, we have we thought of the possible surnames? Yours, his. What are you imagining? I don't care. I just want to marry her. But we have actually talked about it. We have? Yeah, we're going with... Oh, okay. Is this a choice I made early on that I was just like, yep. Both of us will be using my last name, Layton. Both of us will be using his last name, Layton. Both of us will be using a hyphenated name, Layton Holton. Both of us will use a hyphened name, Holton Layton. Both of us will be keeping our own last names, Sophia Layton and Cove Holton. Which is taking my last name. Good to know. Sophia and Cove Layton, it is. Cove straightened up against the back of the couch. You could practically hear his heart pounding over your name being said as one that way. It made you giddy, too. And what about titles in the wedding? Bride, groom? Whatever you like, honestly. Can I be the groom?
Of course.
God damn it, Baxter. I'm wearing headphones too, bitch. I don't do well with deep voices. It's your day. I'm the groom too, bitch. He's the groom, I'm the bride. Can I be called neither? I like that there's options like this. He's the groom, I'm the bride. Wonderful. A bride and a groom for the couple of the wedding. Baxter flipped open a notebook set on the desk. Can I get an ideal of scale? Only an estimate. It doesn't have to be a complete guest list. Even if it was, you never know how many of those invites will be accepted in RSVPs. Don't stress too much over who's going to be in attendance. Cove stepped off of Cloud 9, and he hovering on since the start of the conversation, planted himself firmly on the purple couch in Baxter's office. For sure. There's probably going to be our parents, 4 of them, Sophia's sister, and her uncle and aunt and cousin. Some grandparents should be there, but not all of them. We have our friends Miranda, Terry, and Derek. You nodded in agreement as Cove filled Baxter in. Right. I was also wondering if we can invite Shiloh. That's right. I was also wondering if we can invite Jeremy. We can fucking invite Jeremy. Oh, that was right. I was wondering if we could invite Shiloh and Jeremy. Guys, we're fighting both of them. Cove snorted, covering his mouth to resist a full laugh. No. Yes. We can try, but I kind of don't think they're gonna show up. Baxter's eyes shifted from your face to Cove's and back again. It was sharp. He was trying to read the room. Co-workers of yours?
No.
The mirth Cove had rapidly turned to more of a nervous chuckle. He momentarily forgot it wasn't a conversation between you and him. Shiloh is someone we've known since we were kids. It's not exactly reliable. He always does what he feels like and doesn't do anything else. I think Sophia likes him more than I do. I don't hate him, but I wouldn't let him come to our wedding, though. Shiloh isn't that bad. Exactly. He's hard to like, but harder to hate. It's for old time's sake. Imagine how funny it would be. I want to do it for Liz. You know she still has a soft spot for him. You accepted Cove's decision without retort. No, he is coming. Alright. And Jeremy? Cove didn't resist a laughing with his whole heart at that. Bruh. He is coming just because I want to see the fucking blonde hair. We met him as teens, barely. We were like 13 and he was a little younger. He was horrible, mean, angry, and unreasonable. But thanks to Shiloh of all people, we met him again years later, and it turns out Jeremy's okay now. More bristled than hostile. I kind of got attached even though we're not friends because Jeremy is the kind of guy who wouldn't describe anyone as a friend. Except for Pran. Well, you ended Co's explanation with him, matching smiles with him to boot. Jeremy is great. I can't believe he grew on me. It definitely will be entertaining to have him there. Having him attend would make him annoyed, and that's the goal. To sum it up well, that summed it up well, so you left it there. Jeremy is great. You got some interesting relationships. I'll put it down. We can certainly send invitations when a time comes. It will be up to them to decide what to do with the offer. Who else? You and Cove continued to come up with family members, friends, professional relations, and that was to make the estimate size of the wedding. All the while, Baxter was jotting down information like an attentive student sitting in front of class. Baxter, you bitch. And all of those are the who you most want and expect to be there. Would any of them make up wedding parties, or is everyone a normal guest? We were thinking about having a wedding party. We hadn't really planned on something like that. Is the wedding party like the people who are kind of close to you? Is that what that is? I don't go to weddings a lot. I don't know a lot of things about weddings. I think that's what it is. Sure. Right. We hadn't picked exactly who we wanted in, who we would be in it. Bridesmaids and yeah, okay, that's what I thought it was. Exactly we wanted in yet. We were but we're having the wedding parties.
Certainly.
Of course. Let's discuss who's with who now. Then. It can be an equal split between the both of you. It's not a rule. If one of you has a bigger wedding party than the other, it's completely fine. It's all up to the two of you, so you can do as you please. Templey Cove offered his first thought on the matter. I don't know. Maybe it's embarrassing or even dumb, but as great as my friends are, the person who I want to be my best man is my dad. Aww. It's not dumb at all. He's going to be so happy to hear that. It's the perfect choice. Who could stretch, Ivy? You've come a long way, Cove. You simply nodded in understanding. Yeah, we can have him offer $20 to do it. Perfect. That'll work for sure. Having that close a relationship with your father is a beautiful thing. Yes.
What do you think?
God, Baxter. Petty. We will be petty for him paying an 8-year-old $20 for him to be my friend. Sophia, do you know who you want to be leading your wedding party? And the title isn't important. Best man, best woman, best person, maid, man, or individual of honor. That will be all fine. Can I fucking have Jeremy? No, damn it. Sis, I was thinking Lee. I love Lee. My mom, Caroline, my sister Liz, my cousin Lee, my mother-in-law Kyra, my friend Derek, my friend Miranda, or my friend Terry. I want it to be Lee. I love Lee. Lee's good too. Yeah, Lee. As my maid of honor, best woman, person of honor, best person, maid of honor. Just don't pick a fave mom. There are too many moms. Very well. Anyone else in the parties? Well, I'm good with whatever friends or family being in my party, but I kind of want the size of things to be sort of close. Everybody would probably be in Sophia's party if there wasn't more of a split, so it's okay if there's probably like 3 or 4 in the parties at most. That makes sense. Oh, but I want everyone in my party. I didn't want that many anyways. You accept Co's acceptance of Co's request. Fine. Great. For your own party, you choose... definitely my sis. Ow! But my moms! I could put all of my moms in my party, but there's not enough room for Miranda and Liz. Carl, what'd I do? Oh no. I don't know. Why are you judging me? Moms don't want to be in the party. I believe in you. Okay, I'm definitely putting Liz in. Oh god. That's everyone. I just want Liz. Definitely Miranda. They just want to enjoy, yeah. We'll do Miranda. See, I don't know if I want to put the mother-in-law in, because Kyra is fun. Because I can't pick between the moms. Because they said I can only have 3. I could just end it here, but... Okay, I'm putting Kyra in. Just because... Ko's having his dad be the best man. I'm putting Kyra in. 3 or 4, I thought... No, I thought... You were right. Oh. Do you think Mom will be mad if I put Ma in? Because I can't... Ma! And I use... Bridesmaids for the title, bride's attendants for the title, wedding attendants, wedding crewmates for the title. I only have the 1 Ma in! But I wanted Miranda in there, too. We'll do bridesmaids. See, he took the other Ma. He took the other one. So, they're both still in the party. Then my party is going to be Terry, Derek, and Padma. Your luck is this game. And with that, you successfully mapped out the members of your wedding party. Perfect. I'll make notes. The statement was made extra clear by the clicking noise of Baxter keenly tapping his pen on the armrest.
So,
Baxter, bitch. On the topic of guests and that sort, are you open to attendees giving speeches during the reception? Fuck yes. We can make it so only select people who are arranged to say some words about the couple, or have an open mic for anyone interested in taking it, or discreetly circumvent anyone from gathering the attention in order to talk. I feel like it would be nice to have certain people talk. I'm fine with anyone making toasts or giving speeches if they want. Yeah, I don't mind. Let's have this full thing just be a fucking disaster. I'm okay with that too. People are gonna tease us whatever it's in the speech or not. Good. He continued along, casually accepting all of your inputs. And are you thinking of writing anything yourselves for custom vows? Just remember, it's an option, not obligation? There's no pressure to make a custom declaration, if you're not comfortable with it. Oh. I had custom vows in mind, if I'm honest. Truthfully, I hope of doing a normal wedding ceremony speech. I want to let Cove decide what he felt up for. See, I would do custom, but I kind of want to see what he wants to do. I want to write my own. Yes. I think I want to write my own vows. I'm gonna gonna be nervous either way, and there's a lot I could say. Then that's what I want to do. What we'll do. Cove's eyes squinted up from his cheeks as he smiled at you sweetly. You could feel butterflies already, and the vows hadn't even been said.
Lovely.
Oh God, Baxter. Cute. Lovely, just lovely. And that's your highest personal, so you can work on them. Highly personal, so you can work on them in private, outside of our appointments. Baxter relaxed back into his chair. Looked at the both of you over, his smile curved widely. It was a look that made Cove nervous. You could feel him beginning to fidget uncomfortably at your side. Let's talk a little more about traditions and wedding norms.
To be honest,
God damn it, Baxter. We're all friends here, so I'll be frank. If one of you sincerely asks not to get splattered with cake, oh God, we're having a fucking cake fight. That is my favorite thing to do, is a fucking cake fight. Is literally what I would request at any party I would have. Sincerely not asked not to get splattered with cake. Or forever, or whatever else, the others does the exact opposite and simply because they think it's funny, I will personally see to it that your marriage ends. If you can't treat your partner and their boundaries with respect on your own wedding day, you don't deserve them as your spouse. I kind of forgot to do Baxter's voice. See, like, I don't mind the whole, like, kind of cake smeary thing, but I do understand of not wanting to do it in your wedding dress. Like, do it at the fucking reception, like, you change out of that dress and fucking go ham. I read that. Now, I sincerely doubt that's going to be a problem with you two, but it's an occupation hazard.
in that case,
God, Baxter. With that said, do you have any requests pertaining to either the ceremony or the reception? We can arrange for anything special that you do want to include. Well, I don't want anything to happen with the cake. It should be just for eating. I would like a proper cake cutting with Cove without all the mess. I want to smash some cake. Some cake. Cove, you can spear it on me too. It would be fun to smash some cake in Cove's face, but I don't want any on myself. Cove, you should, but I won't. Cove should, but I wouldn't want to smash cake on him. Okay. The middle option. Hey, it's not an expensive wedding dress I'm paying for. We're smearing fucking cake. Baffled, Cove's gaze remained fixated on you silently. He didn't appear opposed to the idea exactly, but then he rocked with a surprised laugh. Oh, get the fuck out of here.
What?
Are you really? Your grin grew in amusement as his stunned expression. You drew an X over your heart with your finger. Cross my heart. I promise I won't make too much of a mess. It'll be fun. Okay, let's smash some cake. It's ours. He added a quick, addendum to that statement. But only part of it. The rest is for eating, right? Oh my god, he just wants to eat the cake. Right. There would be enough for seconds and thirds. That promise sold Cove on the completely on the idea. Very well. Baxter clapped his hands together, pleased with the direction of the conversation. It's another important detail, Don. We should discuss who you would like to officiate the ceremony next.
I can do that.
I can arrange a very standard justice of peace to be there, but if there's a pastor, master, rabbi, judge, or anyone that you have in mind, please send me their contact information. Preferably right away so we can work things out with them, and we're all set for the ceremony. Unsure of what to say, Cove glances over at you, scratching his cheek contemplatingly. Hi, Menace. How are you? I'm doing good. We're going to ignore that I've been playing this game for about 6 hours. We finally started something I haven't played yet, and I love the emotes. I'm not religious really at all, so religious figure is out. I don't mind having a justice of peace officiate. I don't have a certified figure in mind. I do have a certified figure in mind if we could ask. I'm okay, thanks. That's good. I don't know. Can it be Baxter? Can I have Baxter officiate the wedding? Without another thought, Cove nodded.
Right.
You're way ahead of me here. Let's go whatever you want. Wonderful. Text me their info after our meeting, and I'll get everything sorted out.
Very well.
God, Baxter, your voice. Now, have either of you considered how you want to arrive to the ceremony? Will? Puppies are deep in sleep. Okay. I'm taking a photo. You know, I can send it in the group chat and just show you what they're doing next to me. Okay, I'm going to take a break and I'm going to send it in Caro's Discord. Hello. I should probably delete all the photos of Cove on my phone that I sent to Caro. Okay. And now Discord. Yours. Is it in common area? It is. It's under pets. Boop. Done. There you go. Now you can see what the puppies look like next to me. They're so cute. Now, have either of you considered how you want to arrive to the ceremony? Will one come in first and then the other down the aisle, or perhaps you both want to enter together? I would love to see Cove come down the aisle. I have my heart set on walking down the aisle. Cove, would you want to walk together? Oh, Cove, what were you thinking? Ooh, I love that you can have we don't talk about the uptime. I'm kind of curious what Cove wants. I have the power of God on my side. Oh, God. Yeah. With the power of time on my side. I kind of do want to walk down the aisle, but He closed his mouth, thinking over the question, his eyebrows pinched together as he was imagining the very possibilities. Aw, he wants to do it together. Do you want to do it together? Fuck it, we're doing it together. I have no plans either way. I would love that. Oh, I was putting my phone away. That's why my model is freaking out. Snacky snacks. Oh, I'm putting the food away. Apparently I've woke up the dogs. Go to sleep. I can eat in peace, you know.
Yeah.
Great. Cool. Exhaling his tension away, Ko closed his eyes. A weak laugh rattled through him. I think I can handle the distance without my legs giving out from underneath me. Especially if we're doing it together. I'm happy you're doing this with me. I'm so happy. No matter what, I promise that everything's going to be alright. Okay, 2G. I believe in you. You laughed at the idea of him tripping down the aisle. Or you grinned. Thank you for doing this with me. Me, Sophia, thank you for agreeing to all of this. He trembled with emotion as his gaze dropped down away, avoiding yours. You reached over and gave his forearm a gentle squeeze. Look at how thin the scar is now. I was just thinking about it. I want to do everything with you. Me too. Cove's face was a shade pinker from the conversation, and he was pleased with what you both settled on, and you were too. That sounds lovely. Baxter clicked his pen before dropping his attention to the paperwork. He glanced back up, giving you his full attention.
Does that sound all right?
God, Baxter. Oh. And are you intending to exchange wedding bands? Is it possible to skip that? We got the rings. No, we don't have the rings for that. Cove answered, explaining how you would exchange the rings. You had to count. 5 years. Oh, wrong thing. Apparently, I am not as old as I thought I was. Cuff answered, explained you wouldn't exchange rings. I'll make him answer. Thanks, I was trying to see yours, so thanks. Oh. We were thinking that was gonna happen. I already got the rings for it.
Of course.
Of course. We can easily save a moment for that in your ceremony. A small reminder, couples generally take off the engagement rings before the ceremony to wear the wedding bands during the wedding. Thanks. You couldn't help but picture the matching wedding bands you had gotten together. They were gold, rose gold, silver, platinum, black. What? What was the question? Is this the wedding bands? Okay, these are the wedding bands. Black? See, I kind of want to do rose gold. Like your soul. You know what? True. We're doing black. Oh. A round band, jeweled band, a V-shaped band, or a V-shaped brand with jewels. This would have been a lot easier if I, could see it. See, these are matching. I think I'm just gonna do a round band. Rose gold is a nice color. It is. I love it. I used to have the rose gold iPhone. And now I got a red phone. They were incredible. Before you completely lost focus, Baxter spoke up again. So, do either of you want to have a bouquet? A small chuckle fell from Cove's lopsided grin. But Baxter was serious and waited attentively. When Cove realized that, he shrugged. I like flowers, but I don't need a whole bouquet. I would like to have one. I don't need one either. Don't be shy, Cove. You should have one, Cove. We should both have one. It'd be nice. I'll take a bouquet. Guys, I'm just planning out a wedding. I should just change the title. Hi, welcome to me planning out a wedding. The shape and color of it hadn't fully formed in your thoughts, but part of you could already feel the weight of the flowers in your hands, and a satisfied smile tugged at the corner of your lip, out of your mouth. You should not, because half of this, like, I'm doing just because I don't have to actually deal with it. So I would actually, like, if it was my own wedding, I probably would do it a little bit different. Caro, I'm still kind of scared what you and Trash were talking about if I got married and my bachelor party. I don't know what you guys said you planned, but I'm scared. If I ever got married. Pokemon strippers! Pokemon strippers? Okay, that was at least a little better than having someone dress up as fucking Professor Layton. Because that's where my brain went to. Blatant special! Oh no! Oh no! Here goes Brewery! Help me! Oh my gosh. Oh, he keeps the hat on. Oh no! Fucking great. Do. A small smile tugged at the corner of your mouth. Excellent choice. Let's discuss what it'll look like then. He leans forward, interlacing his fingers together at the table, excited. You glanced at Cove and he gave you a supportive thumbs up in return. Would you mind if it had white poppies? No, it needs those. For an instant, Baxter brought up since the instant Baxter brought up the flowers, you have been positive Cove was gonna ask for those. Cute. Are there any others that you want highlighted? Okay. Roses, buttercups, snapdragons, hibiscus, peonies, sunflowers, tulips, orchids, or type in your own answer, or know if white poppies should be the only focal point. No. We'll just do just the white poppies. No. White poppies it is. They'll be gorgeous. They've always been our favorite flowers since we were kids. And now you're bringing that to your wedding together. And now you're bringing that to your wedding together. Ah, the epitome of romance. Bashful Cove averted his gaze. With that decided, Baxter picked his pen up again and took notes at your specifications. He steadily nodded as he wrote. Well, since you're having that means you ought to have an option. You're having an option for the bouquet toss during the reception. That kind of sounds fun. What do you think, Sophia? Hell yeah, I'm throwing that bouquet. I got the bouquet at my sister's wedding. And then I ran up and handed it back to her. To be fair, I was 5. Honestly, I'd rather keep the bouquet instead of throwing it. You nodded affirmatively. Definitely. All the emotes. Definitely, we gotta do it. Yeah. If you want to, we can have one. Definitely, we're doing it. Oh, no problem, Menace. Sorry that your internet's being wonky. Not really missing much, just wedding planning. Cove grinned. You can hear me fiddling with the bag. My goldfish bag. Alright. Cove grinned, curled in excitement. Caro, are you streaming in the morning? Oh wait, you're streaming Rune Factory, aren't you? Cove grinned. Yep. Best of luck. I don't want spoilers, so good luck. I don't know why I'm waiting long, and I'm like, I don't know what I want. What I want to do with it. Like, I want to watch, but then I don't want to watch, and I'm like, ugh. Yeah, it's not looking too good. What do you mean? Oh, you mean going to watch it? Because at this point, if I keep going, no matter, like, because I don't know how long this is gonna go, I'm gonna end up reading Karo. It would be easier, if she still streamed at 6 o'clock in the morning for me. Cove grinned, curled excitedly. Baxter gazed up from his notes. Marvelous. It's all about the basics. That's about all the basics sorted out. We'll still have time to talk about the ceremony itself, but we still have time to talk about the ceremony itself. There are vows, but from there you can personalize it with more ritual and such. If there's any particular tradition you would like to have, you're welcome to let me know.
Don't worry about it.
I don't have things I need. I'm not very traditional. I just want it to be whatever Sophia hopes for.
Charming.
Oh god. Sophia. I want to keep the ceremony simple. I want to jump the broom. I'm sorry, what? I would like the sand pouring ritual. What? Can we have the hand fastenings? What? What is any of this? Hand fastening ritual. I want to do breaking the glass. Okay, breaking the glass I knew of. What the fuck is the blanket ceremony? Do we make a blanket for it? Is that what that is? I want to have the floral garland exchange. What is this? Okay, I know about the confetti toss when we leave. That I don't mind. What is anything else? If I was on my own, I would be actually looking up all of these because I have no idea. I might just do it later on my own time. I kind of like the confetti when you leave. No. He tapped his pen on the table twice. I know a perfect place to get some. It's biodegradable and very nice. Perfect. That's awesome. Yes, thank you. Anything else? Because I really don't know what most of this is. I know about the glass breaking one, but the rest of them? Nah, I don't. So that will be everything. Content with your wishes. Oh wait, content with your wishes. The Baxter wasn't saying that. Cove nodded in agreement. Very well. So that's the ceremony. Now, any reception venue you choose will be large enough to room for casual dancing throughout the evening. Now, I need to know if we should schedule for any particular kinds of dance. What? Such as the first dance between only you and Cove at the start, for example. Both both of you turn to each other, curious. A deep red blush crept across his cheeks when he felt overwhelmed. Cove's gaze dropped into the floor.
Well,
Only if you're good with it. I want to have the first dance. Aww. I want to have the first dance with you too. So I'm so sorry. I do not want to have the dance where I'm the center of the attention. No, I'll do the first dance. There was only one thing I had like planned out for my actual wedding, which was the last dance was going to be for my grandpa. Because he drilled it into me. He was like, "You will save the last dance for me." And I'm like, okay. I was like, geez. And I went and made myself that. Cove perked up at your answer. Despite still being nervous, he gave you an eager shimmy in his seat. You beamed, overjoyed with the idea of your first dance together as a married couple. You know what I did, right, Tucci? You beamed, overjoyed with the idea of the first dance together as a married couple. It would be nice if we had dances with our own parents. It would be sweet if we had songs where we dance with... It'd be sweet if we had songs where we dance with each other's parents. Each other's... Okay, I want the money dance, too. The what dance? We should dance with our parents and the money dance. What the fuck is the money dance? Excuse me? We should have a dance with each other's parents and have the money dance. What the fuck is a money dance? You were looking forward to the moment with Cove. Money dance. I don't know what the money dance is. Is that just people throw money at you like a stripper? Because that's all I keep thinking of. The money dance is a cultural tradition at many weddings, receptions where guests offer the newlyweds monies to dance with them or shower the couple with money. It's a custom to help establish the couple in their new life or to show how much they're loved and appreciated. Thank you, Maruka. I probably won't have the money dance, but it is interesting. I kind of like dancing with our own parents. There were already a few songs playing in your head. It reminded you of the time you were small and your moms would spin you around in the kitchen and living room. Aww. The rosy blush dusted his cheeks deep pink. A parent dance? That'd be great, actually. Then it's settled. Baxter continued to keep track of details by jotting down on paper. He kept up with the pace and conversation with words and writing easily. Oh, and speaking of ceremonies and receptions, that's my area of expertise. If you're going on a honeymoon afterwards, that will be something I recommend perhaps a travel agent for. Or, honestly, arranging between only the two of you without any middleman. Cove didn't blink at the cravat.
Sure.
We'll handle that. I'm back on the phone. Okay. While we're here, it's just a week. While we're here, it's just about the day of it. I get it. What? Fudge me, computer. Oh. Fantastic. Now, back to the wedding. Cute. Do you have a sense of style you're aiming for? Is it formal or casual? Do you have a particular color you want the wedding party to wear? Oh shit. Dude, I wasn't expecting an actual wedding plan. Oh my gosh. Are the clothes for the couple meant to be a surprise for the ceremony, or would you prefer picking it out together? I'm not sure. Also, what about hair? I can brush my hair out so it could be fancier, though if it's not important, I can keep it the same. Good question. What do you think, Sophia? Dude, I wasn't expecting all of this. No wonder why it took a bit for the wedding DLC to come out. I really, sometimes I would read up what it was, but then they did say that they were giving you, a lot of options, but I wasn't really expecting it. You consider the series of inquiries and responses by saying, I like the casual feel personally. Fine, I'll hydrate. At some point, I might have to go downstairs and go get some water. I might have to go to the bathroom again sometime soon. I'll probably do that all at once. I was hoping for a formal occasion. We can do something between formal and casual. I can go with whatever level formality Cove is good with. I'm gonna choose formal because I kind of like it. Yeah. I can be formal for our own wedding. Yes. And it doesn't matter to me what the wedding party wears. I'd be happy if the main color is blue. I'd be happy if the color is yellow, green, purple, pink, red, or orange. Blue. We're going with blue with the ocean.
Sounds good.
Also, I love to surprise you with my outfit during the wedding. I feel a lot better if we help each other getting the outfits. I don't really care if the clothes are secret or not. I kind of want it to be a surprise. That would be nice. I like it if yours was more of a full suit set, though. I like your outfit kind of simple, though. I'm sure you would look good in with no matter what you would pick. You're getting in a full suit. Ah, shit. Like a jacket, vest, and tie. Corsage? Jacket, vest, tie, jacket, vest, corsage, vest. God, I wasn't expecting all of this. Vest, tie, corsage, jacket, tie, corsage. Huh? Fucking damn, there's a lot of shit. We're doing with the whole fucking thing. I can manage that for one day, no problem. Yes! Ask your brother. Ask my brother, what? No problem. What about colors? How about red for the shirt? You can try orange, yellow, green. My vote is for blue for the shirt, purple, pink, white for the shirt. Please, you should pick the color. I will let him pick the color. And the pants be whatever you want. Okay. I'll let him do it. Jacket. Your choice is jacket. No preference for the vest. And coat. It would be wonderful if you had a fancy hairstyle. I think your normal hairstyle is perfect. Do whatever you want with your hair. Okay, I'm gonna ask you just for the fancy hairstyle because I want to see it. Okay, I'll do it. Excellent work. I know this has been a lot of Q&A-ing. There's much to consider for this big of an event. Baxter's pen was placed back into its pocket that it came from. He ran his free hand along to smooth the inside edges of his jacket.
Thank you.
Thank you, too, for being so forthcoming. I have a strong idea where this is going now. I'm already looking forward to the next meetings that we can truly get into specification.
Oh?
Specifics? Is that what that's That's everything? We're leaving? Yes, you can go now. Or you can stay if you want. That's the end of the actual session, but I'm not throwing you out. That's alright. Bye! Bitch! I talked to Baxter! Cove awkwardly waved Baxter off despite still being seating and not going anywhere. He had gotten so into the discussion of the wedding, he completely forgot his usual stiffness around Baxter for a time. But that spell broke. Baxter accepted the answer and pushed off the armrest of his chair to stand up straight. You and Cove followed his emotion, getting up out of your own seat. The wedding planner took one stride closer to the center of the room and reached out his hand towards you. You shook it. You gave him a friendly nudge in the arm. You offered a fist bump. You shook your head politely, or you opened your arms for a hug. Bitch, we're hugging him. He smirked, letting you wrap yourself around him, and he patted your back rather than completing. Oh, bitch! Completing the hug himself, but he liked your version of a farewell interaction just fine. Don't judge me. I know I don't like hugs in real life. Bye. It's great that you're Baxter. Oh my gosh. Have a good day. I'm expecting special treatment since we're such great friends, you joked. Don't work too hard, you waved goodbye. It's great that you're back. I kind of want to do the pun. But I also want to say this, but the fucking pun! He snorted loudly, highly entertained.
Goodbye.
For today, Sophia. I'm glad to have seen you. Then he offered the same gesture to Cove, and your partner accepted it casually, giving Baxter a hand of a solid shake. What's up, buddy? What's up? Hi. What are you doing? I know. I'm staying up a little bit later than usual. can go continue laying down. Yeah? You're sleepy. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. He's going to bed in the other room. He gave Baxter a hand a solid shake. Take care, Baxter. Thanks. And same to you. You've gotten a wedding to be ready for. Don't forget to look out for yourselves and your fiancé. I'll remember. Two men released the other's hand, setting an agreement to take this chance and put a new forward in their relationship. With that, the two of you found your way outside of the office building. The pop and subsequent click from the opening and closing of the car doors played out in sync between you and Cove. As he buckled in for the ride back, Cove commented on the experience, and the sentence was hesitant but an upward bent that made a noise that made it sound like a question.
So...
That went well? Before you could respond to the not exactly a question statement, Cove continued with a new actual question. I mean, we got Baxter Ward as our planner somehow, but he seems good at what he does, right? He put his hands on the wheel and peeked over at you through the reflection of the overhead mirror. Right? Baxter will do wonderful. I just hope he doesn't suggest a monochrome color scheme. You joked. He's absolute the guy for the job. I don't know. As long as he's grown out of hitting on both of us, it should be fine, you teased. I forgot that he did it to both of us. You didn't have an answer for him. Yeah, you'll do wonderful. Cove had pulled out of the parking lot as he spoke, and the wheels rumbled easily down the newly developed city street of the area. It was the end of Cove's statement at the conversation. It was the end of Cove's attempt at the conversation making. He went entirely quiet. The pensive look on his face didn't allow you to relax into a normal, comfortable silence. Cove, are you okay? His mood easily lifted back up at the sound of his name. Forgetting all the Baxter stuff, I'm just really happy we're doing this. Sometimes I still can't believe we're together, we're engaged, and soon gonna be married. It's incredible, and it never stopped feeling like that, and I don't think I'll ever get used to it. Not really. I love you. I feel the same way. It's like living in an incredible dream. He put a hand on his shoulder. He felt relieved that he was okay and settling in. His cheeks squished at his eyes from the size of his grin. Nothing could stop him from looking forward to the upcoming occasion. Cove gets it. Finally, the lack of words felt right between the two of you, and it took a chance to let a day sink in as best you could. After all the years you've known Cove, you now were going to have a wedding with him. The scenery slipped by faster than your own eyes could keep up with as you got further and further into your own thoughts. and suddenly the day had ended and you were drifting off to sleep in Cove's arms. It was early afternoon when you stepped outside, breathing in a good weather. The gentle breeze warmed your skin when you were waiting for Cove. He wasn't far behind. There was still a serene moment to watch the puffy white clouds move across the sky. I like it, Sarah. I'm like, you're not actually moving, are you? You were grateful for that because the second you both hopped into the Cove's car again, your brain was filled to the brim with wedding planning once again. Before you could progress any further, you needed to cross one of the most important details off the list. Officially putting the wedding party together was today the goal for today. Despite the nervous energy flooding through your stomach, you already anticipated the stops and the phone calls planned. Peeking over at Cove, you hoped he was too.
Are you okay?
I have high hopes for today, and that's scary. But otherwise, I'm okay. What about you? He turned away while his eyebrows pinched together, his grip on the steering wheel tightened briefly before he made himself relax the stiffness in his pose. Tense, but good. Better than good. I'm really excited. Me too. Every time you imagine the conversation you would have today, they all boiled down to the same feeling, joy. The people you picked were all important figures in your life, and you just couldn't wait to see how they would take the news. Cove nodded and added a happy hum in response. With that, you were on the road home. Naturally, Cove navigated the car towards the old neighborhood, and it was soothing, winding down the familiar paths of your childhood. I have the feeling this wedding DLC still has time to go. I know. Oh my god, we're at 7 hours. Guys, this will be my longest fucking stream. What was those what people did was like, oh, we're gonna do an 8-hour stream today, or like 12 hours. Watch this be my fucking whatever. It's gonna be so unintentional. Might as well do a 2-hour. No, I could not. I'm full blown not prepared to do a 24-hour stream. So I wasn't prepared to do probably an 8-hour stream, but we're doing it. Naturally, Cove navigated the car. Yeah, okay. You spent so many years expanding your world little by little on foot, and then by car. The older you grew, the further you went, but there was always a place back there for you. Why are you having me save? Let's just jump down here. Save. But there is always a place for you back there for you. Cove parked along the upper end of the streets, side by side. You headed out, aiming for his dad's condo. Your first visit for today, Cove wanted to ask his father to be his best man, and you will be there for him. Hello, man with mask. How are you? I'm tired, but apparently we're still going because I am very keen on finishing this. I am 7 hours in. Oops. That's why Ian, you would be there for him. Keep studying for a new college life. Ooh, best of luck. It starts on next week. Ooh, really best of luck. Cove's newly outstretched hand was halfway to the doorknob when he paused uncharacteristically. Actually, I'm going to knock. I think he would be happy to see you no matter what. The warmth intensified in Cove's expression. His hand changed direction and he gave the door two firm knocks. Such a shame there was no head. I am sorry, I couldn't get it to work. I know. I should figure that out because everyone wants to do it. It didn't take Mr. Holton long to answer the door. His initial shock quickly melted into a cheery grin.
Come on.
Hey, come in. Caro, since you're here, you can finally look at the dad. His attention bounced back and forth between... Also, no Woody today. I'm putting Woody. I don't have Woody here. Woody is at my house, not here. His attention bounced back and forth between you and Cove as he moved aside to let you stroll on in. And Caro, here you are, in his full glory. Hey, Dad. How are you?
Great.
She's probably doing something else and it's like, oh my god, why are you still here? I'm great, sport. Cool. Cove stalled, bashfully staring down at his feet. He was rubbing the back of his neck, and you knew how important this was to him. He took a deep breath, didn't wilt under his dad's growing concern. So, Sophia and I were talking about the wedding, and I realized I needed to ask you about something. Bingo! Flamingo misses the mommies, Caro misses the dad, yeah. Which I don't put it past them. We have been going for 7 hours. Alright, oh, I need to click. I'm all ears, son. Whatever you need, I'm your guy. Cove swallowed nervously, nodding. The corners of his mouth started to perk up. I was wondering if you might be alright being my best man in the wedding party. Mr. Holton slammed a hand to his chest, clenching his heart, and you waited for any kind of sign of life. Part of you wasn't sure if he was breathing until he finally gasped a lungful of air.
Are you sure?
Cove, you don't have to do that. Cove's brows bent up, but his delicate smile grew wide. Nobody's forcing me. This is what I want. Oh shit! I know I totally... Well, you missed my chance at an out. So... oh, the save. So, all I can do is root for you. Yeah. No, I'm in here for the long haul. Until, like, I can't read anymore. We're gonna judge this how I judge how tired I am for binging an anime. If I can't read it anymore, I have to go to bed. Dad, you've always supported me. Though the good and the bad, We'll see how my voice is tomorrow. Good, the bad, and for my whole life you have taken care of me. His expression was earnest as he stepped forward, his chest swelled with pride, listening to Cove's honest plead. Why would I want someone else to be my best man? Completely touched, Mr. Holton grasped his son by the shoulder and wrapped him in a hug. Cove embraced him just as tight and rested a cheek on his dad. There's nothing in the world that would stop me from being there for my boy.
Thanks.
Sniffling, Cove's voice came out soft and laden with emotion. With his teary eyes, Mr. Holton invitedly reached an arm out to you. You joined them or you declined. Now fucking join that hug. I'm like running out of water. I'm surprised this entire bottle has lasted me 7 fucking hours. That simple invitation instantly had your vision clouded with tears. The Holtons felt like a family to you, and right now it was really settling in how much all of you were now, without a question, family. Inching forward, you let yourself be pulled into their loving embrace, and you clung onto both of them. Finally, Cliff pulled back, letting his shaky form settle again. Well, I am sure both of you are both busy, and I won't keep you. Mr. Holton, hey, I was calling him Dad. What are we calling Mr. Holton for? Across his arms, despite the misty eyes, he beamed, taking in the sight of you and Cove. But I really appreciate both of you coming by. I'm around if either of you ever need anything. Thanks. And yeah, we need to invite the rest of the wedding party before we see the wedding planner later. You were our very first stop today. Mr. Holton managed to brighten even more hearing that, and Cove shyly nodded, rubbing his arm.
Nice work.
Very good. You're being so responsible. I won't hold you up on your way. Thanks. Again. I guess we're going to our next stop. You glanced over at Cove. He nodded. Surely you felt I'm rubbing my eye. Felt a calm surge of confidence. Have fun spreading the good news. We will. Bye, Dad. See you soon. The sun was warm on your skin as you left Mr. Holton's house. Stretching your arms overhead, you pivoted to Cove, feeling refreshed. Ready?
Come on.
Yep, let's go. Moving your attention to your mom's place right in front of you both, you pointed at the house. We are already here. Stepping up to the condo, you rang the doorbell and waited. The longer you stood there, the stranger you felt. Because this still felt like your own door, the expression on your face pinched together oddly. But it was short-lived as your mom swung the door open, validating your thoughts. Hello. Oh, sweeties, welcome home. She eagerly ushered you both inside in the living room. Ma then went over to the hall and cupped a hand to the side of her mouth to be heard in the other room. Pam, come see our guest. Mom curiously peeked out of the bathroom door. When she realized who it was, she beamed and gave you a little wave. This is so cute. Hi, kiddos. Oh my gosh. Mom, don't kill me. You're on his party, not mine. Hi. Hi, I missed you both. Hi, baby girl. Your mom's expression softened. Expression softened. Mom joined you all in the living room, standing alongside Ma. I guess that's better, though.
How are you?
What can we do for you today? We're working on some wedding preparation, and we were hoping to include you on that.
Oh.
I wonder what that could mean. Because if you both did what I said, you could have had both. You would have had both. I was watching her snuggle into the blanket. It's fine. They can communicate. They know what's going on either side now. Ma raised an amused eyebrow and then turned to Mom. Shyly, Cove glanced at you, wordlessly asking for you to take the lead here. Mom and Ma, would either of you want to be part of our wedding party? Cove and I were hoping that Mom would be the groomswoman for Cove and Ma would be the bridesmaid for me.
Of course.
Ma looked at you, excitedly looked from you to Ma, and then back again. She was thrilled. If you want me as a bridesmaid, then I will be. And all I want is there to be there for my wonderful child's special day. Ma put her hands on her hip and she studied Cove carefully, but her seriousness quickly melted into something prouder. You bet, Cove. It's so sweet thoughtful of you to have me on board like this. Now I really have a chance to treat you like one of my own kids. Mom winked and then snickered at her own joke. Cove let out a nervous laugh before nodding. In all seriousness, I'm touched. You both made me very happy. A small relief sigh took away the remaining worry twisted in your gut. That's went even better than you thought it would. Be sure to take care of Sophia, Lonnie. I always will. You better take care of Code back. Mischief danced across Ma's face, and Mom chuckled. I love them. Already anticipating what Ma was thinking. It's a good thing we were in different parties. Now neither of them will be out of our sights.
Nice.
Absolutely nothing is going to get past us. Zero funny business. Everything was so much sweeter knowing that your moms were thoroughly enjoying this. See, TG, it was good that they were on different parties. Ugh. Spying on Cove out of the corner of your eye, you caught the fondness that he exuded. Yep, okay. Watching you in return. He seemed just as pleased with your mom's reaction.
In that case,
Okay, it wasn't clear that he would take anyone you didn't. I kind of figured he would. At least take Derek and Terry. I didn't know if he was going to take the other Ma, though. Okay, well, we'll let you two go about the rest of your planning. Thank you so much for surprising us with this. Ma brushed her hair brushed back her hair, observing you both affectionately. Emma nodded in agreement. You got a lot to do, but I'm sure you'll be able to hack it. Oh, we will. Just prepare yourself for the best wedding you've ever seen. We'll be waiting for it, right, Lonnie? Yes. We expect nothing but great things. Thank you, too. We'll be seeing you soon.
Yeah.
We appreciate it so much. The tips of Cove's ears were red, but he did his best to smile. He did his best to be unruffled under your mom's stares, and he nodded with a warm smile. Bye. Goodbye. See you around. After your mom's walk you to the door, you and Cove stepped out to the neighborhood, ready to tackle your next to-do list. One last glance around the neighborhood, you silently said goodbye. There was so much to do today that required hitting the road again. Humming to yourself, you watched Cove bring the car towards the city, and your next visit would to meet up with Terry and Miranda in their neck of the woods. You couldn't wait. You did tell them in advance that the wedding planning was bringing you and Cove out that way, so your friends were expecting you today. As far as they knew, they didn't have an idea what you were preparing to ask. Pulling into the parking lot along the street, Cove was in high spirit, and he was eagerly hopped out of the car, and you caught up to him with light steps. Okay. Before we get into Terry and Miranda, I am going to go to the bathroom and go get some more water. I'll probably end up waking the dogs, and they will come following me. Or not. We'll see. I'll be back. What have you guys been up to? Oh, hi, Kara. I got some more water. Now I'm ready for another 7 hours. Bum, bum, bum. Ooh, stretch. I have been sitting for 7 hours, so. Watching the model is fun. You weren't that far away from the car when... you heard a familiar, friendly shout nearby. You spotted Terry and Miranda running along the brick path to meet you and Cove halfway.
Hey, buddies.
Ah, it's so good to see you. Long time no see. You and Cove hurried over to meet up with them. He waved quietly. Hey, thanks for coming down. Sophia and I had something to talk to you about, and it's really nice to be able to do in person. Neither of them dared to interrupt, but Terry and Miranda did share a silent look. They were both eager to know the details. Terry, could you be a groomsman in my wedding party?
Finally.
Yes! I made the cut. Thrilled, he threw a satisfied fist in the air, and Terry's grin stretched from ear to ear. Does that mean you accept? You laugh? Don't act too surprised now, or I think that's a good sign. The quiet, finally. I think that's a good sign. We did a good job. We did a good job deciding the parties. Teasingly, you continued to scrutinize your friends, and Terry closed his arm defensively. I'm a groomsman, and you can't take that back. It's set in stone.
I mean...
We could take it back. No! Cove snickered and leaned towards you. And Miranda, will you be my bridesmaid in my wedding party?
Thanks.
Yes, I accept. Thank you so much. That's so wonderful, Sophia. Terry cheered again, pulling Miranda in for a one-arm side hug. You matched their excitement. Go Team Cove! No, Team Sophia forever. Go Team Cove, go Team Sophia. I think we're all one big team. My party is 1,000 times better than Cove's. You shook your head at their antics. You were glad to have them be part of your big day. I'm so sorry. We're already proving to be too much, aren't we? No, you're proving to be just right. My cheeks hurt from smiling. Team Sophia and Cove's wedding forever. Terry put his hands on his hip and nodded sagely.
Agreed.
That's true, Randy. Seriously, thank you for this.
Yep.
Yeah, it's super nice you included us in the wedding parties. Of course. We wouldn't imagine the wedding any other way. Thanks for meeting up with us today. It's nothing, but you probably have to get going now, huh? Yeah. We have a meeting with the wedding planner pretty soon. The Batsman? With the curt shake of his head, Cove rolled his eyes, completely unamused, and Miranda's brow furrowed. Wait, I thought you were joking when you mentioned that. Is he really planning your wedding? He is. Wow. Oh, wow.
Preposterous.
I remember when we were all just here watching free range fire.
Anton, what sort of madness is this?
Vincent, hi. How are you? And thank you so much for the resub. And how are you, Vincent? Hiya, doing good. That's good. We're trying to get through the wedding DLC because it is the last thing. You're up pretty late. I am. It is 3:30 a.m. We haven't even got to the wedding. I'm so fucking late because I'm trying to finish this in one stream. It's somehow unconsciously becoming an 8-hour stream. Oops. Good thing I had the nap earlier. More like 12, excuse me. Free range fireworks. And now the two of you are getting married and Baxter's the one planning it? Preposterous. The DLC page did warn that there are some extra hours of content. We're gonna go through, try to see how much we can get through. I mean, you're at 7:30, I am. It's definitely something, but that's what we're doing, and we're going to go do it now. Yep. I'm going to play this how I play when I watch anime. We're gonna keep going until I can't read the I want to say subtitles, they're not subtitles. Until I can't read the words anymore is how we're playing this. Because I just restocked on water and went to the bathroom, so we're good. To be fair, that included part 4. Yes, we did finish step 4, which took us about 5 hours, so we're about 2 hours and 30 minutes into the wedding DLC. Cove awkwardly rubbed his arm. Understanding, Terry gave a thumbs up. Safe travels. Bye, have fun. Thanks again. We'll see you both soon. Terry and Miranda remained on the walkway while you and Cove returned to the car. When you were alone again, you spoke up. That was good. Yeah. He wasn't facing you. And I think I just messed up. I'm either fine or I think I have a hair stuck in my scar. This either can go 2 ways. Stretch the neck. He wasn't facing you, but you can still admire the happy curve of his lips. It was nice to visit your friends for a little while. It was even better to have another thing set up for the big day. With a determined stare, Cove pulled out his phone and plugged Baxter's office into the GPS map. Okay, we're going to start doing it by mouse because I'm tired of leaning forward. Once that was all set, he put the car into drive and you were both on your way once more. While co-drive, you pulled your phone out and scrolling through the contact list. The rest of this task would be done long distance. You turned the speaker up and made the call. While dialing your big sister, you set the phone to speaker and you were already expecting the inevitable jokes that she had up her non-sleeves. Hello, Sophia. And what do you need to inform me of? Hi to you too, Liz. Oh, hi, Cove. This is going to be good. Liz's intrigued tone became... Okay, which one of you? TG, you bitch. You're stinky. That will be off. Lizzie's tone became teasing and realizing she's on speaker. I guess you can't even pretend to have a normal conversation first.
No.
You're planning a wedding, and you have something in the works by now. You have to have something in the works by now. Boop. You could...
Oh, no. This is an altogether unique and exciting situation.
Vincent!
And it has piqued my intellectual curiosity.
Vincent, thank you for giving those gifted subs to... Yeah, boy? Tygod and Krusty. Ooh, Krusty got one. No, not the fourth on us. Alright. Give me a moment. I need to get water.
Oh no, this is an altogether unique and exciting situation.
Krusty got one!
And it has piqued my intellectual curiosity.
TG, thank you for giving that gifted sub to Kelly. Alright. This is for you, Vincent. Ada. And Kelly, damn.
Oh no.
Oh my gosh.
Unique and
Kara.
exciting situation. And it has piqued my intellectual curiosity.
Kara, thank you for giving that gifted sub to Arrow. Johanny? Very, Strawberry Lion and Mr. Narrow. I'm still the #1 shrimp. Look at all the emotes. You guys started another hype train? Oh my gosh.
Oh no. This is an altogether
It's...
unique and exciting situation. And it has piqued my intellectual curiosity.
Vincent! This is not a competition. Apparently it is. Oh my gosh. Okay. Vincent, thank you for giving the 10 gifted subs to Dual Blade, Witchy Riot, Lady
Oh,
Badash,
no. This is an
Touchy.
altogether unique
Hey,
and
hey, hey, hey
exciting
now.
situation. And
Bender,
it has piqued my intellectual
Alexi.
curiosity.
Oh my gosh! Kara, now! I can't even scroll! I can't even scroll to see who you gave it all to! No! I'm fucking dying! Also, Kai and Dick Beard
Oh,
the
no.
Pirate!
This is an altogether
Oh my
unique
gosh,
and
I'll fight
exciting
you!
situation.
Oh my gosh,
And it has
guys!
piqued my intellectual
Guys, I
curiosity.
don't think I have that many followers. Oh my gosh, you gifted one to Fair, the Fallen Aries. Oh no. Okay. Vincent, thank you for the 10 gifted subs. Caro, thank you for the 10 gifted subs.
Oh no, this is an altogether
Oh my
unique
gosh,
and
Caro,
exciting
thank you
situation,
for the 10
and
gifted
it has piqued
subs.
my intellectual curiosity.
Menace, did you get one yet? At this point? Oh no. Oh my god, it's a level 5 hype train. Oh my god. Like, who's getting gifted a sub at this point? No idea. Unico Delight got one as well. This is gonna do some damage to my wallet. Vincent! I appreciate you guys. 18 plus TLC and the laboratory win. I'm fine.
Oh no, this is an altogether unique and exciting
TG,
situation.
thank you for giving that gifted sub to Menace. And Vincent, thank you for the...
Oh, lovely. You're awake. It's been far too long since I've encountered prey so...
Thank you for the
feisty.
host. And Vincent, thank you for the 10 more gifted subs. Oh no. Are you... Is that get... Oh no, 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 no. Oh, that gives... Oh my god, oh no. That gives people subs if I follow them. Oh no, they're gonna know I'm streaming. Oh no, I just saw Corpse and Cat. So did I. No, no, no. I freaking... Because I just saw Leah lie and I was like, oh wait a moment. Lily Vanilli's got one, Frank the Pegasus, Cat, Gino, Swing Point, oh my god. Lady, Corpse Husband. Corpse Husband. Oh no. Is it nice having shrimps? I actually don't miss it. I'm dying, so am I. Oh my god, does that mean Kita got one? Cause I don't know. I'm like, no, stop. I wanna go through and see who's got one. Fox has got one, Vizzy's got one, the Fallen Aries, Man with Mask, oh my god, I don't. Oh no, Belle's also got one. Wolfie's experienced what I did. Oh my gosh. I'm like fucking losing it, like my entire face is like red. And no, Kita did not get one, so I'm like, oh, thank goodness, because I think you guys went through my entire follower list at this point. But Cat got one, and I'm like, oh my god, Cat's gonna know. Yay, Broker! Why is that? A total of 60 subs and 100 bits. Oh my gosh. I am shaking right now. I'm shaking so much. I don't think the mic is peaking. I think I'm peaking. My new emote. I got a shrimp tree dash. Oh. I'm literally shaking right now. Cara, TG, and Vincent, thank you guys so much for the subs. That's a white joker. Oh, you were talking about that you wanted the train thing earlier. Oh. you all so much.
Oh no.
Oh
This
no!
is an altogether unique and
No!
exciting situation, and it has piqued my intellectual curiosity.
She's crying, guys. No! Oh, the Junkie got one. Megu's got one. No, not Rachel and June. Oh god. Oh god, you gifted one to Andy Curry. You gave one to Sakuna. Keeper plays. Oh no! It's... Oh no! Like I hadn't really told anyone I followed that I stream, and now everyone's going to fucking know. It's getting the collapse now. Caro, thank you for the stream. I don't know what to do. How do you continue after this? I'm laughing that Saikuno has one. Do you think Saikuno gets randomly gifted subs? I can keep going, please don't. I don't know who else will be getting one. I'm like so shaky right now. Mia too, still at 3. I guess I could start. I'm wondering if I download OBS on my tablet, if I could start doing art streams. I guess, because I don't know. I could just start the my emotes, because apparently a shit ton of people have them now, and there's only 3 of them. I'm freaking out so much right now. You could IRC?
Oh, lovely. You're awake. It's been far too long since
Vincent, thank you for giving that gifted sub to Velby. Heartstrings, yeah. Are you ready? What do you mean, are you ready? I still don't think Kita has one, and I'm like, oh no, god. I was like, I can't. Okay. GG. Hold a minute, let me get some water. Alright. This is for you. Ada. Oh god, that was terrible. That's 5 this stream, right? Yeah, that is 5. I'm shaking so bad. How do you guys continue playing the game after this? 'Cause I'm like, what do I do? I'm so laughing that Corpse has it. It's like Kudo fucking F. I'm just doing breathing exercises at this point. And I feel like I'm overheating in my coat now, and I've been cold most of the stream. You could tell by the way Cove quietly took a deep breath that he was conflicted. In your gut, you could. In your gut, you could. You. In your gut, you knew that he wanted to demolish her and shake his. And ball. Guys. Shaking his head, but she wouldn't see that. Shaking. It's always nice to talk to you, Liz. Fine, let's cut to the chase. She's right, Cove. I'm so glad my big sis is on the ball. You rolled your eyes or you laughed. It's always nice. I know. I'm a delight. And Cove and I were hoping you would be my bridesmaid for me. I knew it. I'm still shaking. The only reason you're both would be calling me like this would be to ask something like that. I don't know if it's you guys. I don't think you guys could see it, but I'm shaking. The only reason the both of you would be calling like this would be spunky. Why you bonking me? I knew it. The reason the both of you would be calling like this would be to ask something like that. You got this, thanks. Yeah. You're very clever for cracking the case. That's correct. It makes sense. Of course you would request me to be involved with the wedding. Lizzie cracked up over the line. She needed some time to collect herself, but when she did, she spoke much more in earnest this time.
Thank you.
But that aside, honestly, I would love to be your bridesmaid. And thank you so much for having me. Oh shit, did I accidentally click twice? No, thank you. It means a lot to me. Me too, little sister. I'm glad you've gotten to be part of this too. Lizzie, it's natural that you would want to be. You've always been there all along, for better and worse.
Rude.
But fair. I am looking forward to it. Oh my gosh. Oh. Cool. We gotta go. We gotta do more wedding things. Talk to you later. Keep me updated. Bye. Bye, Liz. And with that, you could happily check another box off your to-do list. That was another invitation sent and accepted. Just paid my credit card bill. Yay! I'm so glad. I'm still shaking. I'm like not fully here. In full? Yay! Drop them bills, but keeps that credit. Sent and accepted. Taking a deep breath. You pulled out the contact for the next person on your mind. Having a boring ass job and self-control works wonders. Nice. Taking a deep breath, you pulled up the next contact for the next person on your mind. You hit the call button and waited. Eagerly, you waited for your cousin to pick up. Cove noticed that out of the corner of your eye, you positioned the phone a little further away than normal. He noddedly agreed with that decision. Shrimp only for the best? Oh, you! I have to keep drinking water. Cove noticed out of the corner. Oh, I read that.
Hi.
Hey, Sophia, how's the wedding planning going? Any news? Here we go. Despite his amused tone, Cove still held the wheel more tightly, bracing for the volume. Coming conversation, Lee was clearly excited for any potential scoop. Back in character, no hanky-panky. I don't even know if we would end up getting to the wedding at this point. Like, my brain is just like, woo! And I'm shaking. We might. Oh, my stomach. No hanky panky until marriage. Okay. Still held the wheel more tightly, bracing for the volume of the coming conversation. Oh, I read that. Very reasonable. Gotta take the car out for a test drive before you buy a car. Oh no! Vincent! Oh? Was that Cove? Hi! Hi, Lee. She uncharacteristically remained silent after the greetings, waiting patiently for what this was about. Hey, Lee? Yeah? Would you be my maid of honor? How dare you, Christian? She gasped dramatically before launching into a series of high-pitched questions.
Seriously?
The maid of honor? Me? Really? You chuckled, comparatively quietly, definitely glad you chose to keep the phone at a distance. Definitely glad that you chose to keep the phone at a distance. Yep, Lee, you. You're definitely the right person. There's no one else I want to do this with, Lee. Who else would I pick? It would be fun. I hope asking is okay. For a long time now, when you thought about your wedding, Lee always was there cheering you on, and you knew this was where you wanted her. Seriously, I can't imagine the day without you as my maid of honor. Totally, yes, I'm in. You know, You know I am. Yes. Oh, like excited for this wedding just because I'm like still jittery from the things. And I'm like, oh no. And you guys can't see, but I'm like flapping my sleeves all around. I'm just still just stunned about everything. My cousin is getting married, and this is going to be amazing. For the emo slot, emote slots. That emo. Tonight will be the night. It's going to be so amazing. Thank you, Lee. We appreciate the support. That's what family is for. I am always just a phone call away. Oh my god, there's hair in my eye now. Thank you, Lee. We have some more wedding related things to do. We'll pick up this up again later. Works for me. Good luck with the planning, and I expect a detailed report face-to-face soon. Of course, Lee. Of course, bye, Lee. Bye, Sophia. Bye, I'm still here. I never forget you. Bye. Energized, you hung up, already waiting for the next time you see Lee in person, stretching your arms out. You pleasantly took in the world rolling out by the window. Taking a deep breath, you pulled up the contact for the next person you had in mind, and you hit the call button and waited. Staring at Kyra's name, you hoped that she wasn't too busy. She luckily picked up only after a couple of rings. Hello, Sophia. Hello, baby. Hi, Mom.
Huh?
Hi, Mom. How did you know I was here?
Come on.
When are you ever far from Sophia, especially with what's happening lately? Yeah. How are my best kids doing? Good. Really good. Sophia and I actually had something that we wanted to ask you. Oh, I'm all ears. Cove left it open for you to ask. I wanted to ask if you wanted to be my bridesmaid in my party for the wedding. Aw, Sophia, that's so sweet. Of course I want to be a bridesmaid. How could I say no? You can count on me.
I'm so glad.
Thanks, Ma. Yeah, thank you so much. Hey, that's what I'm here for. Like, guys, you have a smile is like stuck on my face. Oh. That's what I'm here for. God. We have to get going with more planning, but we will talk to you later, okay?
Makes sense.
Good luck, my babies, and take care. I'll see you both again soon. Thanks again. Bye. Bye, Mom. Cove was elevated when you ended the call. One more successful invitation was checked off the list to the to-do list. Can I call Derby? Taking a deep breath, you pulled up the contact for the next person on your mind, and you hit the call button and waited. Wait, who else are we calling? Oh, all the emotes. And you hit the call button and waited. You didn't have to hover over Derek's name. You hit the call without another thought. Oh, Derek, okay. He picked up before the second ring.
What's up?
Hey, it's Derek. How's it going? Hi. Everything's great. Hey? Cove's there too? Talking to Derek always raised his spirits. You chuckled, watching Cove's grin widen. Hey, too, and Cove was right. Things are good.
Awesome.
Did you both need to talk to me about something specific, or is this just for fun? Yeah, about that. I was wondering if you wanted to be a groomsman for me.
Leave it to me.
Oh, hell yeah. Of course I want to be in your party. Dude, I'll be there to catch you if you faint. It's going to be an intense, emotional day. Cove let out a deep sigh that morphed into a stuttered laugh. The emotes! His cheeks were burning deep red, and only you knew very well enough that there was a high probability that the situation happened during the high probability of that situation happening during your wedding. You guys have killed my rating skills. This game was already taking long enough, and then you guys went and broke me. I love me some heart emotes. I love all of them. And then I'm now seeing mine in there. I'm like, oh. Thank goodness that's exactly what your job is that all the trading has secretly been about all this time. It's okay, Cove, I love you for being you. You shook your head amused, or you laughed. Vincent is right. Breaking VTubers with love is fun. Oh no! Don't do it too often. I get it now. Oh no. Vincent, you woke something in Kara. Hey, don't go airing all my secrets out like that. Wow, I'm touched.
It's no problem.
Don't get me wrong, sports are fun, but I can take care of people when they need a helping hand, so don't worry about the big day, I got you. You could hear Derek snicker again over the line, but he soon settled down. Your cheeks were starting to hurt from smiling so much. Well, ain't that a fucking true statement? Seriously, congrats again, you two. It means a lot to me that I get to be there with you through this. Thank you for being there, Derek. Oh. Wiggle, 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 wiggles. We can't thank you enough, Derek. You were pretty sure you had knocked Tim speechless. All you could hear over the line was some sniffles. Oh! You both felt fortunate enough to have such good friends in Derek. Cove glanced at you with eyes full of affection before moving things along. So that's what that's what we were calling about. Now that there is even more wedding planning to get to.
See you.
I won't keep you. I'm glad you called. See you later. Yeah, you will. Bye. Bye, Derek. Bye. I can't even voice act anymore, guys. Also, it's fine, my wallet. I've been unbelievable picky who I shrimp for. Well, that's good, but you guys have killed me. Oh my gosh. You guys gifting all the subs and then who the subs went to killed me. The fact is it also went to Andy and I'm like, oh no. I was like, suddenly the entire community that I've been in for like 3-ish years is going to suddenly know that I stream, and I'm like, oh, hi, hello. And I'm just gonna be like, oh no. Leaning back in your chair. Plus, it's been so long since you streamed. We got excited. I'm sorry. I will try to stream more. I've been meaning to make a schedule. It's just with everything that was going on that I didn't have a chance to. Wait until Kayla makes a comeback? Yeah. Leaning back in your chair, you finally put your phone away and you slid your attention to Cove with an easy smile. The high excitement was fading and leaving a comfortable tiredness in its place, but you wouldn't trade the joy and support that you got today for anything. Cove gave a little cheer over your mutual success.
Yeah.
We did it. We have the wedding parties. Cove didn't take his focus off the road, but you could hear every bit of relief in his voice. The corners of his mouth curved. I mean, I guess it's not exactly surprising that things went fine, but it's hard to act casual about any of this. And then getting hit with a bunch of subs didn't help. It's like smack. Top of a wedding. I know how you feel. The fact is, oh my gosh, all the other people, you guys killed me. I'm like kind of embarrassed too, and I'm like, oh no. I know how you feel. It matters as much to me. I can't believe it's happening. It's okay to lighten up, you know. Well, you wouldn't be Cove if you weren't panicking a little bit. You put a reassuring hand on his shoulder. I can't believe this is happening. We'll do that one. Aww. The look on Cove's face crumbled sweetly with emotion. Your voice broke, feeling momentarily overwhelmed. Okay, we're going back to the mouse because I like curling up. Cove, we're getting married.
Me too.
I know. I keep having to pinch myself to make sure I'm not dreaming. Maybe I should pinch you in just in case. Sighing, Cove swatted the air in a joking defense of himself. You giggled and he rolled his eyes, pretending that he wasn't just as amused.
All right.
Okay, let's hurry to Baxter's office. There was the whole rest of the wedding to plan for. Right. Oh, look! Hi, Baxter! Oh god, you're gonna be speaking in my fucking ear again. Oh no. A new day, another visit to your new wedding planner came down to the rushing river that was your lifetime. Was your life in this time. Oh no. Did I accidentally click off of it? You, Cove, and Baxter were each settling into the same spot at the appointment prior, but there wasn't any of that initial shock. Instead, things started off with a simple greeting. Hey, we have the wedding party now. Everyone wanted accepted. Everyone we wanted accepted. Oh. You work faster than I do. Wonderful. I'll check it off, and we can move fully forward. I hope you're excited. Couldn't be more. You gave a firm nod. You could take it or leave it. You tease. Yes? You bet your ass. Oh my gosh. All you did was shrug. You can bet your ass. Yes. Cub stutteringly giggled over the conversation.
Me too.
Well, he pulled out his pen while crossing his legs in a fluent motion. Our company has its own in-house photographer for your event, so that's taken care of. But the meal, catering, cake, and other desserts you wanted. I want cake! Cheese cove. Baxter coyly grinned, and the abrupt interruption unbothered. Cake! Exactly! Ooh, cake! I still have the brownies next to me, but I don't think I could fucking eat right now. I'm sure you'll get your treat then. Along with those are the outfits for you both. And naturally, you need to decide where the ceremony and reception will be held. If you're feeling unprepared to make a call on any of that now, we could always start with the dance lessons. What are you feeling? Knowing where the wedding's going to be is pretty important to get done, but on the other hand, it's such a big thing that it's kind of intimidating to think about. Cove tilted his head back and forth, mentally working through his opinion on the matter. Baxter watched the struggle for a moment before bringing it back up. Sophia, any thoughts for your to-be... God damn it! Hello, bot! I'm pretty sure I'm good. Thank you anyways. Thank you, Caro. for your to-be husband. We could design the venues now. We shouldn't put it off any longer. How about we pick a caterer? Let's design a cake cove. We can do clothes shopping. It would nice be to do dance lessons. Oh my gosh, there's so much. We're gonna have to get to all of this eventually, but new PC let me do that so fast. I'm so happy. We can do the venue? My laptop suck that bad? Well, it might just be like also the new one, it being good. I could say that your laptop was better than the 9-year-old laptop that I have. We'll just do the venue now.
Yeah.
Because I feel like we get around to everything at some point. Yeah, but yours is like 9 years old. Exactly. Baxter rubbed his hands together, grinning at you.
Absolutely.
Alright. Now we're getting serious. Cove gulped. His Adam apple briefly retreated up to his chin as if afraid, and he nodded his assessment.
All right.
Sophia's right. We should decide this. His eyes met yours as he bobbed his head again. I'll be right back. Dinner is near. Okay. Let's do it. You sat up straight. Your back tearing away from the comfort of the sofa cushions. You readied yourself. Have a nice lurk. No, hanky panky. Have a nice lurk, Kara. As you readied yourself for the critical discussion of your wedding preparation. Here we go. Good. There are stunning buildings in the area which you can use for a private location, but since opening up specifically for wedding ceremonies for any couple who would like to make use of them. Naturally, there are plenty of commercial locations which can be easily host a full-size after party for your reception. His mouth twisted into a sly smile. Or, if you prefer something outdoors, there's always the beach. He chuckled, fully aware of what obvious suggestion that was for his current clients. You could go for a spot that could host both parts of the wedding, so it's entirely in one location, so no harm in making a little trip from the ceremony to the reception afterwards. Kara, what did you delete? It was a bot. A bot said something. It's entirely up to you. Try to whisper. Oops. Failed. He held up his hand, stopping himself mid-flow before continuing, smiling wryly.
But
Oh god. Bastard. But I don't wish to get carried away in the preamble. Where would you like us to start? He leaned in, not planning on missing one word, a hand which he held in the air, now propped up on his chin. glance over to, we can figure out where the ceremony will be held. First, we can talk more about the reception options. It doesn't matter to me. I want to know what Cove would prefer. You glance over to Cove, curious on what he's thinking. Cove picked up on your prompt immediately. Oh, then, if nobody cares, I like to talk about the location for the ceremony. Cove bit his lip as he weaved his fingers together in his lap when he spoke again. His voice was soft and sweet, but it's just a little sheepish. That was the one. That's the one I'm most excited about. Oh my gosh, guys. I think you guys just murdered my brain. And I don't think I can fucking finish it. Gladly. Oh my gosh. And of course I'm starting to get tired now. Oh no. Okay. I will see. I can do this. He relaxed back into the rolling chair. He took out a phone with one hand while extracting the pen in the other.
I can do that.
I got photos of places I mentioned to let you actually get a feel for the scene. Baxter tapped away at a screen, pulling up previews of potential ceremony locations for your wedding. While he was particularly preoccupied with that, he rattled off some specific kind of location you can use.
So?
There are a few spots I would like to show you. There's a mansion that is formerly private owned, as well as a church, a mosque, a synagogue, and in the same vein, there's the beach as always, or perhaps a different outdoor spot. Cove's eyes darted over to Baxter and back to you as he spoke up tentatively. So, we're allowed to mention our own ideas for places. Baxter nodded ambly. Fly?
Certainly.
Baxter. What did you have in mind?
Well...
He looked down at his shoes as he spoke, taking a deep breath, and glanced over at you. There's the Poppy Hill. You grinned sheepishly as you rubbed the back of your neck with its starring role in your shared story. It made sense. Cove, still flustered, returned your awkward grin. He clearly pleased to see that you happy with the suggestions and turned back to Baxter. It's where we first met.
That's sweet.
He tilted his head away and closed his eyes. I remember seeing it when I was there. Cove's gaze was fixated on Baxter with his rapid attention, waiting his verdict. It was rather small and round. Cove deflated. His arms sagged, and Baxter opened his eyes again and continued. if you don't mind your guests having to stand, there's just not enough room for chairs, and we could still set up a simple ceremony there. Cove chuckled as he straightened up in his seat. It could be worse. There was a confidence that had restored him, and Baxter taking his suggestion serious. Having Baxter taking his suggestion serious, and even offering a way to accommodate it, and it had put Cove at ease. And then he checked over to you. We don't have to do it there, though. If it's poppies you want, there's another option.
Does that sound alright?
I know a bigger, flatter field with those flowers in Sunset Bird area. It would be spacious enough to do a full setup there.
Oh,
Cove's eyes lit up in recognition. I know the one you mean. His expression turned dreamy, and he lowered his voice into a whisper. It's a beautiful place. He was reminiscing about the day years ago where he had taken him there as a surprise. You recalled it vividly of how hard he tried to surprise you, to the way you turned tables on Cove that morning and brought him to the white field of poppies. Thinking on it made your heart swell. The passion from that day stirred, and I didn't mean to, stirred once more. Your younger self had longed to make Cove happy, and you were glad that they succeeded. Looking at Cove, his expression tender, you could see that the victory continued to this day. Sometimes I don't think I'm understanding what I'm reading. Very nice. Then Cove jolted in his seat, his head snapped up at another idea that came to him. Are people allowed to have weddings or whatever in the redwood forest? Even if it's kind of further away, it's an amazing place to be in. He drew his feet in close to the sofa, looking down, growing shy. We made special memories there. Baxter nodded, surely. It's an option for certain spots. We could get it set up if you want. Cove grinned. I love that they're giving you so many options from all the previous places. Like, yeah, you can have your wedding here if you wanted. So I think my brain is kind of going to the really big field of poppies. He grinned, delighted. Baxter spread his hands wide, holding a pen and his phone at his fingers, so you could see the palm of each hand.
Well,
Those are the ideas, and it sounds like, tell me, what stands out the most for you? The beach, the poppy behind the hill, the poppy field outside of town, the historical mansion, the historical synagogue, the historical mosque, historical church, the redwood forest. Actually, I already know the one I want. What is that option? I like the poppy field. Baxter made a ring with his finger and a thumb to give you the okay sign. took him a little while to find a good photo. It was fair since it wasn't a venue, and he suggested, but soon he had his phone turned to you and Cove for inspection.
I remember.
Yeah, that's it. Cove's tone was as gentle as a lazy summer breeze. That's the place Sophia took me to because she wanted to make me happy. For a moment, he simply gazed at the nostalgic scene with misty eyes. This guy's too precious for this world. I always wanted to be thankful for that, and I'm so lucky that we still get to be together, and we'll always be together. His words were sweet that made you sniffle. I couldn't be happier being with you. I never stopped trying to make you happy, Cove. A smile swept over your face. Guys, I don't think I'm gonna make it to the end of this. His sweet words made you sniffle. Oh. Cove beamed at your response. Slowly, Cove managed to tear himself away from the screen and his thoughts. He turned to face you. He cocked his head to the side, wanting to know what you were feeling about the prospect. Cove, I think this is the one. Do you? Okay, let's talk about another. Cove raised eyebrow rose in response to your statement. The poppy field? His wavy eyes relaxed, sloping gently as he smiled softly. I would love that. It would be perfect for the two of us. Your body tried to grasp and laugh in excitement at the same time, resulted in a short, breathy snort, followed by an exhaling giggle. We're gonna have a poppy field ceremony.
Exciting.
God damn it, bastard. He smiled indulgently, like a teacher allowing a class a moment of longevity before bringing them back to their studies. Before getting carried away, there's still the reception location to consider. Baxter glanced down at his phone, nodding almost incrementally as he clicked away to get information that was needed. There's a couple of big halls you can consider, which one is more frequently used for dances and other more formal events. There's a large room in the historical mansion that could host the reception, same one I mentioned before. A rather new option is actually the aquarium in a city over, which now is bandwidth to host private events. Cove's jaw dropped, and he uttered a single word.
Seriously?
Really? It has a main display room and with the floor to ceiling tanks. Cove's mouth continued to hang open. His face froze. Oh my god, guys. We're gonna have them fucking traveling, and it doesn't fucking matter to us. It was a rare opportunity, and you couldn't think of anyone who was excited by the option as Cove. The news was temporarily stunned him. All at once, he blinked rapidly, closing his mouth in a hurry. Your attention returned to Baxter. The aquarium was certainly an option to keep in mind, but there were many other appealing choices to consider.
Of course.
God damn it, Baxter. Or if you want something outdoors, there's always the beach, of course. Even though you didn't want to use the redwood forest in your ceremony, it could also work as a reception, so well to keep it in your mind as an option. Like before, if there's anything you want to bring, it's up to yourselves. And that's perfectly fine. In fact, I recommend it. Why would we go to the redwood forest? It was like an entire day travel, I remember. That would be like too far for a reception. He pursed his lips together and dug around in his mind, pondering the possibilities. As a thought struck him, he shifted to face you. What about the country clubs your moms are part of? He snapped his fingers over and over, trying to divulge the name back up to his tongue.
Right.
They had their anniversary dinner there. You know the one. He closed his eyes, the brow furrowed as he's trying to recall it. You were torn on whether or not to bail him out before you come to a decision. Baxter caught on and filled in the blanks. Is that the cantrip where you snuck into Cove's bed? Yeah, that's it. It took us like an entire day drive to get there. Why would that be an option for a reception? Do people have like the wedding one day and then like the reception the next day? Ah, yes. The Suppress, I believe. I feel like I say that name different every single time it pops up. You nodded and Baxter returned the gesture as Cove opened his eyes again, looking relieved and like victory had been swiped from underneath him. Depending on the wedding, I guess.
It's doable.
They would absolutely be able to host your reception, especially since your family are already members. Cove beamed. It's cool if we go with one other thing, though it's just an idea. I agree. It's a smart suggestion, and I have no doubt they'll be able to do an excellent job if you choose them. But it's really what feels comfortable for you. Baxter leaned in, perched his chin on the knuckles of his left hand as he's still holding the pen in his phone, ready to leap into action.
What do you think?
What holds most interest for you right now? We can talk it over. The beach, the Suppress Country Club, the event hall, the dance hall, the aquarium, the historical mansion, the redwood forest. Wait, I know what I'm hoping for. What is this option? The aquarium. Baxter held up a finger to indicate that he would be a moment, and that was very near. It took because he was able to locate pictures of the aquarium's large display room with ease. He showed the screen of you. It showed his screen to you and Cove. As he gazed at his beloved watery world, Cove popped his shoulder from side to side. As his attention locked on the screen, you wondered if he was aware of what he was doing. It's like they made it available for wedding just for Cove. It's a pretty place. You understand how you feel. You chuckled as you watched him. You shook your head in amusement. Finally, Cove pulled his gaze from the phone and glanced over his shoulder to you. You could tell that he was already trying to figure out what you were thinking. I feel like it's going to work. What do you think, Cove? I'm like, feel like my model's slowly shrinking down. Okay. I'm gonna pop her actually back up. I'm resetting the model. Hi. Mhm. You feel like this is going to work? What do you think, Cove? Cove lifted an eyebrow thoughtfully. The aquarium for our reception? His voice lifted at the end as though he was asking a question, but he didn't seem to expect an answer. Rather, it was as though he was contemplating the feel of the words on his tongue, checking that they felt right as a final test. Cove broke into a grin. Maruka! Thank you so much for the raid. He's solo boss raid. Hello and welcome in. I'm like trying to get through this. Sorry, I didn't do that sooner. No, you were fine. Again, Zabat. I am a bad streamer friend. You were fine, Maruka. It's fine. It's the makeup for me, like, forever not following you, apparently. I wasn't, apparently, and I thought it was. Cove broke into a grin. I think you're right. It would match us for sure. Hey, or... What are you talking about? TG, what are you talking about? I miss it. Never mind. Were you thinking that they didn't have like a sub badge or whatever? You got the foundie, yeah. I had a feeling that's what you were talking about. I am a proud. Yeah. TG is too, but he likes the little wisp. I think you're right. It matches us for sure. It's like, why can't I gift? Oh my gosh, TG. You had been holding your breath as Cove mulled over the venue one last time. You let out a sigh of relief. It's like, I heard Wolfie. Haha. Yes. It's still funny. I actually don't know if all the founder badges have been claimed. Still. Everyone has a fucking sub at this point, but I rushed in before it was gifted a bomb. Yeah. Sure enough, not 2 seconds later, Kara or someone was gifted some out. Yeah. Yeah, that's probably... I think the reason why I don't have, like, a founder badge for, Karo. because I think I was gifted a sub. My brain. You can definitely tell my brain is slowing down since I'm not going through this as fast. You've been holding your breath. I read that. You already began picturing the day with your reception here, and now Cove confirmed that he felt the same. The tension drained out of you as swiftly as it had come. It's 5. I know it's 5. We're 10 minutes away from streaming for 9 hours. Oops. Oh my gosh, I didn't think it was going to take this long. And the fact is we haven't even gotten to the wedding. So I don't know, do I stop streaming or do I just push through to the end? Are you still doubting the 12-hour stream? I'm really not at this point. But I don't know how much my body will deal with it. Definitely I have messed up my sleep schedule. I don't know what I'm gonna be doing. Felt the same way. The tension drained out of you, and as swiftly as it had come. Your energy was mounting with the venue picked. Your idle daydream of the big day moved from a hazy imagining to sharpened clarity. Thank you to whom it gifted me the sub. Well, you have 3 options. You have Caroline Necromancer, Vincent, or TG. It was one of the 3 that went on a rampage. Oh, look. He's playing Red Dead. But hello. Welcome in. I guess the stream is on fire. It was. They broke me for a little bit. I'm new, by the way. Hello and welcome in. How are you? Probably not me. I gave 2. Then it was probably definitely one of Caroline or Vincent's because they have 36 and 34 and you have 2. Surely, I never lurked here before. Who knows? Because they went through everyone who was following me already. And they were, I don't know who got gifted a sub at this point. I think at that point they were going into their own followers. Because they did everyone who I followed. I'll do it again. It's more the fact is that it freaks me out that you gifted a sub to Corpse Husband and Saikuno. And Cat for the win. And I'm in her Discord and I'm like, oh my god, what if she says something? I'm gonna be freaking out. But I have been streaming for almost 9 hours and my brain is fried. Saikuno's gonna come here and thank you all. Oh my god, if he does, I will die. You can fix that. Me thinks, what? My brain is dead. Oh, in the settings? I think, yeah, there is a setting that you can click. Collabs are only a matter of time. No. I think there's a setting that you can choose if you don't follow someone to not be gifted a sub. Saikuno does. where his icon is normally like other people, so no badges at all. I don't know how I would feel about someone famous coming into my thing. I could barely handle a streamer that I've watched for a while getting gifted a sub. So people got me confused. Yeah. Yeah, it was everyone was just gifting a bunch of subs, so I don't know who got it, and I was just like, okay. And they broke me, and now I'm having a very hard time rating, and I don't know if it's because of that or it's because I've been streaming for 9 hours. And it's 5 o'clock in the morning. No. Yeah, probably that is 5 o'clock in the morning. I was there and they were freaking out so bad. I usually don't. I usually have the viewer count off, and then I don't usually look into who's in chat. So people could be like lurking or whatever. I'm just like, okay. We're just chilling with the music because my brain is just like, please continue reading, and it takes a while. Your energy was mounting with the venues picked. I already read that. Viewer count equals bad mental health. Yeah. Every now and then I will kind of check, but I was just like, it's way more than 1 or 0, so I'll take it. But I keep it off so I don't look at it. The excitement rated off of you and onto Cove. He pulled himself closer to you on the sofa. I'm literally just trying to finish this game. We're on the last bit DLC of it. It's only a matter of time if you really want to if you want the partner status. Oh my gosh, y'all. No, definitely is never empty. Yeah. Your legs brushed against each other. What? Sensing his audience had become distracted, Baxter quickly spoke up. A ceremony at the poppy field and the reception at aquarium after. Looking thoughtful, Baxter tapped his pen against the side of his desk, and your eyes were drawn to the source of the noise. He tilted his hand as if to tap it once more, and the pen idly rolled between his finger and his thumb. And then he smiled.
Perfect.
Oh God, Baxter, no. It sounds like a wedding. I'll make it happen. Cove spun to face you, his eyes alight with glee. You got in your wedding location. You felt every thump of your heart beating in your chest, and it was a thought so simple yet so monumental that you were... Okay, I realize you're playing Red Dead. Go away! So monumental that you were struggling to accept it all at once. You knew where your wedding was going to be. You look... Oh my God, I fucking can just kiss him. You looked back at Cove, thrilled. You seized Cove's hand. Oh my God, what if I fucking just do it in front of Baxter? You put your hand on Cove's shoulder. You reach for a sidelong hug. Hanky-panky. No. What are you talking about, Daddy Caro? There's no hanky-panky here. Just kissing. Baxter, you're fucking dealing with it. Your lips lingered on his skin only for a moment, yet Cove was still flushed when you pulled away. The sudden display of affection caught him off guard by surprise. Or caught him by surprise. We're getting married, you cheer. We're gonna have a wedding, you marveled. This is gonna be great. I'm so happy. Thank you, Baxter. You were speechless. Well, he's helping. Thanks, Baxter? His expertise had helped you and Cove enormously. Cove chuckled at your words. Gazing into his eyes, you knew that all that he could think about was the day that you just taken another step towards. It wasn't my brain. Please work. All he could think about was the day that you had taken another step towards planning. Reviewing the venue options is taking the bulk of your allot time with Baxter. He would now need to reach out the location managers and make arrangements so you can come to a mutual agreement and end it here so you can let him take care of the matters right away. Goodbyes followed, and did I not do any of the else? Or are we going to come back and then do one of each? Am I gonna have to do this 5 more times? Hey, look, we reached the 9-hour mark. Goodbyes followed, and then you and Cove giddily left the office and spilled out onto the street together. It was a great way to end today's work. You and Cove arrived at Baxter's office on the dot with a lot of time. Emotions were still high from preparations of the previous day. Okay, we just went back the next day. After settling down and the process had gone on, Cove's nerves had shot back to their initial acquaintance level. Greetings were exchanged, and Baxter didn't leave space for Cove to get lost in. Your planner went right to the point. What shall we do today? Okay. Pick the catering, design the cake with Cove, or settle on our clothes for the day. Or begin the dancing lessons. I'm hoping that we're able to do all of this. Pick the cater. Alright. My brain! Cove's pride and enthusiasm was no surprise for you. Food always excited him. Baxter placed his hands on the arms of his chair and lightly tapping with the tips of his fingers. I'm losing it, guys.
In that case...
God, Baxter, don't whisper in my fucking ear. That should be a nice time. I want to make sure that you find the proper service to meet your needs. Don't worry, I won't get in the way of deciding any of the details for the menu. Thanks. I appreciate that. After the rest of the session circled around finding a pacificator company, and you eventually agreed on one in particular, they were able to make arrangements with you right away. One phone call, and you scheduled a time to go over in detail in person. That includes you meeting with the chef too. As an added bonus, this would all happen before your next appointment with Baxter. This was a relief knowing the menu would be taken care of by the next time you saw him again. Until then, there wasn't much else you can do, and it was time to leave. We can figure out the cake. Sadly, for time reasons, but you'll probably be able to do it all. Sleep, yeah. Okay, we'll just see. We can do this. Blow through. I'd rather not somehow end up being a 12-hour stream. Thanks again for your help.
See you.
It's my pleasure, of course. I await your next visit. We'll be back soon. Bye. Baxter nodded with a genuine smile as he watched you head out the door, and once you were outside the offices, you noticed a little pep in Cove's step. You were both in good spirits, chipping away at the wedding planning that had a special way of doing that. On the scheduled appointment with the caterer, you and Cove eagerly arrived at the location specified over the phone. Oh, look, a kitchen! You were led inside the building past the seating room directly into their commercial kitchen. If I start seeing the sun, I'm giving up, and you can accomplish anything you want to do. Dude, don't say that. Because it's already 5. It was sleek, silvered, and so clean that it sparkled. The observation alleviated some worries right away. Next to you, Cove's eyes widened at the space with intrigue.
You've done this.
I can't believe I've done this either, Kara. 9 hours? What was I thinking? Sleek silver. Next to you, Cove's eyes wandered the space with intrigue. Along the back wall, you spotted a woman at a sink large enough to be an arm length deep, and she looked over his shoulder and grinned broadly. We got us a pro streamer here. Guys, I can't believe I fucking done this. I probably won't be able to do this probably again for a long while. Or if anything, not this much speaking because my throat is going to fucking die. I never speak this much. Rhonda? It's not like you have another big BN, right? Nope, not at all. You need a game with cutscenes. Exactly. Or a game that is already voice acted. Because I'm losing it, guys. Hold on, I'll be right there. She finished washing up, swiftly crossing the room, drying her hands on her apron. When she reached you and Co, she gave a little bow. The letter. The letter has voice acting. This has little snippets. I read that. Hi, I'm the head chef, your caterer. I heard you're getting married and are in need of sustenance for your friends and family. Except when the character narrates. Plus, it's stupid. Hey, there are so many parts of this, Kara. Yeah, we are. Well, I assure you that you come to the right place. We can provide a full course meal with a menu tailored to your tastes and requirements. We also include all the plating, silverware, and glasses. Let's not get too ahead of ourselves. Why don't you introduce yourselves? Fancy dance. Sorry, I don't move very often because I don't know what I'm doing. Ooh. A bit stunned by the speediness of the chef's condor? Can do? Oh. Cove took the opposite approach and slowly, awkwardly pointed to himself. I'm Cove, the groom. And my name is Sophia, I'm the bride. Love it. You can call me Rhonda. I'm pretty sure that is the name. Okay. Hi, Rhonda. Hi, it's nice to meet you. Marvelous. Now that I have a little pamphlet that I'm going to go grab. You can read it, leave it on the leave it on the counter or use it as a coaster. It's okay. I'm going to explain everything myself anyways. Think of it as an extra guide. Rhonda waved the idea of any formality with both hands as she also shrugged nonchalantly. Cove chuckled shyly, leaning towards you a while she lightly jogged to the other side of the kitchen, and both of my feet have fallen asleep. We're off to a great start. She scooped up 2 informational sheets and came right back. Rhonda confidently stretched her arms out all the way to offer you each a pamphlet. My feet fell asleep. Both of you accepted one. Cove turned it around in his hands, inspecting it carefully. You studied it. You studied the one in your hand too. My feet have fallen asleep, and I'm shifting. Okay. I was making sure the model's at least at a good spot. You expected it. You studied yours in your hand too. Oh, look! A pamphlet. Well, now that I've remembered that, we can get into the nitty-gritty. Let's shop talk. The menu. You can choose a simple menu that consists of across the board, easy peasy, or you can do up to 2 fully separate types of menus based on different dietary needs. Guests could choose between the 2, and we prepare as much as possible as needed. It practically goes without say, we'll be able to accommodate individual plate changes if anything comes up. For example, a situation where 1 or 2 people need specific elements left out, we work with that without needing to make another full selection for it. So what kind of menu do you 2 have in mind? One with no special requirements, vegan, lactose vegetarian, polotarian, pescatarian, vegan, halal, kosher. You left it all up to Cove. One full scale exclusion for taste and allergies. Bitch, Cove, go for it. Cove, attention moves from the pamphlet to you, breathing out. He breathed out evenly, understanding that he would be the one answering here. Well, okay. I don't think we'll be needing any special requirements. Nodding, you agreed with Cove's answer and you appreciate him speaking up and handling the situation for you. I didn't know what we needed. Sure thing. The chef smiled warmly at his choice and then pulled out a notepad and pen. She made sure to write down anything that was requested. That's the biggie already done then. Let's keep the ball rolling. Yes, please. At minimum, there's going to be a main entree with our service, so that is 1 course automatically. If you're having cake or other dessert, that will technically be another course for your guests. Though that doesn't count as one of the portions that we offer here. We can go up to 6 courses dinner as many as 5 additional portions. So we're looking at a soup salad, hot appetizer, cold appetizer, or a plate cleanser. Do you know how big you want the service to be? We need 1 or 2 course. What about you? I think 1 or 2 course is enough. What about you? A 3 course should be plenty, don't you think? A 4 course would be fantastic, don't you think? 5 course meal, how do you feel? Let's do a 6 course, a full 6 course meal. Why not, right? The thing is, I know this boy can fucking eat. Caro. So it's like, do I do the fucking 6 course meal because he looks so fucking intrigued that there is a 6 course fucking meal? Do it! Okay. That might have been a little too much, but... Oops. Cove laughed arbitrarily and then stared at you in awe for a moment. Do you seriously mean that 6 course meal plus dessert we're getting? Yeah, let's go all in. You know what, screw it. I'm not the one fucking eating it. Okay, that's a whole thing as it is. Last thing I'm going to be upset over is more food. In that case, there's no need to select which types of extra courses you will be having because you're getting it. You're getting each one. The corner of Cove's mouth bent into a amused grin as he lightly reached over and squeezed your hand. You could tell that he was getting more excited about this plan by the second. You share that feeling wholeheartedly. Seriously, why bother picking between things when you can enjoy them all? Oh my god. Our family's gonna be like, what the fuck? Perfection. Oh, and how much heating are you expecting for the dishes? We can keep it mild, or we can easily push up the spice level. Oh god. Mild as a base, please. Generally medium. Make it all spicy. The food should be burning hot. Spicy for the main entree, and less spicy for the extras. Less spicy for the main entree. Just look over to Cove. You know what? He can take the food. He can take all of the food. Cove met your eye, and you could tell that he was mulling over the same problem. You caught the light bulb moment in the way that he brightened. How about we keep the meals mild and we put out sauces and stuff on the table so people can adjust the foods to their preference? Is that possible? Yes, of course we can do that. That sounds perfect. Exactly. Cove's suggestion made sense, but his cheeks were still reddened from your compliment, and it only made your grin widen. And the chef backtracked through her notes for a second, and she thought over everything that you had discussed until now. She pinned down exactly what was slipping her mind. What about the drinks? And we are just water, please, party, coffee, tea group, or hard drinkers. There was always at least going to be water if you have other options, even if you have other options, so please don't worry about that. Oh, so I like there to be sparkling water, coffee, tea, milk, fruit juices, wines, liquor, beer, mixed cocktails, just water, whatever Cove wants. Can I pick multiple options? Or are we just going, guys, we're just doing a milk party. Okay, we can pick multiple options. Tea. Wine, mixed cocktails, fruit juices. Oh my god. Can we just choose everything? Liquor. Beer. Just chose everything, guys. I fucking... Oh my god. I thought there was someone in the fucking door. He shook his head with amusement. Yeah, I should have figured. That should take care of everything. Everyone should find always something that they like with that list. Exactly. You didn't want anyone to feel left out and they had to go thirsty or settle for something they didn't like. Variety was for the best. I'm assuming that we just have bank. We can make it happen, so the menu type, menu scale, spice level, and beverage basics. Pleased, Rhonda rolled up her sleeves, yet her gaze fell onto you and Cove with a new determined gleam. Let's go deeper. Cove smiled nervous at the shelf's intensity, but he didn't wilt completely and you had a sneaking suspicion his remaining strength came from the topic still being about food. The conversation continued from there. It dug into specifics as the meal's protein, side dishes, style of cuisine, and the food. I want pork buns. The food that would be based on, and so on and so on. So it took a fair bit of time, but eventually you finalized it. Finalized section was arranged. You couldn't get over how delicious everything sounded for a while. Sounded the longer the conversation went. By the end, Cove appeared just as relieved and excited as you were about the food. Most of all, you were just grateful to have the menus sent up for the wedding. Rhonda, however, hadn't slowed down at all. I see that you're both settling down for the rest, but just hang on and stay with me a little longer. We're not done yet. Oh, there's more? There's something else? Yes, and it's called presentation. We do all levels of flair for your meal. Were you pitching a plain Jane approach or something more hoity-toity? The stuff just needs to be on a plate. I would like if some care went into arrangement, take the extra steps to have excellent presentation would be appreciated. You shrug, whatever Cove wants. I'm not pushing everything onto him. Just a small, I guess, or a little bit. Yeah, it'd be kind of nice if it felt special for the day at all times. That works for us. So I started to talk about back when we provided plates and utensils and such. Our plates are white, but they can be completely plain or have a little swirl around the edges. What do you think about that? Before you and Cove could even consider giving an option, she held both in her hands up to stop, and she stole a glance over her shoulder. Wait, give me a second. I'll go grab some stacks, and you can see it before choosing any. Again, without leaving a window to say anything in response, Rhonda darted off deeper into the kitchen. Cove stared at her and stared at her as she went. His expression was deadpan. You can pick the plates. Oh, he is done. He is full-blown done. Thank you. Yes. Alright, I can handle it. What, does it look like I want to pick out plates? You nod casually. Or you shake your head. Mm-hmm. I think he's lost it. It's like, oh, it's not about food anymore. Goodbye. Alright. Abrupt clattering came from the direction she disappeared down, and moments later the caterer reappeared. She kept her word and had piles of plates balancing on each of her hands. As she stepped up to the clear counter space, Rhonda spoke cheerfully, almost musically, as she lined out the first sets of plates, forks to go with them. Perhaps you knew for sure what they would look like. Here's the white. The both of you looked silently at the collection of plain white dinner plates. And here's the swirl. As promised, the white plate she put down has little swirls on them that could be noted at that. Now, what do you think? I think the plain white ones are good. I like the swirly one. You gave Cove pleading look, wanting him to answer. Either is fine. Honestly, I could care less to both white plates. I like the swirly one. Got it. Thanks for humoring me. It's because you're getting both hot and cold appetizer. There's a little extra to the piece for this puzzle. Now, what could you do is that just by bringing them ahead of the meal and placing them in front of each guest at their table, but that's not our only option. My brain was like, what? We could have all appetizers set out on a single table and from the start of the reception so guests can go over and eat as they please. Or we can have server walk around the room with platters and of appetizers to offer to guests throughout the party as they mingle. It makes sense to me to have served them on the table before the entree. I would enjoy the server walking around the party. I think it would be best to leave them out on a single table. You didn't have the matter. That's up to Cove. I think leaving them on a single table, like people, you can walk up and go get it. And that way everyone can go at their own pace. Makes sense to me. Righto. That's what we'll do. Thank you. Now you can breathe. We're done. Rhonda laughed happily as she closed her notebook, putting it aside. Okay, cool. I'm glad that it worked out. Thank you very much, Rhonda. Thank you so much. It's my pleasure. We're looking forward to knocking your socks off. It'll be a 6-course, no special requirement, mild meal that your guests will be able to talk about for years to come. I promise. Neat. One last quick question. Sure thing. How do we get out of here again? Rhonda clapped her hands and let out a deep laugh. Cove's face reddened with embarrassment. Go down the hall, take a left to another hall, and then a right, and then you'll find the exit. It was nice meeting you two. Thanks again. I hope you remembered because my brain is like, woo! After that, you and Cove left the kitchen and made it out the building in one piece, following Rhonda's instructions. You both returned to the car with vigor in your stride. It was amazing to get a nice meal arranged in exactly the way that you wanted it to be. The food was definitely something you were going to daydream about now until the big day. When you arrived at the office again, Baxter was already comfortable seated, scanning over his notebook. He glanced up at it at the sound of the door opening.
Hello, folks.
Damn it, Baxter. Welcome back. What's on the menu? A lot. Baxter smirked, but Cove answered with complete earnest. A lot of things. Delicious. What shall we be doing today? Okay. So, we can design a cake. I think I'm just gonna go down the list. We'll design the cake. Cake! Yay! Baxter nodded his head, confirming that he registered your choice, and beside you, Cove excitedly was bubbled over, and he was bouncing in his seat, too eager to restrain himself.
Yeah.
It's a good idea, Sophia. I'm definitely ready to plan treats. His open enthusiasm, I thought that said autism. And I was like, wait, what? I was like, I know he's on the spectrum, but wow. No. Okay, my brain is gone. It like put the A across up, and I'm like, my brain, it is gone. His open enthusiasm tickled you, elicted a adorable chuckle that slipped out across the table. Baxter joined you in a soft laugh of his own. Meanwhile, Cove seemed oblivious to your amusement, and you figured out that he was too lost in imagining delicious cakes to notice what was happening around him. What you needed now was someone to turn those dreams into reality. The agency worked with suppliers of all kinds, so Baxter had a list of bakeries, and they recommended for weddings, and you and Cove had a few personal favors too. Together, you reviewed the website of all the potential bakers. Baxter had a wealthy of handy tips of what to keep in mind when came to specifics for commissioning wedding cakes for you to take into consideration. The three of you whittled away at the options until you finally settled on the one you wanted. With that decided, Baxter contacted them about arranging a meeting so you can select the flavors and discuss the design ideas before working out the practicalities. He easily secured a time that worked for both you and Cove, and that brought the end to the meeting. Okay, we're just gonna end it after each one. The decision of which bakery to choose and the schedule and briefing on your basic requirements had all taken up all the remaining time for you had with Baxter today. Oh god, I'm starting to yawn, guys. The three of you rose from your seats, one after another.
Goodbye for today.
Oh god, hi Baxter. It was great to see you. Yeah, I can't believe next time we see you, we'll have her wedding cake picked out. Right, if everything goes to plan. Of course. I'm sure you will have a great time together. I look forward to hearing what you decide. Though, I won't be there in person. You can always text me if you want advice during the process. Thank you, we'll manage. I'm not sure I trust your taste. Wow, I appreciate that. Oh, I'm pretty sure Cove's on top of that, you joked. Thank you. I appreciate that. It was reassuring to know that Baxter would be able to guide you if you got stuck. And though you don't doubt that would happen, he waved a goodbye to you and Cove as he left the office for the day. Oh, look at the little bakery. Cute. The light twinkle of a bell over the door announced your arrival as you and Cove stepped inside, where you immediately welcomed by a pleasant waft of sweet scents. The bakery was a delight for the senses even before you had taken a single bite. Decked out in a shade of pink, it was impossible to miss. Cove closed his eyes and inhaled deeply. There was a soft air of cake pastries in the oven, tinged with warm spices like cinnamon and nutmeg. You know what? Alright. I'm hydrating now. Also, hi Grim. Thank you for the health check. I'll stretch now. I'll actually get up and do it because I have been sitting for 9 hours. There goes my back. It quacking. Ugh. I figured you needed it. Release the crack. Ugh. Yeah, I definitely needed it. Alright. Back to cake. Cake. The display was full of daily selections of mouth-watering delicacies, neatly lined up and ready to be taken away. Cake? Yes, we get to choose what kind. I don't know. We are gonna do that now. The selection ranged from intricate specialty cakes to more rustic, homey brownies and cupcakes. Cupcakey. Oh, wedding cake. Lame. Rude. Usually those kinds of treats would be everything you needed, but today was a special visit. You were entirely focused on even better desserts waiting for you on the horizon. Personal opinion, sorry. No, you're fine. I actually haven't had too many wedding cakes, so I don't know. You could tell Cove was sharing your feelings. They don't taste right? Weird. He waited beside you with every outward appearance of patience, but you could tell his anticipation by the way he kept close watch on the kitchen door as you waited for an employee to come greet you. This uncharacteristic restraint was a stark contrast to any other time he visited a bakery, where he would rush over to the display case and immediately start picking out cakes to take home. Literally me. I just walk in, I'm like, I want all of this. There was a bakery in San Francisco that I would occasionally go into. I'd be like, I want this cake. And then I would leave and walk into my one class. And then they were talking about like, oh, health and eating right. And I sat there and I was eating cake and candy. And they looked at me and I was like, I'm sorry. Yeah, I'm like, what are you having, Clarence? I like sweets way too much. I don't usually go shopping any other time, so... I sue too. I used to. As he shifted from one foot to the other, you knew he was fighting to hold back those usual urges. Luckily, his self-conscious wasn't tested for long, and the door opened to the kitchen. Soon the door to the kitchen swung open. A friendly-looking face emerged. Spotting you and Cove, the person smiled and began to head over. As they approached, you saw the name on their name tag as Xavier. Aww! With a little purple button pinned to the strap of their apron with the words they, them printed on black letters. Aww! Xavier walked right up to you and gave you a warm welcome, and you could have sworn it came fresh out of the oven. hello. Thanks for coming by. Sick. Is there anything I can get for you? Hi. Cove paused, pointing to himself first, and then you as he spoke. We're Cove and Sophia. We had an appointment here. His voice, which started out measured and even, became a hush as the thrill of what you were doing here started to get to Cove. A welcome fresh out of the oven. Is this a witch from Hansel and Gretel? Ooh, maybe. He resumed speaking, and it broke further still, divulging into a rushed whisper that Xavier needed to lean in to catch. It's the plan of our wedding cake. We're getting married. What he said, we're glad to be here. Thank you for making time for us. Cove would be sulking for days if we skipped out on this part. You nodded a polite greeting of your own. Xavier lit up at the introduction. Of course. Welcome, Sophia and Cove, our bride and groom. Cove peened ever so slightly at those last words. His chin jutted out with confidence. You should have let him sulk. But I want the cake too. I'm Xavier, the head cake artist here, and we're happy to be working with you for such an important event. You can take some seats right there in front, and we can start talking options. Just soft with them. Bring you closer. They gestured to the nearby table. Oh god, I'm only at 10 hours. You and Cove oblige. Taking your seats as you sat down, your stomach somersaulting. I mean, I don't see Caro anymore. Oh, Caro had to go to dinner. It's dinner time for Caro. Yeah, it's nearly 7 a.m. for her. She can't stop you from the hanky-panky. A.M.? No, P.M. It's, P.M. in Caro's time. Hanky-panky! Summoned her grip! What you mean, P.M.? I said P.M. I've been summoned. Dang, no hanky-panky. Taking your seats, you sat down, your stomach oh, I read that. You were here to pick out a wedding cake, and the cake would be served at your wedding. No hanky-panky, Caro, just wedding cakes. I said AM at first. I don't think I did, but... The cake would be served at your wedding. It hadn't sunk in before, but it being invited to begin had made it feel much more official. But knowing that you weren't alone in the feeling that way comforted you, and you were grinning at the love of your life. Cove beamed back at you. What is happening? The baker had a detour over to the back shelf, and where they picked up a binder before coming to stand before you at the table. I went over the information our baking assistant took when the appointment was arranged, so we can dive right into things. So let's get into it. Starting with the size of the cake, how big do you want it to go? We can go as big as 5 tier high. Oh my gosh. Guys, what if we just had the biggest fucking wedding?
Maybe.
2 or 3 maybe. God damn it. Cove! Cove! We could have had 5! Cove tilted his head to the side and looked at you for an input. No, we could do 5, so let's do 5. Oh my gosh. Alright, would just 1 be alright? I don't want to overdo it. 2 sounds perfect. 3 would be wonderful. Would 4 be okay instead? If they can do 5, let's do 5. Guys, maximum cake, maximum cake. I was gonna be like, what the fuck are you doing? And I'm like, yes. His mouth fell open, he stared at you. The corners of his mouth began to curve upward as he gradually recovered from the shock. Serious? You nodded, your expression unchanged. Of course. He retrieved his jaw and put it his best lopsided smile. Okay, we can get a 5-star cake. Seeing you reach the conclusion, Xavier noted it down in the binder. A 5-star cake it is. They glanced up in the binder, smiling. That would give us a lot of work. In terms of decorating, is there any kind of decorations you want us to aim for, or in an overall style? I feel bad for your future spouse's wallet. Oh no, this definitely is not how I would do a wedding. My wedding? No, not at all. Because I'm not paying it, I can go as extreme as I want. Because a lot of times, like, I don't know if I would do it in like a flower field or in an aquarium. It's just for making it up. I feel like your wedding would be literally 10K. I finished updating the model art for my chibi model. Ooh. I can now supervise. Yay. Oh my gosh, Grim, I would have a fucking cake fight at my fucking wedding. No joke, probably. Make it a routine now. Oh. Cove pursed his lips, stumped by the question. An artist's vision has never been his strong suit. So, no hanky-panky on the cake? Oh my gosh, Kara. You reviewed the ideas of decoration and color schemes, and asking Cove to distill those visions and themes into words was doomed to failure. You took it from there and said, traditional, modern, elegant, unusual, trendy, rustic, floral, beachy. Oh my god, beachy. Whatever you think is good with us. Simplistic. Okay, I kind of want to do elegant, but if we're going to do it at the fucking aquarium, we're doing fucking beachy. I want my cream free. Cove sighed, relieved and expressed his approval. Yeah, that's right. We can work with that for sure. Any color range in mind? Again, Cove fell silent, a kid hoping not to be called on in class. Oh my gosh, Cove. Even though it was just the 3 of you, he had no chance of hiding, and you could have sworn he was sinking lower in his seat as if hoping not to go unnoticed. Dark colors. I did a fucking beach theme. How would you do dark colors? As entertaining as it was, you decided to spare Cove before he's slipping under the table, and you spoke and said, classic white, pastels, earth shades, muted tones, dark shades, bright colors, mostly white with color pops or rainbow. What, you've never seen someone wear dark shorts at the beach? Because kind of like pastels. Got it. And what's one color you really want me to keep at the top of my mind? Red, orange, yellow, green, blue, purple, pink, black, brown, gray, tan, gold, silver, bronze. I knew it was going to be ridiculous. Too bright? No. Purple? Good try. We're doing blue. If I can find blue. Purple. Blue. Nice, nice. I'm getting you. Xavier looked up from the binder. Alright, we're going to do a 5-tier blue cake that is beachy. Once again, I would never have this at my wedding. Blue is just is a depressing color. Excuse me, it's pretty. You could picture the cake clearly now, could you? Because I can't. It was just as you wanted. Yeah, that's right. Cove, who had been staring at you like you saved him from a life and death situation rather than answering a couple of simple questions, was pleasant, and the pleasant bakery gave you a thumbs up. Hence, the person is feeling blue. Nice stretch, baby girl. She's doing the dog spin. And plops right back down in the same spot. Pleasant questions gave you a thumbs up. Xavier watched you both with a smile. The cake is really shaping up. Time for the fun part. I'll be right back. They got up and made their way into the kitchen. The fun part. Cove echoed the words, puzzled but intrigued. He peered after Xavier, trying to catch a glimpse of the magic happening behind the closed doors. He craned his neck and didn't grant Cove X-ray vision, but that was fine as you weren't kept in suspense for too long. Oh no, did you? Xavier quickly returned with a large returned with a large covered serving tray, and Xavier Cove gasped. His fingers curled with anticipation. Careful, coming through. They lowered the heavy platter on the table with a clatter against the hard surface as it settled. Cakes! Flamingo! I need hanky-panky or I'll swivel up and die. I think you just might end up dying, Flamingo. We're still on cake. Xavier lifted the cover to reveal several plates of small cake slices with the mounds of different frostings and flavors. Oh, hanky-panky. The beautiful range of colors and beneath the section made for a wonderful, pleasant array of treats. Cove gasped, wowed by the revelation.
Oh.
We get to try samples? Xavier giggled at Cove's reaction. Given how much enthusiasm Cove had, you bet there weren't many previous grooms whose response could compare. Let me enjoy some hanky-panky arrows. You too. They pointed at the tray and began to talk you through the selection, starting with the neat little cake slices. So we got a few flavors for you today. Vanilla, chocolate, red velvet, citrus, and such. They moved over to the frosting and fillings. There's vanilla, chocolate, strawberry, maple, mocha, buttercream, Over here we got chocolatey, fruity fillings. They are inside, though the inside simply contains more frosting if you prefer. Citrus. Dude, we have 5 fucking layers. Why don't we just do different ones? If you prefer. You talked through the samples and they straightened up. These are some of our more popular options, but not everything. You can see all our options in the order form. As they were talking, you took out the 2 copies of the order form and presenting you with each one, all the possibilities for each element of the cake were laid out before you. Darn it, Flamingo. Okay. You go right there.
I can't believe you've done this.
I did it! You're saving over the same slot. Deal with it, you two. Not you saving again.
Huh?
Huh? Okay. Boom. Saved. As they talked, they took out 2 copies of the order sheet, presenting you with each one. All the possibilities for each element of the cake were laid out for you. Wolfie, can you go outside with Kara for like 5 minutes, please? Kara? Apparently we need to go outside for 5 minutes. I don't really want to, it being like 6 o'clock in the morning. Oops. One of these days you'll thank us because the game will crash right after we do that. Yes, you two go outside. Presenting you with each of all the possibilities and elements for the cake were laid out before you. Playing with Wolfie. That's everything, and you're welcome to eat whatever part looks appealing, or you can have everything on the platter if you got the stomach for it. Cove's eyes sparkled in anticipation. Knowing Cove, you expected that he intended to take Xavier up on the offer of sampling everything. He picked up the fork provided and began seamlessly working through the platter as he scooped the cake of frosting and filling options in turn and was moving left to right from top to bottom. He chuckled softly, amused that your hunch had been correct. Though Cove was evidently intending on eating every bit, you noted that he was carefully leaving at least a bit half of each sample in case you wanted it to. Free cake, damn right. God damn it, Flamingo. Boom. Dave again. Sarah. No. Dave, who's Dave? Where? You two are supposed to go. Though Cove was evidently... in case you wanted to try it. Okay. You started trying everything as well. Never. You wanted to try the ones that were most appealing. You wanted to do a small tasting. You didn't eat any. No, I'm fucking eating everything. Damn. It all looked delicious. Picking up the fork, you joined Cove in sampling the cake, frosting, and fillings that were offered. I was enjoying this. Keep your holding off of my day. Who's Dave? You muttered your delight to each as you discovered new combinations and enjoyed the sheer variety laid out for you. Cove's eyes shone as he looked at you, glad to be sharing the experience. Dave is a mate. Ah. You were so enraptured that you nearly forgot you weren't alone with Cove, but two was by design. The baker stood by approving, careful not to do anything that might interrupt your enjoyment. You held your fork up to Cove. To feed a piece to Cove, you gestured to Cove that you wanted to eat the sample of his fork. Oh my god, I am Dave. Grim is Dave. Caro is Dave. We are all Daves. I am not Dave. You cozied up next to him. You were seizing the last bite of the cake before Cove can get into it. You relaxed in the moment and enjoyed the experience together. Yes, you are. You're embarrassed the bitch. Cove spotted the poised fork in front of him, laden with cake, and you knew your intentions would be understood as soon as the blush was over his cheek. My name doesn't even start with a D. Same. None of us start with a D. It does now. Even now, it was criminal easy to make him embarrassed. Still, he leaned in and opened his mouth to accept the offering. He's a wolf. Oh my gosh. Wolfie is the only Dave. Oh no! He leaned in and opened his mouth to accept the offering. You brought the fork to his lips, and he aptly ate the treat. Thanks, Sophia. He held up his own fork, where a bite he was about to take was waiting. Oh my gosh. For you. Oh my god. You leaned in, or you passed. No, you fucking take it, bitch. Cove's eyes glittered. Happy to reciprocate. You bite through his fork, and cake seemed sweeter when it was being fed to you like this. Oh my gosh. And Xavier's just standing there. Cove shimmied happy in his seat. The different varieties had been gone down very well with them. They were all so good. Cracked a grin. Hey. Could we get a tier for every flavor? Xavier laughed. Unfortunately, damn it! At least not in a single cake. I'm guessing you don't want several cakes at your wedding. Damn. Yeah, we can go with the one. Son of a bitch. I have no idea how we're gonna choose so many great things. We definitely ready to get our own cake after having the samples. So Dave's streamer. How's it going? My ass hurts from sitting for 10 hours. My throat somehow... Shut up. My throat hurts. And I'm just like, oop. But we'll see. We'll continue on. It's okay, Cove. We always can get cakes for our anniversaries in the future. Sounds like Cove needs to give you a massage. That can't happen when you don't have an ass. Oof. Damn. Shook your head at Cove's antics. It's okay, Cove. We always can get cake. It would be nice to taste the experience over and over again, year after year, especially if you continue to get a cake from the same bakery that had provided your wedding cake. Didn't make Dave. How does it feel to be called out by a pink bird? Well, seeing how he has never seen my ass, I will let him just think what he wants. The suggestion made him swoon for you. The promise of food and staying together was the perfect hit. His little grin. So cute. That you and Cove were experts in the bakery's cakes. It was time to figure out the details. Brings the mic back to me. So what you're saying, it's a lie. So it's fake. I don't know. We could do the cake all in one flavor, top to bottom, or you can choose 2 sets of different flavors that works for you. I think one which one of you said something about the game crashing? Which one of you said something about the game crashing? Because that was fucking... It says it's out of memory. Oh my gosh. It's funny because it stopped my model as well. Okay. Wow. Okay. So we're gonna get rid of VC Face, because it also aired. So I'll open that back up. Curse Dave's tricks again. I don't know. VC Face is not like loading back up. What if this thing is just telling me to stop fucking streaming? Because it's like, you're done. Oh, VC Face just loaded back up. Okay. Well, I showed up again. We're gonna jump down to Steam. We're gonna boot up our life. Kirsty. Yeah, Twitch doesn't let me in the server room, and hey, you're blocking it. Okay. I'll just bring that back up. Yeah, Twitch doesn't let me in the server room anymore. I must have been messing with VC Face. You're alive? The curse of Dave. You've been Daved. Oh no! I'm sorry, person. I do not want any followers. But thank you. Okay, we're gonna load. We're gonna go back to this. You're not Dave. Go away, Steve. Can I skip? Did you already You want to try everything as well. Wolfie doesn't want any followers. Time to unfollow. Oh! Go with the unfollower button. You held out your fork. Lean in to be fed. Jeez. This one, I said. And I think here is where we stopped. Having one makes most sense. Different character. Okay, we'll do that. You're stuck with me. Alright, so we had a small little issue, but other than that, yeah, let's do that. Cove lifted himself. Oh, Kara streams soon. Cove lifts himself off the chair briefly to switch his position. He moved over from leaning forward towards the tray and shifted to be situated on the side of the chair facing you. Cute car.
So?
What are your thoughts? You don't need to stick to it forever, but what were you thinking? But were you thinking something kind of plain, chocolate, fruity, or what? You picked up the copy of the form, reviewing the options, and after studying carefully, you said, simple and vanilla, chocolatey, fruity, something that people probably haven't had before, but is still good. Oh. I don't know. It's still good. Okay. I probably wouldn't even been adventurous as like this. I said heat, not screech in my ear, you damn grill. He rests his chin in his hands as he stared thoughtfully into the distance. A smile drifted across his face as he pictured the possibility for your cake. Yeah, I believe it. Maybe a citrus cake with it. Please, no coconut. I can't. Coconut buttercream and then white chocolate mousse on the inside. Please. That's an option, but can I tell you my idea too? That's nice, but can we tweak a part of it? That sounds wonderful. Let's go for one of the sets. No, please. I can't do coconut. What? Wait. Okay, hold a minute. Log. A citrus cake with buttercream, chocolate mousse. Okay, so I think I'm changing the frosting. Coconut's great, especially coconut. No, I can't. Caro has seen me when I've accidentally eaten coconut. It doesn't end well. Frosting. Coconut allergy? No. I just really hate the test. She dies. No, I have a soap allergy, which Caro has also seen me die of. In case it's an allergy. Cove sits up straight, amazed that his idea had been a starting point, a collaboration with you. She double dies. Still recovering from getting allergic reactions, so I'm doing great, guys. I just itch. Yeah, I would love you to add your own thing. Soap allergy. Soap allergy. I always knew that cake hunter. But you're allergic to soap. I have a very sensitive skin. So there are very certain there are certain types of soap that I can't use. But I did find like my own soaps that I can use. I also had to be very careful with laundry detergent and washing clothes because I can get an allergic reaction from that. So it's like different little things that I'll be like, ah, shit. It makes you feel better. I'm allergic to some grass. Oof. I'm allergic to some bug spray too. Yeah, I love to add your own thing. For the frosting, you like the idea of vanilla chocolate, white chocolate, cream cheese, peanut butter, ew, matcha, lemon, orange, ube. Oh, Carter, they have ube. Strawberry, hazelnut, almond, coconut, maple. Caro, they have ube. Ube. What would ube frosting taste like? Okay, what was the cake? What was the cake again? A citrus cake with like ube frosting and a white chocolate mousse inside. Does that sound good, or are we just like throwing ube on things because we want to? The fuck is ube? It is ube. Oh my gosh. Caro, screw it. We're doing ube. Is it fictional? No, it's not. It's what is it? Everyone's favorite. What is everyone's favorite cake? Because mine would be the lemon cheesecake. Purple yam. Yeah. Yeah. Favorite cake. I definitely do like cheesecakes. What is my favorite? I really enjoy carrot cakes. Fruit cake. Cup leaned back in a seat, watching you curiously as Curious as he waited to hear what you were thinking. You glanced over the form again and got started on the next tier. Damn good would die in Philippines. It's like one of our main desserts. Ube! As long as it's good, it won't kill me. Thinking about the type of cake you wanted, you decided to suggest... Oh god, Caro, why did I do this? Oh my god, what if I just fucking make ube? Okay, but ube is kind of meh at times. I would do, same Grim. I really can't do fish. Okay, we got white vanilla cake, white chocolate marbled cakes, red velvet, spice cake, ube cake, carrot cake, almond, mango, coconut, lemon, matcha, and citrus. I'm allergic to most fish. Aw. If it smells like really fishy, I'll throw up just by the smell of it. Yep, works out. What the fuck is this spice cake? Beef. Fucking a carrot cake. The frosting, you like the idea of... cream cheese. The proteins. And filling, you propose mostly buttercream with the same filling, more buttercream and different flavor, mousse, ganache, custard, whipped cream, preserves, fresh fruit, or berries. Hey, let's kill Caro and do custard. Or whipped cream. One of the two. Custard and cream. Ooh. I'm thinking like carrot cake, and I'm like, none of these would really fucking work with it. We're doing mousse. Caro doesn't like the taste of custard. I wasn't expecting, flavors. Milk chocolate, white chocolate, vanilla. Custard is meh. I actually really like custard. Because I can't afford to move. What's wrong with custard? Co, who have been nodding along. I'm not the one eating these cakes. These cakes can be completely goddamn terrible, and we would never know. It's not sweet to me. I have made my own custard. Because I made, cream puffs. Nodded along for a suggestion, recapping the idea. So you think a carrot cake with cream cheese frosting and vanilla flavored mousse in the inside. That's right. Totally. Made their own ube then.
Sounds good.
Then your mouth-watering cake flavors were all set, yes. You were sure it's going to be a hit at the wedding. I really don't think so. Inside of the cake is great. Now all we have is left to cover. How would you want to wrap your baby up? Do you want fondant or ganache? No, not fondant. Make ube. Sure. Some mouth-watering. Cove Shrug, you said just buttercream, not fondant, ganache. Got it. Almost done. They scribbled down in the binder. Oh, cream. What's wrong with cream? It's kind of same with custard. She doesn't really like. Is it the texture that you don't like, or just the flavor, Caro? I can't remember. They scribbled down in the binder. Finally, what elements do you want me to include in the design and the presentation of the cake? Sweets. It's giving me diabetes. The bride and groom topper, royal ice piping, meridian, detail, edible pearl, sugar-made decorations, chocolate-made decoration, edible paint, fresh flowers, ribbons around the tiers. I don't need anything extra. I can't eat oatmeal because of the texture. You want to eat my dog? I'm joking. Is there anything, like, you do like me? Sights. Oh, baby! I think I only can really eat oatmeal just because I grew up on it, but I can't eat it as much because I ate it like every day for breakfast in high school. I want the topper. Ooh. Okay, we can have just a bud. Ube for things to count. I want chocolate made decorations. Okay, well, I think I'm gonna end it here just because this has happened again, and I think, yeah, you guys, hold on a minute. Let's see, can I switch over to chatting and just have the thing pop up? Yes, okay. So my model's not moving at all, so you guys can just look at her. Damn, she didn't say anything. I know. So we'll probably end up finishing this either tomorrow and then either do something else, but this will probably end up just being like either a short stream or whatever. Someone's got my coat on and walk to school. Yep, time for memes. Yeah, definitely. Wolfie. But yeah, so we'll probably just end it here. Is anyone actually on? Oh. No, it's a cute stick. Grade, meant to, okay. Right after this, we have Karo stream. I'm happy my life is never boring, yeah. I know. If it waited a little longer, I probably would have rated her, but if it's doing this, I probably should end it. My computer probably can't handle it. They're like, why are you streaming for 10 hours? Okay. Me to... Yeah, we can raid them. I mean, we can just chat for the next half hour. It's always called Toasty. Hi, Stealthy. How are you? Well, I could. You guys up for chatting for the next 30 minutes? Up to you? Yeah, we can just chat. If we're gonna do that, I can... I'll be looking for hours. Oh! Okay, hold a minute. Alright, if we're going to be just chatting for a while, I'm going to reset VC face. Hello. Boop. Doop. Oh, I didn't mean to get rid of that. Okay, now we can get rid of it. Okay, now I can move. It's so quiet. I don't have background music. I don't know what to do. She was... streams again. Sorry, went lurking without saying. Oh no, you're totally fine with lurking. I don't mind lurking. Important phone call suddenly. What? Because you're going to grilled cheese toasty. I know. I love my sweater. Can't see my mouth at all. God, it's so like quiet now that I don't have like the background music playing at all. But damn, 10 hours. 10 hours and like 30 minutes of streaming. I can't believe this. Hmm. What if we just put on... I want to head pet your adorable avatar. I know. I still don't... I don't understand why it wouldn't work. I was so sad that it wouldn't work. I was like, ah. Memory. Oh, shit. I'm sorry. You're a streaming beast. I'm probably gonna have to figure out what it's doing. Posture check. Stretch. Oh my gosh. Okay. We're closing VC face, reopening it. I tried opening another program. And it was like, yeah, no. Okay. Boop. Okay. Boop. 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 All right. Cool. We won't do anything else. I'll hydrate and stretch and do the posture check. It could, but I think it's just my computer thing. It's saying it's out of memory, so I either have to go back and just clear out like the streams I have saved. But we'll finish. Yeah. Damn. We'll finish our life tomorrow, today. I don't know. We'll see. Look at my wavy, wavy hair. Yeah. Which is fine. I do have actually a lot of kind of my streams saved up on my computer, so all I have to do is just delete them. I already have them uploaded on YouTube anyways, so I don't need, there's no point. Yeah, I end up just publishing them all there, and I'm like, here, have all my streams. There's only 2 streams that never got uploaded to YouTube. The first collab with Dead Space with Caro because I had my surgery and I forgot to download it. And my very first stream ever because it was a fucking mess. Wow, yeah, you did for a bit. We're just chatting until Caro goes live. And I can't continue anymore because my computer is done. It doesn't want to do anymore. It has an error. It's just done. So we're just chatting. No background music because my computer can't handle it. So I will end up probably cleaning out my computer a little bit. It doesn't have a lot, but might as well do it. Uninstall maybe some games that are like too big and I don't need them to be there anymore. Why are you guys fighting over grilled cheese right now? A raid? Hi, Ashvale, but who are we raiding? We're currently waiting for Caro to go live. Or is that to get the raid message? Oh, sorry. Here, I'll tape it out. That's also something I need to do. Oh, yeah. Give me a moment. I can give you a raid message. I have to go in and like make it a command, which I need to do. Oh, people next door are leaving for work. Okay, you can have that. We're just gonna copy and paste. Fix your commands. I can't right now. I wish to stick around for the raid, but I actually gotta scoot. I'll catch you next time. Okay, have a lovely rest of your night, Stealthy. Hey. Not the Dave raid. Get out of here. No, not the Dave raid. No, don't do Dave raid. my stealthy, but no, not the Dave raid. Oh my gosh. Asheville. Do. Oh no, what happened? Keep me. And Dave raid. No, not the Dave raid. Also have the ghost set up now. Bye. I'll see you soon, Caro. Nice to meet you. Gosh. No! I'm not Dave. I can't believe you've done this. Oh my gosh, what am I gonna do with you guys? Boop, 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 boop. Bum, 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 bum. Do, 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 do. Swishy, swish, swish, swish. I am not accepting I'm Dave. No. Never. Boop, 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 boop. Boop. Oh. Apparently you guys look, chat's on my face. Is this like her Catboy Dara all again over again? I don't know. Oh, where everyone just assumes that it is something. I don't know. You gotta accept your tape now. What's your model? Your model is really. Oh, I have a skirt. Yeah. Open more. Only Dave. Oh no, not the Daves. Okay, wait a minute. No, that is tilting. How do I move? Is it shift or is it control? No, that is lighting. How do I move myself up? What you doing, Dave? I'm trying to. Okay. I don't know how to make myself move upward. I want to Dave. Okay, wait a minute. Where settings? Or no, help. Help. Avatar. You guys are getting this because how do I move? Move. Camera. Change the lighting. Zoom. Control, right click, use to drag the view. Is that what that I need? Where did it? Control, right? Oh, we did it! Oh, wrong way. Why? Where did it take? We. I keep messing up, guys. Boop, boop, boop. Damn, nice feet, yeah. Okay, wait a minute. I can go back into this now. Do, do, do. Boo, 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 boo. the shoes. Oh. Oh, I didn't really quite stretch, and oh my god, I see the sun. Oh god, the sun's up, guys. Oh no. Okay. We're zooming back in. The sun hasn't even risen here yet. What do you mean? Or it's starting to become bright out is what I mean. And I'm just like, oh. And the birds. Oh no. Ooh. Feels. I am the original Dave. Yeah, why are you guys calling me Dave? Flamingo's Dave. I guess since now I can probably eat my brownies, but Dave will. No! No! What's CG? We share time zones. Yeah. Grim and TG and I, we're all in the same time zone. Flamingo's the outlier here. Come on, Caro! What am I gonna do for 12 minutes? Just dance around? I share the time zone with someone on the west side of Florida, too. Sing, Dave, Wolf. What do you want me to do? You guys already did, like, my voice is already kind of destroyed, from talking for like 10 hours. What do you guys want me to fucking sing? Karaoke stream. Oh my gosh. Uptime. I got 11 minutes. 11 minutes. Never gonna give you up, never gonna let you down, never gonna run around and desert you. I think those are the words, but I think that as much as I remember. Sing Dave's national anthem. Did Dave just Dave? Oh my gosh. So tired. I can't believe your model has shoes. It does. I gave it shoes. Boop, 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 boop. Rudolph the red-nosed reindeer had a very shiny nose, and if you ever saw it, you would even say it glows like a light bulb. All the other reindeers used to laugh and call him names. Rudolph the red-nosed reindeer. You would go down in history? Yeah. Is that the damn song? You guys What is it with the days? I love to stay up. It's too late / early for Christmas. No, it's never. Christmas music should never leave. It's all That's why I got Caro to sing Christmas music. Do, 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 do. Deck the halls with boughs of holly, fa la 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 la. 'Tis the season to be jolly, fa la 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 la. Down we now our gay apparel, fa la 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 la. Troll the ancient Yuletide carol, fa la 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 la. I don't remember the rest of Deck the Halls. Hold on while I go turn my unfollow button back on. Hi, Christmas is great. My dad was never home. It resets your follower reach. I listen to Christmas music year round. More like my phone's on shuffle, and if a Christmas music comes on, I don't skip it. Christmas I celebrated back when I was 9. I found that out the hard way. You've been following me for 1 day in 5 hours. I can't believe you did that. Oh no. Yeah, I was following the one person and I accidentally unfollowed because my phone, it was in my hand and I unclicked it and I was like, they're like, thank you for following. Wait a moment. I was like, I'm so sorry. I accidentally unfollowed. One of them was Switch famous. Oh no. It's like the worst. It was just like, I didn't mean to unfollow. Why? Why is it so easily accessed? I didn't mean it. Come back. Don't be upset with me. I had a DM with him though. Ooh. I was a stupid child back on YouTube. Sometimes, or a lot of times, I didn't understand what was going on. Or if I couldn't find something, I was like, oh, I'll just DM them. Why me? Why? So many DMs where I'm like, I'm an idiot. So I don't look at them. I'll go back and reread all your messages, TG. There's like so many. Holds bread on either side. What are you? A shadow. A Dave sandwich. No. What are you, Dave? Not a Dave. Oh, my hair's stuck. Songs I know by heart. Stop living. No, my name's not Dave. I don't know who you're talking about. Dave on the outside. There's someone speaking in through the window? Dave? Dave keeps responding to sing that song. That's not my name. The only song that I know, I believe I still know by heart, is Every Time We Touch, because I sung it in the 6th grade for the music show. Or the Taylor Show music show. What song? Every Time We Touch by Cascade. Do it. You sang that song like in middle school talent show? What the fuck? It was actually elementary school because my elementary school went up to 6th grade. And I really liked the song. It's even worse. I know. It was fun fact. It was right before my tonsils started getting more infected, and I couldn't sing anymore. It was my favorite song back in the day. And you know what pissed me off is that everyone sang along to the song, and I had to sing along to the karaoke version. I couldn't have the backup singers. No, I had to sing it by myself while everyone else got to sing it with the actual track. And I'm like, excuse me? Before your what got infected? My tonsils. Which is why I have a hard time speaking for a long period of time. Because after they finally got them out, but they were infected from the beginning of middle school, which is like 7th grade, all the way over to right before 12th grade started. I don't know. I didn't know that what it was. I still have my tonsils. Yep, definitely her tonsils. My middle school was my elementary school went up to 6th grade. Middle school was 7th and 8th, and then and then high school was 9 through 12. Yes, Darrow has my dick. His dick broke and I didn't need mine, so he took it. Is she on? It is 7. Where are you at, Caro? Did you not go to school in the US? I did. She's late? What do you mean she's late? Rude! Carl. I want to go to bed. So let me raid you. You. Chicago does elementary from... Okay. That's weird. There's no mid in Chicago. Jeez. You kept her. Oh, no. 7th to 8th grade was middle school, and then 9 to 12 was high school. Y'all guys are late. I'm nearly at 11 hours of streaming. I want to go to bed. Okay, it's still weird. You went to 3 schools? Yes, I went to 3 schools. Raid. Not the Dave raid. Carl, come on! I'm clicking it. My throat. It's done. I want to fucking go to bed. Right now. What do you mean? It's not. She's not popping up for me though. They just went live. Carl, do I have to? Okay, I'm gonna refresh Twitch for me. There you are. All right. Somehow you have fucked that up, TG. You know what? Screw it. We're doing Dave raid. Thank you all for coming out. I wasn't expecting to be live for almost 11 hours. Hope you all have a good day, good rest. Most of you go watch Caro anyways, so I hope you all have a good rest of your day. I'm so fucking tired. Good night. Goodbye. I don't know what else to say. My brain is fried. Goodbye.